Yes, guys. You know what time it is. It's your boy Jack here at the Irish Hotspur, bringing you a fan show. The fan show right before the first week of Premier League football. Everybody get excited. Honestly, the wait seemed to have come. Maybe it didn't feel like as much of a wait, if you ask me. It felt like, as Sean was saying in the background, Premier League football has come a bit soon. But everybody, we have to get prepared for the upcoming weekend. We are going to be playing Southampton, of course, this Saturday, and we have plenty of predictions, plenty of questions lined up for today that I do want to kind of ask the entire panel. I am also going to ask Sean, his questions or his opinions, because he's not going to maybe get as many chances to have maybe an opinion tonight. We're on question, sort of roll. We want to engage with you guys, the Harris Army, about what you guys expect from this upcoming season. But don't you worry, we'll get our opinions on this. But everybody, while you're already in here, do smash that like button. But we do have plenty prepared tonight. I am going to get to the chat in just a second here, but we do have, of course, a few questions, lined up for tonight, Sean. I don't have I can't ask you all of them. Probably have about 15 here, but I think I might ask you a few of them, just to kind of, get, the chat going here and maybe have, some opinions off the bat here. And Sean, it's an absolute pleasure to have you back as well. I mean,
thanks, mate.
My manners. Thank you for co-hosting tonight. We're going to have you on a panel as well. So again, we can get your real opinions maybe at some stage. But let's start you off with this one. 5 games, in the upcoming season: Southampton, Chelsea, Wolves, Nottingham Forest, West Ham. How many points are we getting, Sean? Are we starting off 15, top of the Premier League? Are we being a bit disappointed, maybe with something like 10, in that sort of range? Where do you think we're lying here? Because Southampton, Chelsea, maybe those could be, tougher games than we think.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, first of all, mate, great to be back, man. I appreciate you having me back on.
Sorry for my introduction rant.
That's okay. No, so I listen. I'll be honest. I'll be entirely honest, man. I'm a little bit concerned that the season's come a little bit too soon. I feel like there hasn't been enough minutes played with certain important partnerships. I feel like Bissouma and Bentancur haven't played a minute together. I feel like Longley and Perisic haven't played more than 2 minutes together, which will ultimately be, I think, the left back or the left centre back and the left wing back combo whilst Davies is out. I think that Tottenham will, the continuity, the synchronicity, the relationships, the flow, the kind of chemistry will evolve, and we will become better and better and better as the season progresses. I am concerned that if we are going to drop points, I think we're going to drop them early. And
a lot of low block teams that will be coming up against after Chelsea. When you look at it, Wolves, Bruno Lage, not known for scoring, that Bruno Lage team. Nottingham Forest, I would expect them, despite, Chris Wilder's sort of somewhat progressive football, maybe you would expect them to sit back, of course, against us. West Ham, I mean, that's what they're pretty much known for. They're also set piece, sort of, kind of masters as well. I mean, if we don't get a creative midfielder in, if we don't really fix that sort of kind of, creativity problem, from the width, kind of areas, or from the wide areas, or, through the middle, I could see us maybe dropping.
We're not going to get that done. We're not going to get whoever we bring in now, even if we do happen this week magically to get a centre back in, a right wing back, and a creative midfielder. None of those 3 are probably going to start against Southampton.
Or get
none
embedded.
Of those. Yeah. I wouldn't imagine they'll be ready for the Chelsea game either. So for me, to answer your question, of the 15 points that are available, I would bite your hand off for 10.
12. 10 or 12. Yeah. I agree. It's going to be.
And I think, unfortunately, there's a risk that we might not get that many.
I'm kind of glad that we're running into all these low block teams, one after another, because it means we could prepare for them, kind of, in advance, knowing that we're going to be coming up against this. It's not going to be a surprise, each week. But there you are, everybody. Let me know in the comments or even via super chat what you think, the points prediction here is. And we're going to be asking plenty of the panel members as well. Just 2 more questions for you quickly, Sean, and then we're going to get to the chat as well. Surprise package player of the season, maybe a bit of a positive one. Is Hill Messi, going to stick around and, maybe get us, that EFL Cup quarterfinal, like goal to get us to the semis? Is Papa Matasar going to stick around? Is Bentancur going to show the world-class, player that he's clearly showing as a preseason player. He's been unbelievable, in preseason.
No,
Who's your
I think
surprise player?
I think Longlay's going to be absolute beast. I've got it in my head. I've had it embedded in my head since about a month ago when we started to review him. I'm super pleased that he did everything that we pulled out about him and the stats, his progressive runs, his carries, his ability to cross the ball in. I think this guy is going to be absolute eye opener. I think he's going to take the Premier League by storm. As long as the fans get behind him, give him a gentle hug and say, "You're welcome," which is something he didn't have for the last couple of seasons at Barcelona. I think he's going to be the surprise package of the season.
Great answer. I think it might have taken my answer there, to be fair. He also looked pretty decent in, preseason as well. So passing the seeing eye test with what you were just saying, along with the stats. And then this one might be fun, a bit non-Spurs related, as well as, a bit Spurs related. Who's finishing inside the top 4? I'm pretty sure by now you're already kind of thinking about your Premier League table in some way or another. Your top 4, Sean, if you have it, you don't have to, of course, I'm not holding you to it, no reason for you to get punished for it or anything, but, your top 4 prediction.
I think Man City are going to win the league by a decent margin. I think they're going to take it by 12 points or more. And then I think that Tottenham are going to finish third, closer to second than they are to fourth. I think Liverpool are probably going to sneak second, and we'll be like maybe 3, 4, 5 points behind them. I think then Spurs are like clear third, and then I think Arsenal and Chelsea are going to battle it out for fourth. And I actually think, at least going on what I've seen, I actually think Arsenal are going to take over Chelsea. I think Chelsea.
Yeah, quick opinion here. Do you feel like, Chelsea, Man United, these other sort of, clubs that should be challenging for that 4th position and 3rd position with us? Do you feel like they're not like making as strong of a case as you thought they would, this summer either? Like Man United, I feel like haven't brought in that many transfers, and they, brought in a left back where they already had 2 other left backs. In the case of Chelsea, we've seen Thomas Tuchel already kind of have a bit of a Karen Klopp, sort of moment. I don't know, you know what I mean by that? It's like they're not making as convincing of a case as we thought they would in the summer.
Look, Arsenal, I wasn't that blown away
Arsenal,
with. I wasn't that blown away with the players that they signed as a name-for-name basis, but just watching them in preseason, and I know it's preseason, take it with a pinch of salt. I get it, all that, but you just have to go on what you see. And for me, they have looked like very comfortable and that they've got into their stride and they're finding some kind of wavelengths, which I don't think Tottenham have done for what it's worth. But I think Chelsea had their hearts. I've heard a lot of people saying, Chelsea can just go out there when Chelsea set their heart and their minds on a player, they go out and get it done. And I think that's like a grass is greener approach, because I think they're forgetting they got gazumped for Rafinha. They lost out on Kundi, on Kundi. They lost out on Kimpembe. Like Chelsea are getting unraveled, and the same with Manchester United, right? Manchester United put all of their eggs in the De Jong basket, and the De Jong basket has got a lot of holes in it. It's a very partially permeable membrane, shall we say? So for me, I think that like to your point, I think that Man United and Chelsea are not doing much. I think teams like Leicester, they haven't signed a single thing, and they have to let go of players to make their numbers work. I think the only threat that we have is really Arsenal, and I think Chelsea are going to drop away. So for me, I'm comfortable with my prediction that Spurs are going to finish third.
I agree with you. I agree with your assessment there. And what I find fascinating about your assessment there, it's not what people were probably thinking when the summer was just beginning. Let's say, even the 1st of July, I don't even think that's what people were probably thinking. And now it really does look like it might be, again, another battle between Spurs and Arsenal. Who knew it? But let's get to the chat here. And I do apologize, everybody. I just kind of wanted to, kind of get the brain juices going, between Sean and myself, as well as you guys in the chat here. But Joseph saying this will be fun. Come on, you Spurs. I also have a few member super chats. Might as well get to those so I don't lose them here. Art Green celebrating 4 months as a fan show member. I want to see you on, Art Green, if you are available. But you do have Friday as well, because everybody, the fan show, as we do know, 2 times a week. So if you do, if Monday doesn't work for you, you can count on Friday as well. But he says, evening, chaps. Not long to go till the start of the season. Can't wait. Come on, new Spurs. Can't wait as well, Art Green. And I have plenty of questions prepared for the whole chat, as well as for the panelists as well, to come on. So don't you worry, my man. THFC Till I Die, member for 9 months, elite member. Really appreciate you, Dermot. Says, thank you, Dave and Jack, for all you do for us. Harrison Flatcap Army, you are both Spurs legends. Well, we'll hear from Dermot later, and really do appreciate you, brother. And we'll be hearing from that absolute legend Dermot in the chat, and 9 months as well. Absolute legend. And we also have HIT Young Putty, who's become a Flat Cap member. Good to see that, my man. You're already a member of the Flat Cap Army, but he's made it official with that beautiful badge alongside that beautiful name with plenty of parentheticals in there. Good to see that, my man. Big up HIT.
With plenty of parentheticals.
One of my favorite words in the English dictionary.
That's
one
amazing.
of my favorite words. That's why I probably just had an excuse to use that there. But big up HIT. Yeah. And again, just so I don't lose these, I just want to get to them right away. And then we'll still get to the chat. Don't you worry, guys. Dark Sun G saying, bring on Southampton. We will beat them this time. Ralph Hasenhüttl, as much as, people kind of like to, I don't know. It feels like he's not well rated, but I've been one of those guys that have sort of kind of, backed Ralph for a long time. I feel like he's never gotten any sort of support at Southampton, and they probably should have been relegated a long time ago. And I think he's actually done quite well, with keeping them up. He always seems to find some month or two where he just goes on this like huge surge where, eventually they just are never considered a sort of relegation candidate. So kind of respect Ralph, despite, his annual 9-0, sort of thrashing, I do kind of respect Ralph, a bit, Dark Sun G, but hopefully we have the better of him. I think Antonio Conte as well, Dark Sun G, he's probably been pretty frustrated by, how much they've kind of figured us out. Even the first game that we played against them at their place as well was not, an easy one, as we know too. So I'm pretty sure Antonio Conte well knows that Ralph Hasenhüttl has not made it easy for him. Dark Sun G saying, I'm going with 15 points because we have a better bench than last season. So we have more players to come on to win the games. Richarlison to score versus the Blues and Wolves. That's actually two good candidates. I could see Richarlison scoring against. But Sean, have you been more impressed, from the preseason with the bench options? Because Dark Sun G has really liked that, just the fact that we do have at least flashier options on the bench, even if you don't rate them.
Last time I came on, we had an argument about Richarlison. I listen. I gotta be true to my opinion. I gotta stand with it. Right. I'm not a fan of Richarlison. I don't think and I haven't seen much from him. I hope I'm wrong. But I'm not going to change my opinion to suit the environment.
In that case, then, that's welcome. In that case, let's say you'll probably see Longley on the bench. You'll see a Basuma, a Skip, or a Højbjerg, or a Bentancur, I guess. They're all interchangeable at this stage. And, Jet Spence, who's going to be sort of the wild card, sort of 8-ball of this season as well, and the fact that maybe just hopefully Spurs do bring in another attacker. And on top of that, Lucas is sort of now this hybrid right wing, right wing, left wing. And I don't know, maybe that's what I mean. The bench is looking a bit flashier.
It's definitely looking stronger, right? We've signed 5 players or 6 players that are all either bench or first team players. Obviously, I'm delighted that Foster's here because if I'm entirely honest, I'm a little bit worried with having watched the Seville game and the Roma game. And also the game against the Korean All Stars. Like Hugo Lloris hasn't had a great preseason, and last season we had to live and make do, right? And this season I think that's a little bit we've got a better option. I'm a little bit disappointed, Jack, that Jed Spence didn't get a single minute against Roma.
Yeah, me
because
too.
I don't know what that tells. Does that tell you what it tells me that Jed Spence is third choice to Conte?
That's my conclusion, John. As much as I don't want to, I was trying to come up with a very jolly answer for that one, but I just simply couldn't. I was very concerned to see him not play against Roma. Maybe it had to do with the two egos of Jose as well as Conte going at it. That they were only going to flex their best players, but just possibly shows that, Jed Spence is going to take some time, in order to bet in for Conte to really believe in him. And I even think, the experimentation with Lucas is not only because, fans sort of called for it last season and I felt like it was too risky for him, to practice it last season. But on top of that, it might be because he knew that Jed Spence was coming in. And in case Jed Spence doesn't impress him, he has something similar, in Lucas, I would say. And
then lastly, I'll just say in terms of like Basuma, I think Basuma's brilliant. I think he's going to be a world-class player. Although having said, I think that the few minutes that he's had, he's underwhelmed a little bit. But
he wasn't very Basuma-y. He wasn't looking very Basuma-y out there. Yeah,
but I wanted to see him. I really wanted to see him have some minutes with Bentancur, because I think ultimately Bentancur and Basuma are going to be the first choice too. And yet Conte's decided to give more minutes to Højbjerg than any other midfielder. And so I feel like Højbjerg is Conte's number one guy. And then right now he's trying to figure out whether it's Basuma or Bentancur that plays next to him. And that's okay. If that's what Conte wants, then so be it. But my personal view is that ultimately he'll settle on Basuma and Bentancur. But what I think he's made a mistake in, and I think he's missed a chance to allow those two to form and forge a relationship in the preseason. And I think that will ultimately be to our detriment.
Yeah, that I don't know how much I can argue with you there. As much as, I feel like I'm not too concerned at this moment in time. I could see how it could lead to that sort of, situation, certainly. But Dark Sun G, certainly that bench, I think at least, to my eyes, is looking absolutely filthy. It's looking a lot better than it did last time. At least Conte can look, at the bench and actually be a bit more satisfied instead of just turning back around with that, kind of smug face that he would then have afterwards, because I wouldn't blame him. And he had no bench options last season. And then honestly, Richarlison to score against the Blues, I think that would certainly change Sean's mind.
100%.
Especially I will use any goals against Chelsea. We are absolutely cursed.
If Richarlison gets 20 minutes and then bangs in a goal on his like professional Premier League debut, of course, I'm gonna change my mind.
Or also,
big up Dark Sun G. Love you, bro.
Any goal against Chelsea.
Anyone,
anybody that scores against Chelsea. It could be Davinson Sanchez. I might, start changing my mind, on the guy. Seriously, because we are so cursed against them. Big up Dark Sun G. Philo Coys as well, saying I think 9 points from them. 3 games, 3 wins, 2 draws. That sort of seemed like Sean's prediction there. And Sean said he'd be happy with 10 to 12 points. It seemed like maybe Sean's more, I don't know, maybe like the darker side of that answer could be 9 points, I think is what Sean, was probably alluding to.
Just only because I think that we've got so many new faces. Yeah. So many new faces, and there's just not enough. There hasn't been enough minutes. I think that Tottenham made a mistake, Jack, in going to Israel. I think that you could have squeezed in 2 games at home rather than doing the traveling, and then given a few more minutes to some players. That's the only thing I've got as a concern.
Definitely. Big up Philo, though, my man. Good to see you in the chat as well. Going to get to a few people in the chat, and I do apologize for, kind of taking my time here, but I think we had a really good chat, Sean and I, and as I think the chat seems as well to be enjoying it. While you're in here, everybody do smash that like button, of course, because we do have plenty of the OGs coming on, so don't you worry. I will get to them. Patty Higgins in the chat. Good to see you. Like I said, Joseph said this will be fun. Patty Higgins saying we're finishing 3rd. Nice to see it. We're going to close on the 30-point gap, he says. Good to see you, Robbie Keane. Moondog in the house saying, for a strange reason, I had to join again. I thought I was already a member. No worries at all, Moondog. No worries at all, my man. Welsh Gal saying, big up, lads. Not long now until we put teams to domestic and foreign on notice. Certainly, I feel like, even with this window, with the kind of the new look that Spurs are getting, maybe getting some, more fans worldwide as well, Welsh Gal. Maybe developing more of a Welsh mafia of Spurs fans. Big up. Good to see you in the chat. Mick Kermerlock, of course, always hope you're well. And Mick, really do appreciate all the support. Always in here. Tio, good to see you, my man. Donovan Osterreicher, one of the best names in the business, in the chat. How you doing, brother? Damianos, good to see you. Bobby Spurs in the house. Good to see you, my man. Welsh Gal, of course. We have Juan saying salute. Come on, you Spurs. Like that introduction, my man. Tequila, big up Irish and the flat cap. Tequila, I know just the other day, we're saying, drinking game, how many times I say sir during the watch alongs. If you haven't heard this one, I know it's only when Dave is on the panel, but you should maybe have a drinking game for how many times Dave says at the end of the day. I think you probably would maybe have, a pretty good time. You might have a pretty good evening. That's all I would say. Tequila.
You have a liver as bad as mine.
I would say maybe not tequila shot, something of a different, sort, maybe something a bit lighter, kombucha of some sort. Maybe you would still probably, be feeling it. John Stokes in the house saying, evening, Dave and Jack. I see Brentford are after Mikkel Damsgaard, just that Danish connection, 15 million euros. It's not rocket science. He's the attacking midfielder we need. Great at free kicks as well. I get that, John, but like in the same breath, we're criticizing Zaniolo for being injured all the time. Damsgaard was just injured for like a whole season, didn't score a single goal to my knowledge, in this most recent season or something like that. He was pretty much, just like really incredible in the Euros and then kind of just fell off, at least because of injury or some other reasons, whatnot. I think he's a talented player, but he did kind of fall off like since that Euros sort of moment, John. So I think we might be okay with, letting that guy slip through our hands. But that's just my opinion. But if we don't get attacking midfielder, John, I'll be proven wrong. Big up, Tala. Good to see you, though. Chris in the house. We'll be speaking to him later. Dark Sun G, just making sure I'm not missing any members, but I know there's already 210 in the house. Like I said, everybody, smash that like button. Colin Turner, good to see you. And again, everybody, I do apologize for not getting to you sooner. It's just I wanted to get Sean introduced here because, he hasn't been on the channel a while. I wanted to get his opinions in, nice and, fresh, nice and heavy. Didn't want to make him wait too long. We do have Dave in the chat as well. Martin Walton, good to see you. Aaron Dubb, hope all as well. Bjorn Wandel, one of the best names in the Harris Army as well, alongside Sergey Lempel, another great name on top of that. Good to see you, Sergey. Hope all is well, brother. Just making sure I'm not missing anybody. But we are going to get to these two super chats. To Bottom Duda saying, since the midfield starts the counter and connects the defense with the wingbacks and the attacks, I feel we need a creative midfielder as badly as we need a center back. We won't get a top four if we play like last season. Thoughts to Bottom Duda? I mean, huge one. And I'm probably going to have to save it maybe even as an extra question, for probably some of the panelists or some of the guests here tonight. But maybe to Bottom Duda, if that's okay with you, I might actually use this, for some of the, the panelists later. But creative midfielder, do we need it as much as a center back? I don't think so. As much as I think you're making a very, very, good argument here. I feel like, we've made do without a creative midfielder. Conte hasn't exactly used a creative midfielder, like a conventional creative midfielder in the past. He's found like a sort of hybrid role for them. On top of that, we have Harry Kane, who I feel like is probably the best passer in our team, regardless of any creative midfielder that we kind of bring into this team. We have a few different players who even could play that sort of creative midfield position if we were to go to the 3-5-2. On top of that, with Perisic as kind of the new left wing back, I feel like we're going to get such a dynamic and creative player out there that maybe Conte might be satisfied with just continuing to rotate between Basuma, Højbjerg, Bentancur, Skip, and those sort of kind of hardworking players. He doesn't exactly need every single player to be, a creative player. And even in that 3-4-3, I would say to Bottom Duda, the creativity doesn't exactly come through the middle. The creativity is supposed to come from out wide. But the problem is that the wingbacks weren't very creative in those out wide positions. But now that we have Perisic, potentially, the wild cards of, Doherty, Spence, and Emerson. I think Emerson's crosses have looked a bit better in preseason, but, we'll see what people think of that. I don't know. I'm a bit optimistic, but, Sean, quick thoughts on this? Because this is unbelievable question.
It's a great question. I think it's third in priority for me. Centre back is number one or number two behind right wing back. The fact that Jed Spence hasn't been given any time, the fact that we're playing Lucas Moura or testing him there, and I'm not sure if that's worked out or not in Conte's mind, but I think that against Roma, we were woeful on the right hand side. So for me, I agree. Creative midfielder is an ideal addition to the squad, but it's third priority for me. The Bottom Duta, I think a centre back is probably number one, just because it looks like Tanganga's going and so is Rodon. And so if they both of those things happen, then we've only got 5 recognised centre backs, and one of them's already injured. So for me, a centre back is key. And then after that, if you had to pick one of them, I'd go for a right wing back personally. But yeah, look, if there's enough time and enough money, yeah, 100%.
Good answer. And we're going to save this to Bottom Dude. I'm going to save this answer. So don't you worry, because I think it's a good, question, that probably, I don't even know if I have as good of a question, even prepared. So we're going to have to save that to Bottom Dude. Really appreciate the support, my man. Really, really generous as well. Crocodile saying, do you think people are judging the window by their dream signings over the manager's choice? Just saw on Twitter that Conte didn't want Maddison, and it's interesting to see people's responses. I did just say this in the comments of flatcapeurotalk today to somebody, Crocodiles, where the guy was like, well entitled to not rate, Zaniolo. I think that's totally okay. But, saying, why are Spurs, missing out yet again on a player like Maddison? I just like, listen, like there's a lot of, kind of quotes coming out to suggest that Paratici as well as Conte seem to really like Zaniolo, and they're not as sold on Madison. And it's just, you're put in that situation where maybe us Spurs fans know that Madison is a much better player for this team. We might think that he's, is a much better fit for that 3-5-2 and whatnot, but it's not really how Paratici or clearly even Conte sees it. Because I've seen a few different articles suggesting that, Conte really does actually like Zaniolo. And at one stage, even in the Serie A, that he kind of did keep his eye on him and kind of wanted him. But I don't know. It's probably a bit disappointing because I don't think he's as good a fit as Madison is. I feel like Madison is more the perfect sort of kind of fit for what we're looking for in that 3-5-2. Whereas Zaniolo is kind of a guy that fits a variety of different positions, but I don't know if he's really excelled, yet in, a position, of any of the ones that, he's tried out. Whereas Madison, like, you just know where you can slot him in and he'll, bring exactly what we were looking for, especially in that game against Roma, where we were really struggling, it was really crying out for a player like Madison Crocodile. But I don't know. I feel like I hate to be the breaker of bad news here. It feels like, Paratici nor Conte seem to like Madison, and they seem to like Zaniolo according to the reports. But yeah, I don't know. Any quick answer to that, Sean, or do you feel like I covered it there?
Yeah, you've covered it. All I would say is I don't think that there's any point in spending. If it's the ultimate catch-22. If you're going to spend 60 million on someone like Richarlison, you hope he's going to play enough games to justify it. If you're going to spend 60 million on Madison or whatever it's going to cost, you hope he plays enough games to justify it. And when you're playing someone who doesn't fit into a 3-4-3 but fits more into a 3-5-2, I don't know if he's going to play as much. Whereas a Zaniolo probably does fit better into a 3-4-3 than a 3-5-2. So, and then can also make the adjustment. So yeah, but you basically covered it, boy.
All right, appreciate that. Big up Crocodiles, though, and I really appreciate the generous one, a really thought-provoking one as well. And then finally, Dark Sun G saying, I'm looking forward to Kulu, Bentancur, and Cudi Romero full season. And honestly, Dark Sun G, I don't know if saw my sort of rating of the preseason, but I did say that, Spurs have a few new bodyguards, and even if you don't rate the Richarlison signing, at least we got a 60 million pound bodyguard put into that team, for all the scuffles. It feels like we have like a formidable defense of, shithouse bodyguards in this team. I'm really honestly just loving it because Kane and Son are almost like in the back of, the crew. You have Højbjerg, trying to get to the front, Romero and Richarlison are already up there. Emerson's trying to storm. It's just so many shithouses on the team now. It's just beautiful to see, Dark Sun G. But everybody, we are going to get to the guests here, and we are going to start with the Godfather, of course, and I am going to apologize for making him wait a bit long, but we have plenty of people in the chat, and I did want to get to them as well, as we have plenty of things to talk about. But no further stalling. The Godfather, good to see you. Philip, how we doing?
Hi, gents. How are you?
Good, Phil. Yeah. How are you, mate?
I'm good. Yeah, good. Looking forward to the weekend. Get started again. Yeah, a bit concerned since the Roma match. Some of the negativity on Twitter has been off the charts. I'm just going to read you one that I spotted there today now. I'm not saying this is representative of it, but there's quite a few like it. I am done with Conte. Signing boring players and playing boring football. Hope he gets sacked along with Paratici.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
It's a bit premature, you could say.
5 days from the start of the season.
How many likes did he get?
Let's see. 3.
Oh,
thank God.
Philip, if you wanted that tweet to get more attention, you could just turn to Fraud Sport because they're probably talking about it, as well. Because I know you try to avoid those channels, but they're probably coming up with similar predictions there. They want to see Spurs, fail. But Philip, I have so many different, prediction, kind of sort of questions prepared for you. So you're going to have to get, kind of the, the thinking juices going here. Are you all right with starting with this one that's already on screen here? Who's finishing inside the top 4? Give me your top 4.
City, Liverpool, Spurs, and Chelsea. Stroke Arsenal. I don't know. It's the 4th place is going to be between Chelsea and Arsenal. I think for Chelsea, the bubble has burst. I think the Abramovich money is no longer there. I don't think they can ring them up and tell them I want 50 million for a player anymore. I think those days are gone. Their manager seems to be fighting with himself at the moment, as well as everybody else. So no, I would say I would love to say Spurs higher than 3rd, but I can't honestly see us cracking Liverpool and City this season, because they just from watching them on Saturday there, they just look too strong, especially Liverpool, I have to say. City were vulnerable again. Like City are slow starters, and they showed it again there on Saturday. So, yeah, I think we're going to be third place. I don't think Man United are going to feature. I think they're going to be struggling. And I think a surprise package that could be in top 6, top 7 is Newcastle.
Feels like, Ten Hag's not getting what he wants over there, Philip, because at first I was, a bit afraid, of that, revolution that's going on over there. But I feel like he's not getting any signings. I'm not too worried.
Yeah, well, I think he's got his own problems. I think unless he's sorted out that dressing room, I mean, they might as well have 3 different dressing rooms for all the cliques that are in that club. And the ego, the Portuguese guys, the French guys, and the other guys. That's really the English guys. That seems to be the way it was in United. The fact they've got rid of Pogba might be a help, but Ronaldo hasn't helped the situation by throwing his toys out of the pram again.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. I don't want to talk about them. What about Spurs?
Where will Spurs finish then, Philip? Let's get there. I think you.
I'll go third.
Second or third.
Yeah, third. I'll go third. Would love to see it higher, but I would go third.
And is that just because you feel like Liverpool and Man City just might be a bit too much this season? Coming into things, will we just maybe slip points like Sean said, maybe in games that we just don't want to? And how do you see us being in third and maybe not second?
I mean, how far were we? We're 25 points out behind them last season. Can you honestly see any team making up that difference in one season? I can't really. I mean, Liverpool would have won the league with that number of points most years. Didn't. Yeah. So I can't see that happening. But I'm interested to look at the first 3 fixtures that we've got. And if you think back to last season, we got beaten at home by Southampton and Wolves in the space of 4 days.
Yeah. And Chelsea away.
And Chelsea away. And Chelsea twice more in January. So it's very interesting that those games have been thrown up. Now, there's 2 ways this could work. We can lay the demons by beating all 3 of them, or we can go back to the old ways and lose again. Now, I don't think that's going to happen, especially against Southampton and Wolves. I think Chelsea is the marker game for me. If we can go to Stamford Bridge and do what we rarely do, let's face it, we rarely win at Stamford Bridge. If we could do that, that puts down a marker for the rest of the team. It lays the bogey for Wolves and Southampton. And I think, being realistic, I'm going to be realistic and say we'll get 12 points from the first 4 or 5 games. Wow. And I think the one that we'll slip up with again is probably going to be Chelsea, unfortunately, because it seems to be a mental block when we go to that place. We were abject there last season.
Phil, do you think
about these? Yeah, Sean. Sorry.
No, go on, Jack. Go on.
No, believe me, I ask all the questions. Give your question, Sean.
Phil, do you think we've improved on our squad? That the squad that finished the season versus the squad we have now? Would you agree that we've improved?
Absolutely, we have.
And would you agree that there is a bedding in period to have 5 new players join? 6 new players join the first team squad. Is there not a concern, just like a bedding in period, right? So, and my question, if you agree with both of those, is what comes first, right? Like if we're better than where we were, but we have to factor in the bedding in period, do you think that we've had enough time to figure that out before Southampton on Saturday?
I don't think any club has had enough time this season, the way things have gone in the pre-season, with the World Cup, with the season starting early and the World Cup coming up. I think what we have got, and which we didn't have last season, we've had a Conte pre-season. And that's why he wanted the majority of those players in early. And he's had 5 of them in early. Okay, Spence was the latest one to come there. Yeah. So they've had they mightn't have had practice matches and matches against good opposition as much as we'd like to have had them done. But they've had the behind closed doors sessions. They've had Conte's instructions. They've had the training sessions at Hotspur away, which is, half as good nearly as a match. Not as good as a match, but half as good as a match. So from that point of view, I don't think the bedding in period will take as long. And my worry is we do need another centre-half. That's without a doubt. Yes. And that's where I think there's going to be a delay in getting that.
Yeah.
Because there's nobody been mentioned just at this moment. Okay, there's rumours. Nothing strong. So I can see us doing the old Levy trick of not getting the centre back in until maybe the last week of the window.
And would you be okay with that? Would you be okay with that centre back being, like a Longley Davies, like where it's difficult to tell yet who's better? Would you be okay if the guy we brought in was like, we don't know if he's that much better than Dyer or not? Like, or are you demanding that it's someone that's like that immediately puts Dyer down to squad level status?
Well, I mean, okay, we've got Langley is a ball playing centre back. Romero's a ball playing centre back. The likes of Milenkovic, who's 6'11", or a bit of a height, he's huge, isn't really a ball playing centre back, but he's dominant in the air. So I think that's what we need. We don't need 3 ball playing centre backs. We need 2 of them, or 1 or 2 of them, and we need a rock.
Somebody who can win a header.
Somebody who's going to head the ball away when he put his life in danger by heading the ball away. Instead of our boys on Saturday standing looking at it as it came into the box.
It's even Romero's one weakness, Phil. His one weakness is even, aerials, sort of duels.
Well, possibly. Not that tall, I suppose. So we got a good big centre back, and then they work it out which permutation they use between them. But I see our back 3 for most of the season being Romero, Longley, and another, with the rest of the lads being the backup.
But you would be okay with whoever the guy is that we bring in. Would you be okay if it turned out that the guy was equity to Eric Dyer, or do you really demand that it's someone who, I know Bremer's gone, but you know what I mean? Like, do you want to spend big money on it?
There's no point in signing in the player that's only equal to Eric Dyer. We need to improve on him.
Okay.
So the player is going to have to be a better player. And the problem there is a lot of them have either stated their case they're just happy where they are, or they've already been transferred.
Yeah.
There's not that many left. Okay, there's what you call him, Skriniar. He's always mentioned.
De Vrij.
That's the only one I think we'd all love, but that seems to be gone very quiet. So, like the centre back we will get him. I have no doubt. Like if we can all recognise the need for another centre back, you can be damn sure Paratici and Conte have recognised it by 10 times. They'll know they're ahead of the pack by a mile. So they will hopefully get this guy in, and who it is, I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see.
They must have it. They must have it organised. If Rodon's already signing for Rennes and Tanganga is going to go somewhere else, they must have somebody lined up. They must do.
They're not going to be foolish enough that those 2 guys go with no replacement lined up. It would be madness to do that. And I don't think, from what we've seen, they don't operate that way. They're not in the bag over their head or throwing a dart at the dart ball blindfold to see what they hit. They've got somebody lined up. And hopefully, the only thing is they hopefully they get him, because these 2 boys Rodon's already gone. It's been announced he's gone to Rennes.
Yeah.
Tanganga is on the verge of going to Milan. So we've got to have somebody in mind and get them in as quick as possible. But I'm not expecting anything before Saturday. I don't think we'll have anybody before Saturday.
Take you through more predictions here, Philip, potentially. Any more, because I do have, things like maybe surprise, package of the season, or maybe we could do even, Spurs top goal scorer in the Prem, in all comps, Well,
the surprise package, I mean, I think it's Longley is the one I'm most hopeful is going to be, because he came there with, people were writing him off before he even signed for us, because he made a couple of mistakes for Barcelona over the years, From what I saw of him on Saturday there and saw him against Rangers, he looks a good player, But I think the player that might surprise us all, and we shouldn't be surprised because he's done it everywhere else he's been, is Perisic.
Yeah,
I think he is going to be a source of goals and assists from the left-hand side, whether he plays, wing back or at the back. I think he's going to be one that's going to be a revelation for us. And
I said he would get more than 10. I think my bold prediction was you get more than 10 goal contributions in the Prem alone, like whether that be 6 goals, 4 assists, 5 goals, 5 assists. I have a feeling he might, come up with something like that.
I think so.
10 goals.
He had a couple of shots there against Roma, and I'll tell you one thing, they weren't very far off, and the power that guy has in his shot. He is, like, to me, he should have taken the free kicks now, himself and Son.
The fact that we even are seeing a fullback shooting from there too, Philip, the fact that the fullback even wants to shoot it from there is also crazy.
It's good to see it. It's good to see it. Although on the downside, I'm also reading today regarding the midfield, but that it was Emerson Royale was responsible for Oliver Skipp's injury. And
I saw that as well. It was nasty as well, wasn't it?
It may be a fracture.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
It's a bad tackle in training, So, okay, you like to see players getting stuck in training, but not injuring our own. That's really shooting ourselves in the foot.
Yeah, even Lamella, to our knowledge, has avoided that to the best of our knowledge. But yeah, that is disheartening. When it comes to I do have another one. How far are we going into the UCL, Philip? The Champions League. Is it a surprise package there, going all the way to the final?
Ask me when the group stage has been drawn. Okay, I'm going to say we should get out of the group. We're going to be second seeds, so we should get out of the group. That's no doubt about it. But after it's really a lottery until we see who we're actually playing against, and who our potential opponents would be in the knockout stages. It's really, really tricky. I'm going to say we'll go quarterfinal at least. But that's again, we could go better than that. It just depends on the games that we get. In the round of 16, I'll be hopeful we get further than that, because let's face it, by the time the Champions League group stage is over, our team is going to be well bedded down. But again, the problem we're going to have this year, as every club is the World Cup is going to break up the continuity.
Yeah,
we could be flying it by the middle of November, and suddenly the World Cup takes a break. We get players out to Qatar. They get injured. We come back, and the whole thing is fragmented.
Yeah,
it's like 2 seasons in one. We'd be starting a season twice.
Yeah,
and that I don't like. That I don't like.
And that's the same for every team, though, right? So it's a variable, and the fewer variables that we have to contend with, the better. When you're in a team that's in a transition period, that's hopefully going to to transfer where we've finished to where we can go. But I agree with you. It's going to be a distraction and a disruption for sure.
If we were, if it was last season, Philip, and we were in the Champions League, I kind of would have wanted to be in that group, with Leipzig, PSG, and Man City. That would have been a lot of fun. Every Champions League week would have been, spectacular. But knowing that, this season, like you said, the World Cup is involved, and we're trying to get a trophy and we're trying to finish in third, there's a lot of moving parts here. I probably would take 3 Sheriff, FCs, and 3, Benficas. I would take the easiest group possible.
The only thing I'll say is last season, the way we were in the conference, we couldn't even beat Mura of Slovenia, who are our local team here. St. Pat's actually beat them last week.
Yeah, our European, form is actually not very good. That is, despite the signings, the European form is not strong.
No, last season wouldn't have been good in the Champions League, I don't think. It really wouldn't have been,
No, maybe not meant for us. Last question, maybe Philip of the evening. Will we grab a trophy, and which one, if you say yes?
I'd love to see us win the FA Cup, because that is the cup that we were most associated with. Up to 91, we were the record holders of the FA Cup, number of wins. So I would hope that the FA Cup, I'll take anything. I'll take the Carabao Cup either, but league title would be the best one. But no, I think the FA Cup, purely for the history, and it's 31 years since we won it. That is the longest Spurs have ever gone without winning the cup, I think. We even remember we won it in 1921, didn't win it again to 1951. We've gone past that now. So it's time we won the FA Cup.
Yeah, and all the younger Arsenal fans are bragging, about their FA Cup. So might as well, grab an FA Cup just
Please
so
don't
that.
Start me on the latest in the Arsenal fan was when the ladies won, the English ladies won the European Championship yesterday. And fair dues to them. I mean, the fact that German's best player got injured in the warm up was really a piece of luck for them. But when they won the game, they suddenly turned it round that Harry Kane was to blame for England not winning the European Championship last season, conveniently forgetting that it was their lad that missed the penalty. I just kind of get around the logic of that. How could Harry Kane be to blame when it was Bakary Saka that missed the penalty? It's just unbelievable. And they're also saying that Spurs wouldn't have won the ladies if there be any, or England wouldn't have won the ladies if there was any Spurs players in the team. They're really scraping the barrel now. They really are. It's.
And a question from David, who's in the chat, Philip, since you're already, kind of on this point anyway, any, recent pundits, that have kind of, annoyed you recently,
No, I haven't been watching Sky Sports today, so they haven't annoyed me, so.
There you are, David.
No doubt they will by the end of the week, but no, not just at the moment, No.
He's kept his ears clean. He's kept his ears clean, by the looks of it. David, there you are. Philip, pleasure as always. Really appreciate you coming on. And
Okay,
you know,
Sean,
good
see you,
talking to you.
Jack.
Love
All
your
the best.
predictions, and
See you, mate.
we'll hopefully see you soon. And you know, maybe see you on a panel sometime this week, because we're going to need, you know, the fire, and we're going to need, you know, the pump up, you know, going into this week.
Oh yeah, I'm around every day, every night except Tuesday. So there you
Love
go.
it.
Right.
All right, see you
See
soon,
ya.
Philip.
All the best.
Catch
Bye.
ya.
See you,
Bye.
mate.
Everybody, big up the Godfather in the chat. Show him a bit of love. Good person to start off with, but we're going to keep on rolling, everybody. We're going to move on to, I believe, our second in line, if I'm not mistaken, is Chris. Yes, of course, it is Chris. How we doing, Chris?
Evening, lads. Evening.
What's happening, Chris boy?
What's happening, Sean? You gonna take it easy on me?
Depends what you say, bro. Depends what you say.
Well, we'll soon see, won't we?
Would you like, you know, Sean to start you off, Chris, or would you rather I start you off? You know,
Right.
because it seems like
Stop asking the questions then. let me annoy Sean with the first answer.
I don't know where this
Where's
worry's
first
coming
finishing,
from. I'm not
Chris?
sure what I've done to give
he's
you.
done
the
this to
Third.
me with the Winks. You know, he thinks I'm a Winks fan. You know, Sean, you just have to
Jack-
play along.
Jack's
You
too
can't
early
win
for
with
that.
him. You can't win with him. You can't win.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll finish the third. We're gonna Man
Okay.
City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, or Man United.
Man United, you think might pop in there?
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Ten Hag's the new manager. He might have time with them. You never know. It's either Man United, but it's three teams: Man United, Arsenal, or Chelsea. But I'd rather see Man United than Arsenal.
Yeah. And are you a bit worried, or not worried, but you know, Thomas Tuchel looking a bit more like, you know, Karen Klopp? You know, is that, you know, maybe something that factors into your decision?
Do you know what? I'm actually sick of hearing Karen Klopp complaining already, and it's not even the start of the season yet.
But now we have two German managers, you know, crying and complaining, you know, which is, you know, maybe one too many, I would say.
They're still crying over yesterday's result with England's women. That's all. Don't worry about it.
Was the England's women's manager German?
Dutch.
Oh, she Dutch.
She's
Dutch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She won it in 2017
They
with
looked
Holland.
really similar, yeah. The
Yeah,
managers,
yeah.
they looked really
I was
similar.
like, that's like Jurgen Klinsmann's wife or something. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, but as I said, I think for us, it's a third finish. We won't win it. Man City will win that league. They're maybe about 15, 16 points ahead.
This has been a good question. This has been a good question. You know, how many points are we grabbing here? You know, Chris.
See,
you can go game by game if you want.
If I was greedy, I would say 13 out of 15, where we just drop, where we win the 4 and then drop 2 points against Chelsea. But that's if I'm being greedy. Being realistically, 10. Realistically, 10 points.
I was Sean.
If I'm realistically honest, 10. If I'm greedy, 13 out of 15.
Which player, mate, do you?
Yes.
I'm going to flip the switch. I'm going to flip the switch on Jack's earlier question.
Yo,
you know,
go
Jack's
ahead.
got the question of like who's going to be the upshot, who's going to be the surprise. I'm gonna like 180 it and say not necessarily a new player, but which player in the squad do you think is going to underwhelm, disappoint, not because of injuries, just because of not fitting the script, not fitting the system? Which player
Emerson.
are you worried about? Emerson, yeah.
Emerson.
Okay.
Come on,
Easy answer, yeah. Easy answer for you. Yeah.
Come on, he probably played skip leg in training. The fuck, man? He done skip leg in training. Come on, what's he doing?
Well, at the same time, though, I've seen lots of news reports saying that Conte's been saying bravo to him for his
he's putting
crossing.
Sonny in wheelbarrows, you know, Chris.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta like that.
He's been learning to cross, bro. He's been spending some time with the ball
Yeah,
machine and just
for
smashing
sure.
the right foot.
But sure, you're not supposed to be kicking our players up in the air.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
True. That's true.
The new
You're
Winks
supposed
is
you're supposed to wait till Saturday to kick up James Ward-Prowse up in the air or someone, not Skip.
I wonder what Romero's like in training. Because Romero in pre-season goes 150%, right? So I wonder what Romero's like in training. Do you think he takes on Richarlison in like little one-on-ones and then like?
Yeah, I think Richarlison's apologised to Romero after all the comments. But no, but you know what though? You see when Romero went into that altercation with the Roma player, it was good to see Richarlison fly over to stop the trouble before he kicked off any further.
Yeah,
because that was good to see Romero back to his usual standards, being a beast.
He was an absolute beast in that game, mate. Like, he doesn't give a shit, does he?
Do you know what? That's what I want.
He doesn't care what stage of the season it's in. He wants to tackle people.
So that's what I want to see from our defense, though. I don't want them to be pussies and not put a foot in a tackle.
All right, well, he looked like Bentancur, one of those players that was ready right away for me. I don't know about you, Sean.
That's what I want to
from the moment he took his touch in Korea. His first touch in Korea, I felt like Bentancur. I was like, yeah, he could start the season tomorrow. Yeah. And Romero's the same way. Kane and Son looked the same way. But only 3 or 4 players I could give that sort of tag to.
Jack, that's what I want to see from our team. That aggression. Not take their foot out of tackles.
Chris, but no, like Romero's so world class. I feel like, Chris, that genuinely he looked like from his first touch in preseason, like he was just like, I could start the season. I could play Southampton tomorrow.
I'm ready.
You know, sort of like thing where I feel like Højbjerg clearly showed he needed to get some mistakes out. You know, the Sanchez is getting all the mistakes out, hopefully, while he can. And Dyer's getting all the mistakes out while he can. There are a lot of players that you could not give that tag to that, you know, looked like they were ready right away.
Great. Clark Chris is on the wing. William, we're going to fall out with him, Kelly. We're really going to fall out. We are really going to fall out.
Chris, let me ask you this, right? So someone asked me this question earlier, and I thought it was a really interesting question. You know how, like, we a lot of people are like, we need to sign players to convince Conte to stay. We need to sign great players to convince Harry Kane or Sonny that we're going places. Do we need to sign somebody to play next to Romero, who is of that level up?
Yeah,
to convince Romero that the defense is not going to be entirely dependent and reliant on him. And there's somebody else there. Are we at risk of losing Romero in a season or two's time to a bit bigger club coming in and saying, Christian, cutie, come over here, man. Like, we take defense seriously.
It's all John. That question's difficult because it's all dependent on how the team progresses. But when you've got the likes of Dyer and Sanchez here next to you, Romero's looking at it like, shit, I'm gonna have to do all the work to cover their mistakes. Because we know Sanchez is going to fall over at some point. We know Dyer's going to turn his back on the ball. We know the mistakes are going to be made. We know that. So Romero might look at it in a different way depending on how the season goes.
Yeah.
Hopefully he thinks, we've got a chance of making top 4 every year for the next, say, 5 years and maybe win some trophies along the way and have success. But it could turn the other way where, right, I've had enough, I'm out the door.
Yep.
It all depends on what Paratici and Conte do and bring that defender in. We do need somebody like a Milenkovic or someone in that defense.
You'd be happy with Milenkovic, would you?
Yeah, I would. I would. Or a Skriniar or someone along that caliber, or a De Vrij who's good enough.
Because I just want someone who's good in the air, Chris. I just want someone who can win
exactly.
Genuinely, like I would sacrifice that ball playing ability as long as I know they could win a header and be like that Dawson guy, you know, for West Ham, you know, someone like that who's just like a general threat.
Yeah, somebody who can actually header the ball and not turn their back on the ball when the ball's coming towards them. Because that was the mistake on Saturday again against Roma, a set piece. They just turned the back on the ball.
Yeah.
And it's just like, we've seen this mistake over and over again.
How little do our center backs never score from set pieces either, Chris? So it'd be nice to have a center back that we could actually look at that we know could score from set pieces. How many times did we watch Rudiger for Chelsea, you know, like bail them out with like some sort of header? How many times do we see, of course, West Ham, who rely entirely on
Robertson from Liverpool, same as well.
Yeah, we need a center back who can even bail us out, you know, with a header. You know, that would be nice.
It would be, but the problem is we've got centre backs who rather just turn their back on the ball, which is a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate issue with our defence, because it's the same mistake week in, week out with them. One of them will make a hell of a mistake and either slip over like Sanchez does, or Dyer will turn his back on the ball, and then we can see it. And we'll probably be dominating the game, and there'll be that one mistake that costs us. Because we didn't play poorly on Saturday. The first half we were all over the place. Second half we greatly improved, which is another issue with the team which needs to be addressed as well. Because it's all very well playing brilliantly in the second half, but the first half counts as well.
Yeah, good point there.
Because the first half, we were shocking. Yeah. We were just all over the place. Højbjerg had a stinker of a game on Saturday.
I don't think he had one good game in the preseason.
No, I don't think he has. I have to say he's underwhelmed. He's underwhelmed, to be honest with you. I can see it being Basuma and Bentancur starting Saturday.
This is the thing, though. Like Basuma and, Sean brought this up, at one stage, Sean, maybe I'll let you, take this way. Basuma, maybe because of the COVID, that he recently had, that was, reported to be the case, but just wasn't very Basuma-y.
Yeah, he wasn't. For me, I don't know how long he got, like 30, 40 minutes. He came on like shortly into the second half. In the first, he played in the first half.
He started against Roma, and then he had 30 minutes
against Villarreal. Oh, Rangers, sorry.
Yeah, Rangers.
For me, against Roma, in the first 30 minutes, he was literally anonymous. Like he was just running around, and the ball was just passing him by.
Yeah, but Sean, on the same part, you've got to look at Højbjerg as well. He was exactly the same. He has the ball at his feet, and it's just a misplaced pass, a misplaced tackle, and it was just constant the whole first half. It was just littered with mistakes.
Yeah, but Chris, I think if you were to look at like FB Refs or SofaScore or one of those stats, that if they actually compiled the player-for-player stats on the they don't, but if they did, I think you would see Højbjerg was on the ball like 70, 80 times he touched the ball during the game. Right? It might not have necessarily translated into much, but in the first 45 minutes,
I see where it comes from.
Basuma touched the ball about 12 times, mate. He was literally running around, and the ball was getting passed around him. He was anonymous, and I was like, what's going on? This isn't the Basuma that I know and love.
But we've still got to take into the fact as well that COVID and everything else that's gone around.
Yeah, I agree.
So he may not still be not 100% fit.
Yeah,
but
of course. And I have zero issues with. I know he's going to be an absolute superstar. Sorry, Chris.
The only reason I brought it up because of Chris's starting midfield, he went for Basuma and Bentancur. So that's why I kind of brought you in there.
I agree with you. That's my first choice too. But they haven't played a minute. They haven't kicked the ball together.
Sean, for me, I can't see the way Højbjerg has played over this preseason. So underwhelming. So underwhelming. It's like
I agree with you. He's been, although he's been trying to do these little dinky balls, hasn't he? The little lofted through ball thing into the area.
But he's not Perisic. You can do that.
I agree. No, I agree. I don't want him to do that. That's not his
That's not his. Yes, stick what you're good at and just stick a tackle in and not make a mistake. He's trying to do what Dyer does and put that long ball over the top, where sometimes it succeeds, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. Well, we need somebody that's, if it's not Højbjerg and it's not Basuma and it's not Bentancur and it's not.
He played a few sexy one of those last season, though.
He did.
Højbjerg. I'll let Højbjerg away with it because he played a few sexy, and even the one to Bentancur to get us going against Norwich.
Against Norwich, he did it. Yeah.
He played that over the top to Bentancur, his own partner.
So, Jack, does that mean then that Højbjerg is the creative of the two? Is that what we're thinking?
Well, this is why we want Basuma, though, to replace Højbjerg, because as much as we all love Højbjerg, we want Basuma to sort of show why he's a top 4 midfielder, like legitimately.
Yeah, but Jack, you got to look at it the same way. Yeah? Bentancur plays it in a simpler way, but he plays it through the channels and gets it accurate and on target, where he just plays a simple ball and it cuts through the midfield.
I think he's the best under pressure. I think Bentancur is the best under pressure. Like when we play against Liverpool as well as Man City, I want Bentancur in the midfield.
Yeah.
Højbjerg tries something and 9 times out of 10 probably won't work.
That's harsh. But to be harsh to you, William Kelly is saying sometimes the truth hurts, Chris. You need a hug.
William, just because you love Winky, it's not my fault, mate. I know how much it hurts, William, that Winky's leaving us. I know it hurts, mate. I know. Don't worry. Jack feels your pain as well. Don't worry, Will.
Love can hurt like this.
And then also your mate.
My earphones.
Pick up William Kelly. Really appreciate it, man. And also your brother Dark Sun G is saying, I'm looking forward to Spurs' games being shown often this season, even though I'm in Korea. I remember last season our matches were barely shown. I love that we have fighters in our team now. Trust the Don. He's going to bring in a center back, Chris. Is the Don going to bring in a center back? Can you confirm that for Dark Sun G?
I'm 95% certain that centre backs coming in because he's not going to be stupid enough to send 2 centre backs out on loan without having replacement in. Not Paratici's not that stupid. Nor's Conte.
I think tier 1 Chris Source, we're bringing in another center back there because Chris,
I don't know who it's going to be. I don't know who it's going to be, but it's good. It's evident we're going to bring a centre back in because Paratici and Conte ain't releasing 2 centre backs without having a replacement there, leaving themselves short.
And also,
only somebody like Steve Hitchen would do that. Paratici and
also,
Conte. No.
And Dark Sun G, Chris, he gets to see less of, Harry Winks probably, now that, more games are going to be shown in Korea. This is actually probably the perfect season for Dark Sun G, to see more Spurs games because there's less of those players or fewer of those players, he doesn't want to be seeing on a screen.
Thank God for that. See, but the thing is, we still got them there and they're still picking up a wage, which is a bit of an issue. We still need to offload those players. We still need to offload Gio. We still need to offload Reguilon. Offload then Dombele and Wings. Their players are still taking up a wage, even though they've already been told they've no future at the club for them. So unless something drastically changes, we won't see them anyway. So it's not a big deal.
Yeah, and Dark Sun G, I do love that we have fighters in our team. Like I told you before, we have an assembly of bodyguards. We have bodyguards in this team now.
We've got a lot stronger bench than we did last year. Last year, Conte was looking at the bench thinking, right, who the hell am I going to bring on? Now he's got options. But I want to see Langley starting on Saturday as well. That's who I do want to see starting on Saturday.
Do you think he will start?
I hope so.
Do you think he will?
I hope so. I really hope he does. I think he may. I
know you can only hope. He can't predict, Sean. You can only hope.
Sean,
you asked him to reassure Dark Sun G there was centre back coming in. Reassure me that he's starting, Chris. Come on,
Sean. I'll have a look at my crystal. Sean, I'll tell you what. I'll have a look at my crystal ball and I'll tell you.
Let me know, bro. Let me know.
That crystal ball told me that I was a Winks lover, Chris. So I wouldn't really, believe too much into it.
Right? Yeah. The crystal ball's Sean's saying for you. Yeah, Langley's starting on Saturday.
Nice. Do we know how long? Do we know how long Davies back for the Chelsea game, or is he going to be out for that? Do we know?
They said that he could be back for the Southampton, but I highly doubt it. No, if he does come back Saturday, he'll be on the bench. I can't see them risking him straight away.
Yeah,
there you are.
But I think he may. I think he may be back for Chelsea. I think Ben Davies will be back for the Chelsea game.
There you are. Well, Longley might be starting in his first, Premier League game, of the season. We'll see how he does. I think it'll be interesting. Get something different.
Sorry, Chris, before you say something, let me ask this. If it's a choice between Sanchez and Longley, obviously you want Longley. If it's a choice between Davies and Longley for Chelsea, who do you want in that position?
I would actually go with Longley because Longley, I think he's got more to his game than Davies has, to be fair. Okay. In his passing attributes and his movement forward. You see the movement against Roma.
That was good.
He was amazing when he came on. All the doubters, the ones who moaned when we signed him on loan, hadn't watched him play, only listened to the rumours of how he's a couple of poor games for Barcelona. But they haven't actually given him a chance. So those ones who've complained, just give him a chance and see.
No, definitely. Maybe to make even David happy, I think David, in an ideal scenario, would go Longley, Davies, Romero. I think he would go. He seems
to be
very upset with Mr. Moon Boots.
I think David could have a point there. That could actually work.
Longley through the middle.
Yeah, and Romero and Davies.
I don't think that will work at all. Personally, he's not good enough in the air.
I'm only kind of. I don't know if he's really. That role is so weird, as well. Like we don't really know even what
could work
in that middle center back.
But it's the other one with Lucas right wing back. It can work, but the problem is his tracking back is not that great.
Yeah, and maybe
I think the middle of your three needs to be like a stalwart, like somebody who's just solid.
Yeah,
like,
but
it's a Milenkovic or somebody like that, or De Vrij, somebody who, if you happen to be able to pass the ball long, all good. But you need to be able to organize your back three. You need to be able to command, lead, communicate, all those things. And I don't think Longley, he may have that. I haven't heard that he has those attributes or assets. Maybe he does, but for me, I know he speaks English, which is great, but I want the guys in the middle to be someone who's like doing this half the time. like, this is the line, guys. This is the line. Shouting and screaming. And for me, Eric Dyer does that. He might not be a great as we would love him to be, but he can. The two things he can do really well is communicate, and he's a leader of the three. So,
see, Sean, I've always said about Dyer, you'll probably get 75 minutes of him having a solid game, but there's that 15-minute period where anything can happen.
Yeah, I get it, and I make you right about all of the things when he turns his head on the shots. Nobody's perfect at the level that we have. There's like, if you had like a Vidic or somebody who just stands there and like hit me in the face if you have to, and he can lead, and he can communicate, and he can head, and he can tackle. If we had someone like him or a Virgil van Dijk, then of course that's the peak. That's what you're aiming for. We don't have that, right? So for me, Eric Dyer fills the role of the middle of the three better than Longley.
Sure, the only one player I would say I saw that. The only player I could say I saw do that last season, putting their body on the line with the shots, was actually Ben Davies. I think he blocked more shots in defence than any other centre-back. And that's when Garth Conte came in and put him in the back three.
Who's that? Sorry, say again.
Ben Davies. Ben Davies
saying the best blocker of, kind of the back three.
Someone on Twitter threw out like the highlight reel of Ben Davies last season, which earned him the contract. And I'd forgotten like it was a 5-minute reel, and like 40% of it, I'd forgotten the little moments of him getting involved.
Game-saving tackles.
Game-saving tackles. Yeah.
He put most of the major blocks in last season. He covered for more guys' mistakes than Romero did, to be fair.
Yeah. I get it.
So,
I get it.
But at the end of the day, we do need to replace Dyer and we do need to replace Sanchez. And that's just a harsh fact.
Big up, Dark Country. Really appreciate it, brother. Dave, this is what he's saying about Dyer, Dave. He said he wouldn't communicate if he was in an interview room.
If it was a police interview room, you wouldn't want him to communicate. You want him to say,
plead the fifth.
Plead the fifth.
That's a fair comment from David, I have to say.
I thought Dave was a fan of Dyer. No? Am I right?
Sean, don't say that. Don't say it. Sean, don't say that.
Because last season, the three of us were always like, or maybe it was mainly me. Maybe it's me that was waxing lyrical about his ability to communicate in many languages and all that stuff.
Sean, I think that was you. I don't think it's David.
The languages thing, Dave was like, it seemed like Dave, seemed to be boiling over that for some time. Wasn't really hiding or showing his true feelings about that until these preseason sort of kind of blunders.
Fair enough.
Dave seems to be very upset now that Eric Dyer has even bothered, to learn other languages. Kidding, Dave. Kidding.
Oh, fair enough, Dave. I didn't know how you really felt, bro.
He doesn't think he's a good communicator at all in the back line, and I think he's right because there are lots of times when you're wondering where Eric Dyer is or why isn't Sanchez in the right position, and it's like, is he really communicating to them? And then on top of that,
really.
At the same time, how many times have we been caught with the offside trap going wrong? I don't remember too many times ever conceding a goal when we tried the offside trap, which is what the centre back is in charge of. I don't remember too many times when we got beaten that way.
Yeah, but Sean, then when he has stepped out, he's either cost us a goal by making a mistake by stepping out too quick.
We only conceded 5 goals from our last 8 games, and 8 goals from our last 15 games, and everyone is like hating on him. Listen, I don't know. I think you guys need to give the guy a break. Personally, I think he had a really good second half of the season.
Sean, I agree. He does need to be given a... Sean, I agree with you.
Should we sign Elias? He does speak 5 to 6 languages, potentially.
Yeah,
we
could do.
That's not an argument. Come on,
that was petty. That was me channeling my pettiness. Sorry.
But Jack, let me just answer Sean. Yeah, we should give Dyer a break on the bench.
Yeah. I knew you were going to go with that. I knew you were trying to get that one out.
Yeah, so we'll give him a break on the bench.
I heard that one coming.
We'll give him a break on the bench. That'll be good enough, Sean.
Last question of the evening, Chris. Will we grab a trophy and which one?
I'm with Philip. FA Cup I really want, and maybe the Carabao Cup as well. But FA Cup is the main one. Tottenham are synonymous with the FA Cup, so I want that one. I would say the Premiership, but that's just way too optimistic.
Love that. Good answer. Chris, anything I didn't ask yet? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
And my standout player for this season, I reckon, is going to be Longley as well.
That's your surprise package.
Yeah, he's going to be a surprise package. Him and Perisic is going to be the two. They're going to be the two that they're going to be the ones that are going to impress us this season, guaranteed. All the ones who hated Longley are going to want us to sign him at the end of the season. You watch.
The new Bentancur. Definitely.
Yeah, the new Kulu and the new Bentancur, who were both rubbish and rejects from Juventus.
Yeah.
You got to bring up. Can you bring up that last thing from Dave, Jack?
Sorry, yeah. The season is 38 games long, not 15. Our defense did not get us Champions League. Our goals did. We had to rely on Newcastle to get us Champions League.
True, because the goal against Burnley, it was a defensive error. So yeah, that's a fact actually. It was that one game.
That's not like hold up.
Right, I agree.
Hold
Do
up.
you feel like our goals got us to the Champions League, or did our defense get us to the Champions League?
I think our goals. Well, we had to win the games after losing games that we should have won. Right, games against Brighton when we lost 1-0, defensive error. Lost against Burnley 1-0, defensive error.
But where was the attack in those games? Where was the midfield? Like it's a team effort. It's a team effort. I'm saying this one as well. It's brilliant. Yeah. Great. It's great, Dave. It's great.
I love it. Sorry, Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, but as I said, I do agree with David in certain stances that Newcastle did give us the Champions League spot, and I had to pay for that dearly out of my pocket for all the Newcastle supporters.
True.
I don't think you can level one game that Newcastle beating Arsenal gave us the Champions League. It was there's a million variables that took place before that shaped that season.
Yeah. I was getting that unlikely point against Karen Klopp's team, and then Newcastle beating Arsenal. That was what the variables were, and I was unlikely beating Man City at the Etihad. That's the other unlikely variable.
Well, you could go back to us beating Man City under Nuno. Like there was the whole season is what shaped us getting to the Champions League, not Newcastle beating Arsenal. The whole season shaped everything, right?
All right, Sean, I've got a question for you, right? Would we have got Champions League under Nuno's statue?
No, of course not.
There you go, then. That's what I need to ask, because it was
no reason to bring a garden gnome into things, Chris. That was a bit of a low blow.
Because he's saying that we beat Man City under Nuno, but the thing is, we wouldn't have finished in the top 4 under Nuno. So, but
all I'm saying is that like the idea that that what got us Champions League was Newcastle doing us a favour against Arsenal. That's what secured the Champions League at that point in the season. But everything else that happened before it got us to that place. Right?
But it was certain variables like us getting a point against Liverpool and us beating Man City away as well, which is a very important 4 points. Yeah. But at the same time, we still do have to say thank you to Newcastle for spanking Arsenal at the same time.
Of course, I'll never forget them.
That was a fantastic watch along.
Yeah, and it cost me a fortune. And Sean, just so I might remind you, it cost me a fortune in breakfast to Newcastle supporters the next day.
What happened there? I didn't know that. What's the story there?
Basically, I got a load of Newcastle supporter mates at my old place where I used to work, and because Newcastle won, I had to buy them all breakfast the next day.
Fair enough. Well, it's the most expensive breakfast you ever happy to buy, right?
Yeah, because apparently I owed them one. One for Tottenham finishing in the top 4.
Fair enough.
That Bruno Guimaraes goal, triggered all those, all those coffee orders, all those bagel orders,
all the sandwiches, all the bagels, all the coffees, teas, all on Chris today because he's from London. Yeah.
Big up.
Fantastic.
Last question before I let you go, and then you can sign off. Last question. Just in Dark Zone G, we are going to get your other super chat. Don't you worry. It's just this one I think is tailor made for Chris. No winks in the midfield is going to equal good results plus trophies in 2020.
Agreed.
23. Chris, I'm being nice to you to prove to people that you're not a winks lover.
100%
extending my hand.
100% agreed, because if I remember rightly, Winks started against Southampton away. We dropped points last season. We started Winks at home against Southampton, and we lost again. So that says it all. So yeah, without Winks, we're winning these games, no problem.
All right, there you are.
Jack, just don't get too upset when you don't see his name on the team sheet.
Very nice of you. Very nice send-off words there, Chris. Best of luck to you.
Right.
We'll be seeing you soon, brother.
See you next week.
Big up, Chris.
See you, mate.
Absolute legend. Everybody, show Chris a bit of love, everybody.
See you, Chris.
Absolute pleasure as always. We had a big super chat from Dark Sun G here, and it's saying, I'm looking forward to Spurs' games being shown often this season. Though I'm in Korea. Oh, sorry. I think we did trust that one.
We did that one. There was another one though.
Yeah,
I think there was another one since then, wasn't there? I thought I saw another one come up.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Yeah, maybe that's how I got confused. Maybe that's how. There it is. Sorry about that, Dark Sun G. Thank you. The games were always shown in Korea, but when I was watching the watch along on this channel, you guys 75% of the time said the games weren't shown in the UK. Winks ruined the Blues' ruined the games versus the Blues, the Wolves, Southampton result in 21-22. He knows every game that Winks.
Statman.
Statman. This guy,
insane memory.
He could make a case against Winks. This guy genuinely could have a 30,000 point presentation on it. Really would be sensational. It'd be like Martin Luther's like 95 theses, against Winks, I would say. But Sean, he's also saying that, he was a bit shocked to hear that 75% of the games he felt like, weren't even shown in the UK, Spurs games.
Yeah, well, I think it's the consequences of just like the broadcasting thing, right? So because we were playing on Thursday, we were playing on our games were moved to Sunday, and then there was already 2 games that were scheduled for Sunday at the 2:00 and the 4:00. So it's just a case of, Sky doing their media thing. And if you actually look at the Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust, the August review that came out today, like 75% of the respondents, of 6,000 respondents, were moaning and complaining about the way that Tottenham Hotspur enabled and allowed Sky to reorganize or the media to reorganize Tottenham games in ways that didn't suit. So I agree with Dark. Well, I mean, I'm not sure what Dark G saying there.
Something he noticed. Yeah.
Most of the majority of the games for Tottenham last season weren't on UK TV. That's why I've got subscriptions to like Peacock and all these variety of different countries streaming because of that. So yeah, you'll be lucky, Dark Sun G. You'll get to see more games than most for free if they're on in Korea.
I'm happy to hear that, Dark Sun G, because then you be able to be treated to hopefully this trophy winning season that we've been discussing this whole evening, my man. And it's good to see that this is at least the season that you get to be treated with more games, not maybe 2 seasons ago or whatnot. But big up, brother. Really appreciate the support, and it's something that I probably noticed myself, but it didn't really actually bother asking somebody. So good point there. Dark Sun G, but we're going to keep moving on, and we're going to move on to another OG, another person that's often on these fan shows to get us kicked off for the season. Brad Matthews with the famous blue couch. How you doing, Brad?
I'm doing very well, thanks, Jack. It's the sofa, by the way, but doing very well, Jack and Sean. It's still
hello, Brad.
Still nice and warm, which is
I'm
good.
sweating.
Yeah.
I've got so much heat coming out of my various computer monitors and things. I'm like, this is melting.
I like to start by basically congratulating the England Lionesses for winning European Championship.
Yes.
So I've got my England top on. I'm not saying that to stir up the Irish on this channel, who probably wouldn't have wanted to win. But no, the reason I'm saying it is because when I was watching that yesterday, I just got the feeling that this is a team that plays for each other, that are a proper team, that have got a world-class manager that makes substitutions at the right time, and they won that tournament. And that reminds me of Tottenham at the moment. Tottenham have got a team there. They're all playing for each other. They all want to fight for each other. We may not have the best 11 in the country, but they all play as a team, and we've got an elite manager. So I thought yesterday was very telling. I was watching that, and as much as I was pleased for England winning, I was also very excited that, hey, this could be us this season. We could be winning tournaments this season. So that's why I brought up the England win yesterday, although it was absolutely amazing achievement. I found out tonight that the actual girl that scored the winning goal just lives down the road in Hanwell. So,
nice.
That's sensational. But I love that point that you made, Brad. Where I think the English, the Lionesses, they had a lot of good players, but maybe they didn't have, the greatest of players, in every position. They weren't exactly. They were going in as maybe, sort of one of the favorites because they were the host nation and whatnot, but wasn't that exactly like they were going in as clear favorites, I think, going into this tournament. And like you said, they put in the hard work and they put in the camaraderie and the togetherness that you said. And sometimes maybe if it's not pretty, that can get you, through, and that can get you to, win the
And
tournament.
they had to put up with the Germans who were trying to be quite rough as well. And you could see that the way they went with Stanway, who when she got the booking, they were trying to rile her up to get another booking. And but no, the England team just kept together. They did it in the quarterfinals against Spain when they're 1-0 down. They did it despite a poor start against Sweden, and then when they got going, they actually rolled Sweden, very much like the way Tottenham have rolled a few teams last season. So I was very encouraged by what I saw there, and relating it to Tottenham Hotspur this season with the improved squad that we've got, and a team that had played with each other.
Yeah, absolutely, Brad. Absolutely. And honestly, huge congratulations, to the Lionesses. I must say, the goal to actually get you guys into the final was one of the best goals I've ever seen. That back heel. It was absolutely glorious, the clinching goal. Once you guys got that back heel, I knew you were going to win it. Once you got that back heel, I must say. But very big congratulations, especially to your local area as well, to have, a living legend. From the area
just celebrated Handwell. So Handwell is now famous for martial amps and the winning goal in the Ladies European Championship. So there you go.
There you go.
All happens in West London.
Neighborhood proud. Love that. Brad, speaking of which, maybe it seems like you're about to give me a very confident, kind of prediction then for Spurs,
well,
with that,
you
proud
know me,
Lionesses moment.
Yeah. You know me, Jack. I'm normally quite a pessimist when it comes to Tottenham, and that probably comes from supporting them for such a long time. I'm actually looking forward to this season. I'm actually optimistic about this season. I'm looking at the rest of the teams in the league. I think Sean might have said it earlier. I think Manchester City will probably win the title. I think Liverpool will be second. I think we can finish third this season. I really do. I think Chelsea, with what's been going on with the takeover and the Roman Abramovich going, they've lost a lot of defenders. Yeah, they're buying defenders, but they've got to get themselves, bedded in the team. You've got Manchester United, who I think has got a pretty good coach. He's got an idea and like the project, but that's going to take them a while to get going. And then you got Arsenal, who are basically Arsenal. I mean, Arsenal doing what Tottenham did. I think it's under one day Ramos. We won all of our pre-season games. We were winning by 5 goals and 4 and 6 goals. And Darren Bent was scoring for goals here, there, and everywhere. When the season started, we got 2 points from the first 8 games, and that ended in the sacking of Ramos and Redknapp. So I think Arsenal, despite them winning their pre-season, I think they're still going to be Arsenal next season. Newcastle might surprise.
They're looking a bit saucy though this pre-season. You're not worried that they could sneak in the top 4?
They could sneak in the top 4, of course they could, but it won't be at our expense, I don't think. I think
it won't be ahead of us,
No, I think we can get third, and it might well be them and Chelsea going for that, or them, Chelsea, and maybe Man United going for that 4th spot. But as long as we're up there in third, the only way we could get second is if I think Liverpool had a really poor season. Like sometimes the teams that are favourites do have poor seasons. So if that happens, then I think maybe we could sneak a second. But I think we're way off the title at the moment, but Conte, as he was saying in his numerous press conferences, last season we were laying the foundations. This season we're putting the first and second floors together. So it's an ongoing thing. So I think that if we can improve this season, which will be third essentially, and win a trophy, I'd love to see us win a trophy. And yeah, that's what when I was watching it yesterday, I'm thinking, this will be us. This will be us. I'll be at Wembley Stadium. We will be celebrating, and so I think this could be a very good season. I'm not sure Champions League. Well, we don't know until we find out who we've got in the group stage. But I think we should get through the group stage, and then it's a lottery of who we get in the knockout round.
Yeah. I want the easiest group possible, whereas before I would have wanted a more entertaining group, but now I want, the most difficult or the most easiest group possible. William Kelly, just quickly, Brad saying, so it was a Kelly who won it in the end. She's hardly of Irish descent. The Irish have won it yet again for you, continuing to steal the talent, to win their World Cups, to win their trophies. William Kelly, it seems like they just have to dip into the Irish pool in order to get them over the line. the English
cheers, William. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Well, exactly. The trophy's still in their borders, William.
Exactly,
the trophy's still in their borders, my man. No matter what. Big up, William. Appreciate it. But yeah, you were saying, in the UCL, you would, no matter what, I feel like getting out of the group stage is probably the bare minimum I would expect.
Yeah, I think we should do that. I mean, Conte's got this supposed record of not very, very good in Europe, but I think that's just circumstantial. I don't think there's anything to do with his ability as a manager. We now have a bench, or we now have a squad that I think will enable us to rotate a lot better than we did last season. And when you think of it, when we were rotating, we were having players like Dele Alli and Lo Celso and that playing. Now we've got players like Basuma and Skip, hopefully when he's fit again. Richarlison that can come in. So I think that we should be able to get through the group. I mean, obviously we don't know who we're going to draw. I believe someone said that we're in the second pot or whatever it is. So you would imagine
in the
that
second pot, so we'll be in that. I think Sean said that. Yeah, so we'll be more of a the second best ranked team in the pot.
Yeah. But then when it comes to the knockout stage, I mean, you don't know who you're going to draw in that first round anyway. So. But yeah,
as many Sheriff FCs as possible. I think that's what I mostly said.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe they'll, be more like an NS Mira, which will be a bit scary. I haven't really been able to ask too many people this, tonight, Brad. Who's going to be Spurs' top goal scorer in the Prem, but as well as all competitions, because I think there's a bit of a distinction there. Because now that we've just been talking about the Champions League, someone might pop off in the Champions League, but maybe not, so well in the Premier League.
Yeah, I still think you can't really go past Harry Kane for both. Which is great in that we've got a world class centre forward. It's also a worry at the moment that we have to rely on him so much for goals. Yeah. I mean, obviously last year Sonny had an incredible season and got the golden boot. So I think Kane will still be. And don't forget, Kane had a slow start last season. And also, we had all that stuff with Man City going on.
Yeah.
But
basically half the season.
Yeah, the only thing that might put a spanner in the works, and this goes for where Tottenham finish in the league, will be the break for the World Cup. But then that's all teams will experience that. So and the teams that we're fighting for in that top half or that top six, they've all got players in the World Cup as well. So yeah, but I think Harry Kane. I don't think you can really go past Harry Kane. I'm hoping
because of the penalties, though, as well, because I think that's what made Sonny's sort of achievement last season so incredible was because he didn't take a single penalty.
Well, it did. People do say this, but at the end of the day, when you get a penalty, that's like having a chance. If Kane's through on goal on his own, one-on-one with the keeper, that's the same as a penalty, really.
I think a penalty has if you're looking at XG, a penalty has a 0.75 XG. So it's like 3/4 of a nailed on.
Yeah. But you would agree that if Kane's through on goal, one-on-one with the keeper, you'd expect him to score.
Yeah. I think in that scenario, his XG would be higher or probably around the same.
So I'm saying that
you're dipping into dangerous territory here, Brad, because it seems like you're validating, Salah's, golden boot because we as Spurs fans last season, we're making it very.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that obviously if you're a penalty taker, you've obviously got that opportunity to score, whereas if you weren't a penalty taker, you wouldn't. So if you look at it that way, then penalties are helpful in that respect.
What do you think about free kicks, though, Brad? Do you think that Harry Kane should be taking free kicks?
Oh, bloody hope not. Oh my God, no. I mean,
who's going to be? It seems as though Harry Kane, just has the audaciousness, the audacity to say, "It's still mine."
It's funny. I mean, we got this new free kick specialist that's at the club. You'd think he'd be having a quiet word with Harry, saying, "Look, it's not working, is it?" I mean, the thing about Harry Kane.
Walk that through me for me. Like, walk me through that, mate. Why is it? Do you think that Harry Kane, despite not scoring a competitive free kick in like 8 years or whatever it is, his whole career essentially, to explain to me why it is that he still picks the ball up every time and nobody challenges on it?
It could be seniority. It could be that. I don't think Harry Kane's that sort of person, but it could be just that he's a senior player in the team. He's the goal scorer, and I guess. If you're a goal scorer, then you think, well, I can score from free kicks. I'm hoping. We haven't had a free kick taker since Ericsson, really.
Sonny scored 2 in for his national team in the
summer.
He did. Eric Dyer's banged them in. Perisic is a free kick special, or a free kick taker for.
Seems
for
like getting it over the wall is the prerequisite. If you ask me.
Basuma scored 2 or 3 for.
there's
plenty of players
agree.
that can do it, and Eric Dyer, of course. There's plenty of players that can do it, and it drives me up the bloody wall that no one has got the courage to say.
Well,
it's been 8 years, Harry. Come on, man.
Yeah,
we're all
human beings. We're all human beings, and if all of us human beings are saying that Kane shouldn't be taking free kicks and it's really annoying, you imagine that all the human beings at the club are probably might be saying the same thing. Saying, Harry, please.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, Decky said it when he was in Korea, didn't he? There was he said, I'm super happy for Harry or whatever, but just don't want him to be taking the free kicks. Like he had a tongue-in-cheek thing, didn't he? In an interview,
yeah.
So.
I think
Sonny's making the joke.
I think Son is a good shout. I mean, Dyer has scored free kicks before. And Perisic, if he scores for Croatia, then why not? You give him a go. Hell, you know. I mean, Perisic had those two long range shots, didn't he, on Saturday?
They looked good as well, didn't they? I know they were just an inch wide or an inch over, but he did look like he can control the ball from distance. With his foot.
Yeah, and the left wing back having a shot from distance.
Yeah,
you know,
nice to see. Good, interesting to see.
It was. But
little lasers. That
is an issue, and it's. You know, if we can see it, you know, and us just mere mortals can see it, I'm sure that they, you know, the people at the club can see it as well.
Yeah.
Sean, I'm actually hogging all the questions I know. So unless you have one, you know, cooking right away, you know.
Well, I'd like to know what you'd like to do, Brad, with who is the centre back option that you want, mate? I don't know if you're if you have a pick in mind. Like a lot of the centre backs of choice have either gone or they're no longer in the positions that we need. Like, you know, people like Bastoni and Guardiola, they're left-sided centre-backs, and we don't need we've got Longley, we've got Davies. Like, I know that we can do that next summer, but we need someone in the centre.
Yeah, we do.
Is there a specific name that you would want to come in?
My knowledge of European football is not that good player-wise, but I mean, I've heard Milinkovic mentioned, I've heard Skriniar mentioned.
What about Guehi from Crystal Palace? He's I know he plays in the back four. He plays in the right of a two in the back four. So
you need a player. You need a player, as we've been saying. You need a player that is a big, commanding centre half who can get in there. You know, control that back three, get the headers out when the free kicks come in. That sort of thing. Where we're very poor on that at the moment. And that's what we need. So if Milenkovic is that sort of player, then fine. If Skriniar's that sort of player, then fine. If that Crystal Palace player is that sort of player, then go for those sort of players.
Yeah.
We need to. I mean, we all know that Dyer. I mean, my thoughts on Dyer and say Davis, for example, is that they had absolutely brilliant second halves of the season, and were one of the reasons that we got the Champions League spot. I mean, Dyer's blocking against Liverpool was immense, but if we're going to be challenging for titles, and I'm not saying this year, I'm saying in seasons to come, then you've got to upgrade on those two players. It's a squad game, and I'm quite happy to have those two players in a squad game. And if we had a world-class centre-half who got injured with 5 games to go and we're fighting for the league, well then, I'm still happy for Dyer to go in and become that player. Okay. But at the moment, we do need to upgrade. And we have to think as a big club. You know, we have to think as in that sort of thing. But unfortunately, at the moment, I think we seem to be scuppered in the fact that we have to admit that some players don't want to play for us. You know, Bastoni said, "I want to stay into Milan," and you got to respect that.
Speaking of players, Brad, who don't want to play for us, I've got to bring this up. I've got to bring it up, my man. I take it you've seen Christian Eriksen's comments today?
I did, yeah.
He said that the entire time he was playing for Tottenham, he was talking to Manchester United managers about whether or not there's a space available.
Oh, I didn't see that. I read that he said that no one had actually spoken to him from Tottenham.
No. He was saying he said I can get the comments up if I need to, but he basically I'm gonna just paraphrase it, but he basically said in an interview with Manchester United, he said, "Look, I've been in touch with 3 previous Manchester United managers during my career. Even when I was playing for Tottenham, I was conversing with the Manchester United managers at the time, trying to figure out whether there was a space."
Basically,
and what the
I
situation
was cheating on you this whole time.
Yeah,
basically what he
the biggest unnecessary slap in the Tottenham fans' face you could ever possibly imagine. Yeah. He said at the time I was playing for Tottenham, so I couldn't go to Man United. I wanted to go abroad first, but then But essentially,
Really boring over there.
I was always thinking about Man United.
Was this in his final season at Tottenham? Because if it is his final season, that would explain quite a few things.
It doesn't matter when it was, does it not, Brad?
Oh,
the
no,
fact
I
that he's
agree
a Tottenham player and he's talking to the other managers,
he doesn't need to say that.
No,
he doesn't need to say that.
No, if that's true and it's not been taken out of context, because there's always
I can get the quote up if you want me to, but it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Yeah, no, that's not good. I didn't know that. That's not
Yeah.
good. That's not good. So the only way you overcome that is by beating Man United every time we play in the season.
And Christian Romero laying on a couple of studs on his ankle.
Yeah, he sort of. Yeah, I mean, he's setting himself up for that, isn't he? Really, but I didn't realise. I hadn't heard that one. I heard
it's disappointing. It's not just disappointing. It's
it's
like a dagger through your heart, isn't it?
If that is true, then
the entire time.
Yeah. Because I got emotional. We went to the Tottenham fans at the Brentford game. I'm getting emotional watching it. So if that's true, then it's like, well,
he'll get booed. He'll get booed next time he comes to
Maybe it's in the United contract just to say something really, just effed up, about like the previous clubs that they've worked for. I don't know. Maybe it's part of the.
Well, it might possibly be the reason that Tottenham didn't talk to him. So I might have heard that. I thought, well, fuck you then.
Either way, when I read that this morning, I was like, I feel sick.
Yeah,
the whole time.
How like a betrayal, even him joining United in the first place, because at first we were being told that he would only choose a London club, and then you were like, okay, like choosing between Tottenham and Brentford is like two entirely different options. You kind of understand which one he picked. Then when he went for Man United, you were just like, hold on a minute, like. Why does if that felt like a betrayal initially to me, even because it felt like Man United just were no way a better option than Spurs. When you really look at it, I think he's going to be playing just as much for Spurs as he would for Man United, too. So
you take that to the next level, and then the next thing is that he must have been thinking that and doing that when he was playing for Brentford. So that's like stabbing Brentford in the back, isn't it? They gave him the chance of football. And
he comes across as a particularly self-interested, selfish player.
If that's the case, which I never once.
There's just no need to even say it. There's no even if it's true, you haven't got to say that. You've just basically said your entire time you're at Tottenham, you're always thinking about the next move. Tottenham was only ever a stopgap and a stepping stone for your career, and I'm sure that's the same for a lot of players. But you never heard Luka Modric say that. You never heard Dimitar Berbatov say that. You never heard Gareth Bale say that. Like there's a respect, a level of like decency that you should honor to the club that have given you your chance to make that step. And he has literally come out today and said, while I was playing for Tottenham, I was talking to Man United managers to see what the opportunity was.
If that is true, then that's very, very poor indeed. Yeah. And then as I say, if that's true, then I mean, I lose a lot of respect for anyone who does that.
Yeah.
But
well, last question then of the evening. Brad, I'm not sure if I did. Yeah, we asked this. I think consistently.
I wanted to do the points out of 15.
Please, let's do that. Let's do that instead. Take it away.
Well,
Southampton, Chelsea.
I had the same
go
question
game by game if you want.
Yeah, when I was in Australia, I had the same question asked to me when we found out the fixtures, and I'll go with the same answer. I think Tottenham should be winning their home games, all their home games, if they're going to compete with stuff. So you look at the home games there; they're the wins there. I think that we should be beating Nottingham Forest away because they're coming up from new league. They're settling into the league, into the new division, and I would probably accept a point at Chelsea and a point at West Ham. If I was offered 11 points from the 15, which I think that is, isn't it? Yeah, I'd be quite pleased with that. That said, the way things are going at the moment, that Chelsea game is starting to become a marker, a big marker. And I think that if Tottenham are ever going to win at Chelsea, now's the time. And I think the team that lost to Chelsea 3 times last season was not the team that finished the season this season or last season. So I think that with that in mind, that'll be a really good opportunity for Tottenham to get a win at Chelsea. So yeah, I would be happy if you offer me 11 for 15. I'd be fairly happy with that, to be fair, because it's a solid start. It's not an excellent start, but it's a solid start. And we tend to, well, having said this, we won our first 3 games last season, didn't we? That didn't mean anything, but I think that we do tend to generally start seasons slowly. And that, if you look at the Leicester season, and I think the Chelsea season as well, has an effect at the end of the season, because it is as over all the 38 games. But yeah, I think Southampton win, Chelsea draw, and hopefully maybe a win. Wolves will win, Forest will win, West Ham a draw. Yeah.
I like it. For me, Southampton win. I'm going to go for a Chelsea draw. Wolves win. Forest win. God, the bubble blowers are such a difficult prediction sometimes, but I'll go for a win there as well. We have to beat the bubble blowers. So it looks like I think I've gone for 12 points there, which, call me crazy. Seems like that's, the bold prediction for today, Brad, but really do appreciate you coming on. And I do have to ask you, before you go as well, Brad, trophy. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I need your trophy predictions too.
I'd like to go with, I think what everyone else has been saying so far is, the FA Cup would be nice. I think we're long overdue to win that. And the irony about winning a cup this season, it's actually going to be like a day out at Wembley for us. Whereas 2 or 3 seasons ago, when we were in semi-finals, we were actually playing at Wembley anyway, so it wasn't really much a day out. So we've got that advantage back of a day out at Wembley now. So if we get to a final or semi-final, for that matter, I'd just like to say, Sean, about what was having chat off air about the players bedding into the squad.
Yeah,
and that that could be a problem. I think Conte will go with more or less the same team that finished last season for the first game against Southampton. The only 2 possibilities I can see him changing might be Perisic at left wing back, and possibly Doherty at right wing, and possibly Lenglet as a left-sided centre back if Davies is not fit. But I think he'll go with that, and I think what he'll do is he'll give the new players more and more game time, because I think he'll go with the team that have been playing together at the end of last season. They want to continue that momentum, continue that form.
Yeah.
And they've played with each other. They know their game. They know Conte's game. And I think he'll gradually put these new players in as the season goes on. So I think that's
Nuno, as much as we don't rate
them.
him, did the same thing. Nuno, as much as we don't rate him, did the same thing with Romero. He didn't play Romero in the first games immediately.
No.
He played Sanchez and Dyer against Man City. He played Sanchez and Dyer against Wolves. He went with them for a while.
Yeah.
Until he felt like Romero.
And I think the other thing I wanted to say is I like most people think that Emerson as an attacking wing back is very, very poor. I think the reason he's being kept at the club, I think Conte sees him as more of a defensive wing back when we play teams that are going to attack us.
Yeah. I love that, mate, because I've been saying the same thing. This season, we're going to be playing, like, if you think about it, last season, in terms of the teams when Tottenham have to go and do the low block themselves and play that 5-4-1 bank, when you did that, Chelsea home, Chelsea away, Liverpool home, Liverpool away, Man City home, Man City away, maybe Man United away, maybe Arsenal away, right? There's 8 games. So Emerson was always going to be good, and people like Sessegnon are always good for those games. But this year, we have at least 6 games in the Champions League. Depending on the draw, you might have the 3 away games of that 6 in the group. Maybe if you get a really tough draw, you might have 4 or 5 games. Like if you get a Bayern Munich or a Barcelona or Real Madrid or an Atletico Madrid or whoever, you might have like home games where you have to be on the back foot as well. Yeah. And so players like Emerson, players like Sessegnon are probably going to be needed for that role. Maybe 20-30% more than they would otherwise be in a Premier League 38-game season. So I agree with you, Brad. I think that Emerson is going to come in handy, and Sessegnon's going to come in handy more this season than last. Yeah.
And I also feel that with the attacking midfielder role, I think we're probably still looking at that as the centre back as well. We're still people are panicking. People say, we need this, we need that. There's still a month to go in the transfer window. We've got 6 players in before the season started. I can't remember that happening since probably when we sold Bale, So we you know,
we still have probably 9 players that need to leave though as well, mate, don't we?
Yeah, but at the moment they're not involved in the football side. Certainly 4 or 5 of them aren't. You know, the players that were left out of the South Korean tour, they're not involved in the football side. So that can happen any time to the end of the window. I don't think it's a financial issue this time that you have to sell to buy. So I think the other reason I think we do need, I think what we definitely need is, and I don't want to bring up Eriksen's name, but I'm going to have to, is that midfielder that can score goals. Because if you look at our successful seasons under Pochettino, well, I think it might have been the Chelsea season, we had Kane, Son, Eriksen and Dele Alli, and I think they all scored 20 goals in all competitions that season. And that takes the onus off of Kane score. Because at the moment, Kane's scoring all our goals, and I do agree when people say we're reliant on him too much. Yeah. Admittedly, it's great to be reliant too much on a world-class centre forward that this time last season we weren't even sure he's going to play for us. So that's a much nicer worry to have than what we had last season. But I do think we need to address that. And as it's a squad game now, we mustn't start thinking of our first 11. It's a squad game, and we're going to need options where we do get the low block teams and that. We're going to need options, players to bring on and change games. So, yeah.
Love it, man. Love it.
Love it, Brad. Well, Brad, I plugged your channel a while back in the chat. Everybody,
so much. Yes.
Blue I love your songs. I love your songs. They're great.
Anything to say about the channel? What people should find over there?
Blue Sofa Songs. I'm now on 64 subscribers, I think. And I finished using my songs. I pre-recorded a lot of songs before I went on holiday. So they're all on there now. So I'm actually have to record some new songs. So the next one that goes on there, hopefully this week, will be one that I'm literally recording, well, not as we speak, but certainly this week. So I've still got other songs to go on there. The aim is still to get them on there. The aim is still to improve, and that includes my singing as well as my playing, and improve how they're recorded at the moment.
Can we get the famous fingers, please? For the like and
subscribe. Oh yeah, of course, yes. Channel. So click like and subscribe. It's there. It's all up and running at the moment.
Thank you.
Hopefully you like the songs for the songs.
Like a rabbit ears, almost.
Yeah.
It's famous. The way he does it is famous.
So click like and subscribe. Just try and hope you like the songs themselves. The lyrics are all in the descriptions, and to me, lyrics are important as the music itself. So so have a look at it, and hopefully you'll like what you hear, and I say like what you see. It's just me on a blue sofa playing a guitar, but you'll like what you hear, and if it the ultimate aim is for someone to see a song and say, oh yeah, that's meant to be because I can relate to that, which is what my songs are about really. So there you go.
Well, everybody,
nice.
He's also a Spurs fan. He comes onto this channel. Everybody, show that man a bit of love. Hit that big red sub button. Let's get him to 100 subs as soon as we possibly can.
Like and subscribe to these guys as well. Everyone.
Too kind. But Brad, we appreciate you coming on.
Cheers,
honestly,
guys.
Great combo. Really
great
combo.
See you guys.
Brother.
Go on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. See you soon, Brad. Everybody, show him a bit of love. Blue Sofa Songs, and like he corrected me on it, the sofa, not the blue couch songs, Blue Sofa Songs, people. And everybody, check out that channel. Show him a bit of love. We have a super chat coming in from Bottom Duda saying, who would be your pick for the center back position if it was up to you? Mohamed Simikan over at Leipzig, Nikola Milankovic, or Edmund Tapsoba at Bayer Leverkusen? Bottom Duda, and this is actually really clever of him, Sean, because he's sort of alluding to that thing that you said earlier, which, I agree with, which is like, we're sort of in that position where like, we don't really get to have the main choices anymore. Like we're going to have to take, more of the risks on the kind of like hyped up, kind of high potential, high ceiling sort of center backs. We can't go for the marquee sort of, well-known, well-established ones that we were sort of maybe looking at earlier. We are going to have to go for maybe, you could say, more risky ones, or at least ones that aren't as much household names. But for me, to Bottom Duda, it would be Edmund Tapsoba. I'm not too sure about his aerial win rate, but I know he is very tall and he is an exceptional ball playing center back. So if we were to actually go for that hybrid of the ball playing center back, as well as a guy that can actually win a header, I would go for Edmund Tapsoba. But I would say we need to get a guy that can win a header, somebody that can confidently be an aerial sort of kind of, force in the air and be able to protect us from set pieces, as well as be an aerial threat. Edmund Tapsoba, I'm going to cheat and, maybe think that he is one. I haven't seen enough of him to think that, but I'm going to guess that he is just by how tall he is. But Sean, I mean, these are very niche names, so I don't expect you to know all of them. But if you
listen, if I'm honest, I don't know the other two. I know Milenkovic, and he'd be great. But if I may, like for me, the easiest option for me is to go and get De Vrij. Right? I know people say his legs are gone. I think he's learned so much in the Italian league. I think he could come in. He could be a leader. Right? You're looking for somebody that can play in that middle, who can communicate, who can lead, who can do the job, and is like a steady ship. And also, it allows, if you were to sign him on a loan deal, maybe, because
beds in sooner too, probably.
Beds in sooner, yeah. And then you haven't got to it's a try before you buy, but not on him. It just gives you time for next summer. Like the reason why we probably got Longley on loan is because if Longley works out brilliantly, okay, we can get him for a snippet. But if it doesn't, it means we can come back next year and go for a Gvardiol, go for a Bastoni, go for someone like that on the left-sided centre-back role. And I think the same process should be thought about for the central centre-back. If we can't get the guy you want, why settle for the bridesmaid on a long-term deal, loan the bridesmaid, and then figure out over the year who it is that you want to marry, and then get that. There's no point in tying yourself.
No
down
shotgun weddings with these center backs.
No, let's not go to Vegas and play red or black on a wedding proposal, right? Let's.
I do a shotgun wedding with Ndika. I do really like Ndika. I think he.
I'm not sure he can play. Do you think he can play in the middle?
I feel like he could, because he's so tall and so resolute, that I don't really feel like he needs to be a left-sided center back, because he's getting away with playing as a left-sided center back for Frankfurt. But the man's 6'5", 6'4". I feel like, he's probably meant to play in the middle, but, just isn't able to play in the middle because of how maybe Frankfurt, maybe want to play there. So I feel like he is maybe more even meant for the middle than he is for left-sided center back.
Well,
but
be a great player.
At the same time, we don't even need we don't need another left-footed center back. We actually need another right-footed center back so that they could cover for Romero or for Dyer. So
100%.
Edmund Tapsoba it is for me for Debada Duda. And then I think a safer option is probably De Vrij, like Sean said, or Nikola Milenkovic could even be a safe option. I don't even know how much we'd even have to pay for him. Hopefully not too much. Big up, my man. And then 100%. THFC till I die with the super sticker, and it is the super sticker.
Dermatron.
Doing the weightlifting, doing the punching, hitting the punching bag, getting ready for the season. Big up, Dermot. Really appreciate it, brother. He's just getting ready for the season, hitting the punching bag, putting on the bandana. Hope all is well, Dermot, and we'll get you on soon, brother. But we're going to keep moving on, going to keep plowing on. We're going to have our man out in Freiburg, Rufus. How are you doing, my man?
I'm good. And you?
All is good. All is good. What do you want to talk about? Should we start, with, predictions of the top four?
Everything's frozen.
About top four predictions.
You still
there? Want to talk about surprise player? Yeah, you want to go there?
I would go. Yeah, who's finishing top four, and then the predictions, and then a surprise question.
You have a surprise question for us?
No, then you give me a surprise question.
Oh, yeah.
But I like the top four one and the
surprise player, the surprise player, surprise package. Okay, so top four. Give me your top four. So for me, it's
top four.
Man
I think
City.
we're going to finish third.
Yeah. You think we're finishing third?
Am I still there? Yeah.
Yeah. Listen.
Yeah.
Hearing.
Oh. Maybe he was just a bit behind us or something. I want to give him just a second because I don't want Rufus to really lose his spot in line because, I know he's been waiting very, very patiently. But I'll just reiterate. There he is.
He's back. He's back.
Everything started freezing and then everybody was little balls of time going round and it was shit.
All is clopped. But when it comes to the top four, my man, you were giving me your top four. Explain it to me.
City and Liverpool. I think Liverpool probably look a little bit stronger, but City, I don't know. I think it's Liverpool probably will get the title. City will be second. We'll be third. Chelsea, Arsenal for fourth. I think it's good that we're playing them in the next game, the second game. Chelsea, definitely.
What did you make of my point earlier, Rufus? And I was saying this to Sean
I've
earlier,
got bad
that
connection.
like when the summer started, it felt like Chelsea, Man United, all these sort of clubs, they were going to be making a hard push for top 4. I don't think they made as hard of a push as we thought they would.
Yeah, I think the wheels have fallen off for Chelsea, haven't they? I said it last time. They're doing a bit of their Poch moment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the manager's not happy. They haven't got the signings in that he wanted and stuff like that. He feels a bit under-supported. It does look like a bit like a Poch moment.
Change of ownership. You know, a lot of people want the change of ownership at Tottenham. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't, Rufus.
Grass
you know what I mean, my man?
I said I was giving him another chance based on this summer.
Fair
You
enough,
know, if you want to go down the Levy route, I mean, like, if you're really honest, how many times have we been a player short? You know, and
but I think to Sean's point, like Chelsea fans are seeing. Sorry, Rufus. Yeah, Chelsea fans are seeing, you know, the consequences, you know, of maybe not even the consequences. It's not like they asked for this, but, you know, when you get a new owner in, it's a whole different world. It's not going to be the same culture from before.
He sacked everybody. He's got rid of everybody.
The culture's different. The way of operating's different. Everything's different. It's not the same Chelsea that we knew before. It's a whole different kind of Chelsea.
90% of that board has left. Right, not like so many. I don't know how many people were on the board before, but like I know at least 7 or 8 of the directors and the various board members have left. And on top of that, he's come in with his own way of doing things, and he's missed out on Rafinha. He's missed out on Koundé. He's missed out on Kimpembe. I know he's got in Raheem Sterling, but you know Chelsea have got 1 million. Like they're spinning a million plates, and every Chelsea player they think they're going to get Fofana. Right, they think they're going to get these players in. They think they're going to get Cucurella. I'll hazard a guess that they're not going to get either of them. You know?
But not in time for our game. That's
sure. No, that's exactly right. And that's the beautiful thing about playing them second is that they are like if you're going to play the only better time to play them would probably be the first game of the season.
Yeah. I mean, Tuchel is famous for spitting his dummy.
Yeah,
he likes to spit his dummy. He does it quite often. He did it in the Bundesliga as well. You know, like if he gets upset, you know, like he spits his dummy and he's not happy, and you know, that's part of his style. I think they have to accept that. You know, that is part of his style. But I think the wheels are falling off a bit with that relationship. And like I said, I just feel it's a Poch moment. I don't think he'll be there long.
Yeah.
1 second, I just got to grab my charger. It's just here.
Good man, Rufus. You know, thinking ahead of time. You're a good man for that. You know, instead of waiting till the last.
I just looked up and saw the battery, and I was like, oh dear.
He's the sort of guy that when his phone is at 10%, he panics. I'm the sort of guy.
He's thinking ahead of time. 4 on Dakin.
Dankin.
No, the other day, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, it cut out in the middle, so I don't want to risk that.
But Rufus, you said you wanted me to ask you this question, so I might as well, ask you it now, before, you get on too much of a rant about Mr. Thomas Tuchel. But surprise package, your player of the season, the surprise player of the season for you.
I think it's going to be the two. So far, it's going to be. We obviously can't include anybody we haven't signed yet because we don't know who they are. But Longley and Perisic. I mean, the left is looking awesome now. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it was looking saucy.
Like if Longley and Perisic are playing, and then you've got Son, and in front of that you've got Kane, it's just sort of like awesome. When all 4 of them can score goals down that side. And this is like Sean said, this is just the right wing back on that side. It's sort of like lets the other side down,
Well,
for me,
go ahead. Sorry, go on, Jack. Crack on, mate.
No, I was just going to repeat your answer from the beginning of the show. For me, the player of the season is Longley. I think Sean, took, the very smart answer, from everybody that Longley is going to challenge Ben Davies and probably even take Ben Davies' spot, even though I think Ben Davies did very, very well last season. And, you know, in my eyes, did better than Eric Dyer did, but he might get displaced by Longley. That's how good of a shout it is, I think, from Sean, that Longley might play well enough that he'll displace somebody like Ben Davies, who probably didn't really deserve to be like displaced, you know.
From what I saw in pre-season, I would probably say Longley filled all of the stats that everybody, like you said earlier, all of the stats that you were showing and stuff. He was his ball carrying and his distribution was nice, and you know, like he showed promise in the pre-season. And then Perisic, like you said, you know, like when he did play,
looks tasty, doesn't he? Looks tasty.
He does look tasty. You know, I think he's good for goals this season.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, those two cracks that he had from distance, they weren't far away. I love the fact he's got the confidence to do it. I love the fact that he also applauds, you know, attempts from other people to reach him, even if they're unsuccessful. He looks engaged. He looks like he's up for the team camaraderie, and I think it's a really
looks like a veteran out there. Like he genuinely behaves like a 33-year-old would out on the pitch, the way that he plays. You know,
but with the engine of a 28-year-old, because he can really go for it
with the steroids included.
Yeah.
Before anybody else gets on my back and says, "Oh, they're completely different players. They play different styles." Of course, I know they do, but I think it's going to be a bit like the left wing we had with Bale and Disco Benny. Apart from Disco Benny didn't have a shot or a cross on him, but he had that ability to bring the ball out and to do the cross play. And now we've got Perisic. He can do the Disco Benny bit with Sonny, but he's also got a stinging shot on him. Yeah.
No, I love that. Listen, that's the only thing, like I said, you know, what I was saying to you backstage, and I think I said it earlier on in the show, for me, the negative or the thing I'm worried about isn't necessarily the team that we've acquired. It's the time we've had to see them get minutes together. I would love to have seen Perisic have a few minutes with Longley. I would love to have seen Bissouma with Bentancur. Rufus, let me ask you this though, my man. I know everyone on this channel feels differently to me about Richarlison, right? But that's cool. It's cool. It's all just opinions. But do you see, if Tottenham can't find the solution for the creative midfielder, Rufus, do you see a situation where, when needs must, when we need to pivot to a 3-4-1-2 or a 3-5-2, however you want to call it, do you see a solution with Harry Kane dropping deep and playing that role, playing the Maddison, the 10 role, playing the 8, whatever it is, that guy that can play alongside on the centre circle, play alongside Benny and Bissouma or whatever, and then having Richarlison step up? Like, do you see a situation where you can see Richarlison, Kane, Sonny, and Kulu, Deki on the pitch at the same time, trying to create waves when we need to get a result against teams that are like an Aston Villa or a Brighton or whoever, or Southampton? Can you see that kind of? Is that a tactic that you think Conte will?
I'll try to think how you sort of like, because I always think that with the creative midfielder, then you go with a bit more of a 2 up front. I don't know, but I definitely feel after watching England at the end of and Kane at the end of this season. And then the England games that after, he played a few exquisite balls, absolutely exquisite when he was deeper.
Yeah,
and I really think he can do that role. He really can play that deeper role. So I do see him dropping back and returning.
Yeah, and sorry, just to clarify, I wasn't suggesting we'd have 12 players on the pitch, because in the same sentence I said we'd have Bissouma and Bentancur and Kane and the other 3. Of course, that's not what I meant. I meant like 3 of maybe.
Naturally, I understood that.
I was just like, wait a minute, I've just put 12 men on the pitch.
Then it would be at the cost of maybe Kulu or Son sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Unless we get that centre back that shores us up, so we're not conceding these silly goals, which is what Dave says all the time. So we just concede these silly goals all the time. So I'm completely on Dave's side there, and therefore I think if we're using Kane deeper, we might sort of like beef up the midfield a little bit more as well. You know, like sometimes, and just have Richarlison and a Son or a Kulu up front.
Yeah, nice.
As that sort of three, you know.
So you'd see Richarlison and Sonny playing like in the 2. You sacrifice Kulu, you bring Kane back.
Yeah,
and you play in a straight 3-5-2. Yeah, nice. I can see that working. As well.
Like, because I just some of the balls Kane played in pre-season from deeper, but especially some of them in the competitive games. Well, Nations League, if you see that as competitive, do you know what I mean? But the England games anyway. When Kane was in the deeper positions, he was playing some exquisite balls sometimes. You know.
Yeah.
The guy's been learning over the years, hasn't he? From everybody he plays around.
And what are your thoughts on the right wing back? Like, would you obviously going off what we saw on the weekend? Are you in the same mindset as myself that we have to assume that Conte's made his choice? The fact that he gave Doherty 70 minutes, you've got to think he's probably number 1, and the fact that he gave Emerson the last 20. Are you right? Are you on the same page as I am that Doherty's number 1, Emerson's number 2, and Jed Spencer's number 3? Like, what are your thoughts there?
I wouldn't write Jed Spence off straight away. He's not been there as long as the rest this season, and he hasn't done like a lot of the pre-season like the rest of them. So then maybe there's a fitness issue. Maybe there isn't. Maybe there's a bigger picture. But like I think it's a bit too quick to judge. Yeah. Maybe he played in the game against Rangers, and it would just see that he's not fit enough yet.
Can I just?
He had to work on his fitness a bit.
Yeah, I'll just maybe answer this, and it just came to my head, and it may seem a bit harsh because I don't want to be harsh to Jed Spence, but like I said before, Sean, there's this feeling that in that Israel game, like, was so unnecessary because of the fact that it was also against Roma, where I feel like pride was on the line, egos were on the line, like all these sort of things. Like,
I heard you say that earlier, and I was like, that's actually an interesting take. Yeah,
Jed Spence just never stood a chance. You know, like it wasn't like Conte almost looked at that game. He was like, if this is my last preseason game, I'm not going to waste minutes on Jed Spence. And that seems really harsh to put it in those sort of terms. But I genuinely think that's how Conte probably saw it. He goes like, I'd rather just continue to develop Spence in training than like waste minutes on him with the last preseason game of the season. And that does speak to the fact that he doesn't have a lot of confidence in Jed Spence right away, though, which is a bit of a concern. But also as well, like maybe it just shows that Roma game, was not going to be the game that Jed Spence was going to get, given minutes just to get minutes.
I don't know. I mean, when I watched the game, I'd made a joke about the kit keeping us dry because the Roma players looked drenched the whole time. So it was obviously very hot there. Their players certainly looked soaking wet the whole time, and I just think maybe Jed Spence wasn't fit enough yet, or deemed to be fit enough.
I feel like he is fit. He just wasn't chosen, like Sean was saying.
Maybe. We'll see. I mean, if he's not picked against Southampton, then that's going to speak volumes.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get minutes against Southampton, then it's going to speak volumes, and then it's going to. And that's a bit stinky then, because, like when you get like Conte coming out and saying, oh, yeah, I green lighted it, and Gold coming out and saying, oh, we scouted him, like he's our choice and stuff like that. If he then doesn't start getting minutes in the first 2 games against Southampton and Chelsea, and if he's going to start getting minutes, then he needs to get them at Southampton, not Chelsea.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
I agree
with you there.
I'd just like to say that I agreed with the point you both said earlier about Emerson being kept as the defensive, because that's his strong point of his game. Crossing and stuff like that and is not his strong point. But defensively, he's very good, Emerson. And I think that you were right to say that maybe we've kept him as that defensive option.
Yeah, well, it's just a personal thing. I just think that he obviously does like Sessegnon. They both offer things. We were linked today with Villarreal. You had the article saying that Lo Celso and Ndombele were potentially going to go to Villarreal, and we were going to get their left back. I forget the name off the top of my head.
Stupinian.
Stupinian. Yeah. And I watched him. I watched his highlights, his lowlights, his everything. His all touches. He reminds me a lot of like another left back. He reminds me quite similar to Emerson in that he's very
he is
good
another Emerson. I've seen plenty of a Stupinian.
Yeah.
He is another Emerson. He's a very defensive
Yeah.
fullback that is very good as a defensive fullback, but will be useless, I think,
going forward
as a wingback.
He's not bad at crossing, but he doesn't cross from the byline. He crosses from deep, and he's got a better left foot than Emerson's got a right foot. But for me, I think it's a nothing burger of an article, because I think you've got a defensive enough player in Sessegnon. For the things you're talking about, Rufus, the things we were speaking about earlier, when you're playing against the teams where you've got to do it, sit in banks of 5-4-1, I don't think you need anything else.
I actually think Sessegnon and Emerson have a lot in common. I'll even go that far. I find Sessegnon and Emerson to have more in common that they have least in common. I think they have. I'm actually struggling to find something they don't have in common.
Sessegnon can cross the ball with his left, and Emerson can't yet cross the ball with his right.
Yeah, but I feel like over the course of the preseason, I agree with you, Sean. When we looked at last season, Sessegnon definitely a better crosser of the ball. But over the course of the preseason, I feel like Emerson actually
has been working on it. He's been working on it.
Sure. He looked better than Sessegnon in that regard. But only time will tell. But Rufus, we've been speaking over you, my man. Anything you want to say here?
Sorry.
And I do have a few predictions I need to get to you before I let you go.
Let's do the predictions.
Let's get those predictions in then. So this one I haven't given to anybody yet. So you might feel, a bit happy about this. Third top goal scorer for Spurs in all comps, because Kulusevski was so close. If not, I think he did get that sort of title. Who's going to be that third top goal scorer? Who's going to, could it be Richarlison? Could he get, some goals here, some goals there, in all comps and, finish with third? Could it be Kulusevski? Could it be, I don't know, Basuma? It seems like, there's only really 2 or 3 choices, but who do you think?
I like your choice. When my shirt arrives, it's got Kulusevski on the back. And he'll probably be the third top scorer.
A lot of characters there. You paid up for that one. A lot of characters.
Yeah. Extortionate price.
Very long surname there that you paid.
How much did it cost? That's like a couple of pound a letter, isn't it? And that's like an extra 40 quid in numbers.
And the Champions League badge, I think it was about €105. Yeah, and that's just the standard replica. But if you actually get the match shirt with the honeycomb finish and stuff like that, it's about 160, which is just
holy Lord
Christ.
Well, especially with Kulusevski on the back, you're getting the top dollar. So, but he's gone for Kulusevski in that one. Good answer there. And 2 more for you, Rufus. How far are we going in the Champions League?
Let's see the draw first.
Let's see the draw.
When is the draw?
I'm not too sure.
Is it the 15th or the 25th? It's something. It's in the next couple of weeks, isn't it?
Is it the 25th?
25th that makes sense.
Imagine we get to watch a Champions League draw for once and actually be excited.
Can't wait for that.
Would be fun.
Yeah, but I quite like it, because I remember last time we got into a Champions League, we got the draw for the group phase. Everybody at work in Germany turned around and said, "Yeah, you've got third in that. You got third in that." We did well, and then the whole time we just went that one game further. None of it's expected to get past City. None of it is expected to get past Ajax. None
of us thought we'd get out of the group. It took us to get a draw at Barcelona on the last game of the group, didn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah. Amazing how that turned around, wasn't it? Like, we snuck through by hook or by crook, and then went on the most amazing dribble, the most amazing run.
It was just like that was it. It was like after Barcelona, it was one game after the other. Just like another one and another one.
One game at a time. The definition of one game at a time. That one was. Will we grab a trophy, and which one, Rufus?
I'd love it to be the FA Cup. I really agree with everybody else. It's about time we picked up the FA Cup at Wembley again.
Love that.
I remember watching us when I was a kid lift the FA Cup, so it'll be nice to do it again.
Love that answer.
Well, the League Cup, I've seen us later on in life lift the League Cup, and it is silverware. And you're happy and you dance around, but it's not one of the big two, is it?
No, certainly is not. And I feel like that FA Cup, like I said before, would certainly shut up those Gooners, down the road as well. Rufus, a trophy that they could probably take seriously, a trophy that we could certainly brag about for sure. But Rufus, absolute pleasure speaking with you, my man. Thank you for coming on tonight.
No problem.
Great to meet you, Rufus.
Hopefully we speak to you. Hopefully we speak to you Friday, maybe a day. Hopefully you speak to you Friday. A day before the game. But actually, you're going for the first game. Is that right?
No. My son couldn't get any holidays on the Friday, so we leave on Saturday to come to the UK. And the earliest arrival I could get was 2:00 in the afternoon, and it's just all too tight. And if we get a delay at any point, we wouldn't be able to get to the ground. But we've got our membership sorted now. So
where do you live?
We're planning to go back. I've got a nephew. He lives in London near Victoria. So we've always got a place to stay. So
good man.
Where do you live, Rufus?
In Freiburg in Germany, in the Black Forest.
Freiburg.
Oh, nice.
I mean, that's why it's nice to see the Lionesses win yesterday. Any win against Germany behind them in the line.
Behind the curtain.
Yeah.
I mean, when we scored 3 goals that knocked Germany out, I broke a rib.
Nice.
I was in the kitchen here, and then we scored, and I just came running through. I don't know what came into my head. I just did a full Jurgen Klinsmann.
Nice,
we don't have carpet. We have a laminate floor and like concrete underneath it. It was not a good idea. I was completely winded.
As you should be, Rufus. As you should.
I still went to work the next day. I mean, I had to rub it in the nose of all the Germans.
I think Chris did the same thing after we got top 4. We were speaking about that earlier. Big up, Rufus. Really appreciate you coming on, brother. And we'll see you soon. And I'm sorry about the Southampton game, but I know that you and the son will get there soon. Big up, brother. Catch you soon.
See you, mate.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you
Spurs. Big up, Rufus, everybody. Our man out in Freiburg. Love talking to Rufus. Very easy guy. Someone that you definitely would buy beer is what I would say. Ellie in the super chat saying, who's with me? Højbjerg to be captain when Lloris leaves. To me, he is a born leader. It's probably the thing that's going to be carrying him, into maybe this Spurs squad, if anything, Ellie, because he was not looking strong, this preseason. And, us Højbjerg fans, Ellie, we're going to have to stay close together, I would say, because that preseason was not strong for Mr. Højbjerg. And I do hope that he does, prove a few people wrong, going into the season, and yet again shows, the class that he does have, because he wasn't very convincing. And he does have that leadership ability. He does have that, camaraderie, that kind of also that focus, whenever players need to focus, know the task at hand, be able to, kind of be there for the whole 90 minutes. He is somebody that I think you do want on the pitch. Anytime that you see like a corner, a dead ball or something like that, you see Højbjerg, motioning at people, telling them where to stand, where to be and whatnot. If anything, he is probably the most kind of like, what is it, kind of like active or kind of the most, kind of loud, person, it seems like on the field, Højbjerg by the looks of things. So Ellie, I do agree with you, but I do hope that he improves on that form from preseason. William Kelly saying Levy's child promoting his dad again. This is very late, Sean, so I do apologize, but I think he's probably just talking about that moment.
William.
We were talking about grass.
Bill Kelly.
Maybe that grass is greener moment is what he's referring to.
What's happening, Bill? Yeah. Well, like I say, I'll stand by it, man. I'll stand by it. And like I said, if you watch the THST, if you look at the THST results earlier, William, or not results, like the report, only 3% of people, 6,000 respondents, only 3% of them, so 200 of 6,000. When they were asked what is their stance on Levy and Enix's ownership, only 3% want them gone. I think that it's a microcosm, right? That the online community, like everything in life, in any political, any divisive topic, the loudest voices are always on the extremes at either
the
end.
strongest voices, the loudest voices. Yeah,
So-
sometimes make it seem like there might be more behind it than there.
So my
actually
dad's
are.
doing just fine, thanks, Will.
He's defending the stepdaddy. William Kelly is defending the stepdaddy. Pick up William Kelly. Appreciate that, Sean. Great answer. Bottom Dude is saying, if you could sign two, who would they be? Zaniolo, Mark Gahey, Depay, Pau Torres, De Vrij, and Dumfries. What a great set. Thank you so much, Bottom Dude, as well, for these fantastic questions. It is a privilege to even answer these great questions, because you're even, making me feel like I'm at home on, on the second channel over on Flatcap, because this is what I do over there all the time. Sean, would you like to take the honors? It seems like you have an answer right away, or would you like me to go first?
No, I can do it. B and F.
B and F. Clever.
Yeah.
Clever. Or cheap as well. What you've gone for cheap as well.
E and F or B and F. I don't mind. De Vrij and Dumfries. I think that we need a right wing back, and I think we need a centre back more than we need another forward, personally.
This is tough. Pau Torres, I'm not convinced with in the air. So
he's a left centre. He's a left side. He's a left side centre back,
and he's also left-footed. So I'm gonna have to go B. God, I've made really good arguments about Depay in the past, but I'm not going to do it now. And he's already said no to Spurs, so I'm not going to even kid myself. So I'm going to have to be relegating myself to B and A, and I'm going to keep confidence in Emerson, Doherty, and Jed Spence. And I'm also going to keep confidence in the Flat Cap army of Flat Cap Euro Talk, who, when I did do that Denzel Dumfries scout report, they all told me that Jack, he's just another Emerson. I was shocked to hear that.
Really? Really?
I was shocked to hear that, because it feels like I've seen then, in that case, I've seen every good game of Denzel Dumfries by the looks of it. I've never seen a bad game of his, but a lot of people who I do really trust, and a lot of people whose opinion I do really value, who do know their shit, did say they don't really like Denzel Dumfries. So you're
going A and B.
Going A and B, just for sake of the Flat Cap army, just to honor their opinion. Just to
good luck with the knees on Mr. A. Good luck with his knees.
I'm going to rely on those knees. I have bad knees myself, so we're going to keep the loyal knee fan club is what we're going to go for. Big up to Bottom Dude. I really appreciate it, my man. Really do. But we're going to keep moving on. We're going to keep plowing on and just making sure I'm getting the order right here, everybody. And we have Elias coming into the building. Good to see you, Elias. How is everything? We have lots of things that we're going to have to ask you prediction-wise, Elias. So I hope you're well. I hope you're ready for this, because lots of questions about predictions.
Hey guys, yeah, sure, I'm ready. I'm a little sleepy as usual.
It's probably a bit early
here.
What time is it?
5:30 a.m.
Wow.
I actually at one stage just the other day, I did wake up very early, Elias, after a night out. I woke up very early that time just to sit by the toilet and watch some Jed Spence highlights. So I have been, there. I've been there, recently. So, hopefully, we can power through this together. Hopefully you can power through this together.
Sure, man.
But, lots of questions that we've had prepared. Maybe where will Spurs finish this season? It seems to be the easy one that we'll, go for. I've yet to receive anything different from third place. Would you like to be the one to give me something different than third place? You don't need to be. I think you're welcome to be.
I was thinking about this question earlier. Being the optimistic kind of person I am, I'll go for second. Behind Liverpool, City third, and I'll go for Chelsea or Man United fourth. I think Man United might get fourth this season, given Ten Hag, and I'm pretty impressed by some of their preseasons. So I'm gonna give a second behind Liverpool taking the title, City for third, and fourth for United. Yeah.
Wow.
I like it. I've been needing something different, Sean. We've been looking for something different here, and he's provided that to us.
Liverpool first, City third, and Tottenham second. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Far out. I love that. That's mind-boggling.
The moment Pep Guardiola gets his strikers, all falls apart. All falls apart. The moment he gets those strikers, everything. Maybe he never needed them all along.
Well, I'm pretty impressed by the way Liverpool has been playing recently and the way they played that game in the Community Shield against City. And you can see that Liverpool has that sort of direction with their attack, and they're really going forward. And already their defense and their wing backs and the full backs, as we all know, they were already a class. And now having a young striker like Darwin, they are there. That's why the other day I was considering, should I put Darwin or should I put Holland? I was contemplating a lot because I still personally feel that Holland, he would take a lot of time to still fit into the Premier League, and he will struggle to make those runs against the Premier League defender. Imagine now he's no longer playing against the Farmers League defenders. He is playing the top defenders of the Premier League. People like Romero, people like Guay, or I'm not gonna say Maguire, but even there, they are the class defenders that they are playing. So they will probably struggle. And one other thing is, I'm not pretty impressed with the City's defensive options that they currently have. And in the last season as well, we could see that they struggle there. So I'm going for them to be the third, not there, but it's gonna be very close with us and City. I'm looking forward to that, but I'm gonna go for Liverpool for the title next season.
There you go. I'm pretty sure Karen Klopp would be happy to hear that. And, it seems like if I'm not mistaken, it seems like, Karen Tuchel, you're not so impressed by, maybe Chelsea, you don't see, did you say Chelsea would get fourth, or did you say Chelsea would finish outside the top four?
Chelsea will
No,
finish outside four.
fifth or sixth, you said, right?
So it
Yeah,
seems like, Karen Klopp is going to be winning the title, whereas Karen Tuchel will be actually finishing outside the top four, which is, yeah. So one happy German, one upset German.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not. You can see all the preseasons that Chelsea had. They are clearly relying a lot on their Mourinho's time of tactics, and that's why they have been working a lot towards their defensive options. But right now in Premier League, if you want to go up to that level of first, second, third, fourth, you need that attack and the defense balance. And I'm not pretty impressed with Chelsea's attacking options at the moment. Their defense is pretty solid. I kind of envy that they managed to get away with Koulibaly, but
Yeah.
I actually envy that signing got a lot. Oh, but they can have him in the end. But I don't think they have that clear tactics and they have that clear vision currently with their football right now. It will be a struggling season for Chelsea given the way they played in their preseason. I don't see them being in top four next season. I have a friend who's a hardcore Chelsea fan, and I hope he's not listening to it. He's gonna kill me
Yeah,
tomorrow.
it doesn't seem like he'd be happy. He might be, crying as much as Tuchel was, the other evening if he heard your prediction. Surprise package or player of the season for you? Sean's answer seems to be the common one. Longley. It feels like that's the right answer. I hate to give away my opinion, but Perisic, could that be one, or someone else?
If you see Perisic, he won't be really a surprise package because Perisic has been a class really in his previous with his previous teams and all. Perisic has been a class. Langley, yeah, it makes sense that yes, if Langley really gives those kind of performances, the way he has been criticized in the media and the way he has been criticized when we signed him, there were a lot of comments going around that, oh, we are signing another Maguire, and then now it's going to be the battle of own goals between Maguire and Langley. So if he really proves to be that kind of signing, a good signing, then I think that definitely he's surprise package of the season. But I'm very much
Longley's, if he is a fridge like Harry Maguire is, he's pretty mobile, for a fridge. Maybe more of like a mini fridge, maybe a bit able to, a bit more,
a bar fridge,
around the apartment. I would say.
Just hold some cans of 7-Up.
Easy to pick up, easy to move around. Plug in somewhere else. Don't need two people.
LED driven, quite light on electricity. Like not
the one
not
you
too
keep
much
in the
of a
hotel
stress.
rooms.
A mini bar. It's a mini bar. It's a mini bar fridge.
Hotel fridge.
Exactly.
Hotel fridge. Well,
yeah, but
I'll take a hotel fridge any day. So it seems like, Longley is the perfect signing, in that sort of. I've never heard a better compliment for Longley in that signing, a hotel fridge being brought into the team. Elias, give me, your kind of, how many points are we grabbing from these games? You're welcome to work it out, almost like a math problem, game by game if you need to.
3-1. I'll go for 3-3, 3-3,
Wait, what?
1.
Wait, what?
I'll go
He's saying the
for
points. I think
Oh,
he's counting the
points.
points.
Okay,
yeah.
points. So
So
Southampton is 3 points.
13 points. 13 points. I think West Ham draw, Nottingham Forest win, Wolves win, Chelsea win, and
Wow.
Southampton win. I think Chelsea won. I'm going for a win because Conte is really desperate. He's desperate to give his best in
desperate.
that game after the was it like 3 defeats he had last season against Chelsea. So he wants to really give them back, like, and the good thing is that this game is coming towards the beginning of the season. Chelsea would not have had the time to really shuffle up the players and really get their moves in and all that. Whereas our team, we have had the chance to really assemble our team, our strategies, and we have had the time in the preseason to really get the things going. I don't think Chelsea has had the time, and currently, like the other day, Tuchel was saying that these players want to leave, these players don't want to stay in the club, and I don't think they'll be playing for the badge. So I'm going for the Chelsea win.
Elias, are you? Sorry to change the subject a little bit. I haven't.
ahead.
I had it written down as a question to ask, and I haven't asked anybody.
Go
Are
ahead.
you worried about Hugo Lloris? Or how do you feel about Hugo Lloris?
I would love to.
Wow, that's the $1 million question.
Great question, John.
Yeah, I'm really, because I feel like I saw a stat. A friend of mine, my man Michael, who sent me. I've actually got it in front of me. Right, he sent me a question the other day saying, how do you feel about his
Great question, Sean. I'll say it again. I'm sorry, but I'm going to interrupt you. Great.
Yeah, he. Oh, you gone on.
Yeah, he went off.
I went
I
off.
don't know.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Just doing something off
Jack,
screen.
shall I send this to you? Well, I'm not sure. He sent me like Lloris was. He sent me this thing said Lloris was the best shot stopper in the Premier League last season, and this was looking at the 2021 season, right? And Hugo Lloris, in terms of shots faced, goals conceded, goals prevented, he was number one ahead of Nick Pope, Areola, Martinez, Alisson, Edison. From the 2021 season, Hugo Lloris was the best goalkeeper in the league. And then last season, it kind of fell away, right? He recovered from his elbow injury. Then he had the 2021 season. Then last season, he kind of fell away. And like a lot, he fell away. And then so far in the preseason, I've seen him shaky, right? We almost conceded in the first 30 seconds from him against Roma. He was at fault again for that ridiculous free kick that we conceded against the Korean team. Yeah. He was at fault for a goal in the game against Seville, and he wasn't great in the Rangers game. So I'm worried. I'm really worried about him, and I want to know what your thoughts are, Elias.
I clearly agree with you. So Lloris has been one of those players I'm pretty concerned about in the goal, definitely. He is good with his movements and he's good with his sweeping, but reflexes. I mean, one thing is, as a goalkeeper, you must have good reflexes. And Lloris, the past few, he had a pretty shaky season start even last year, and he had a pretty mid season as well, quite shaky. Towards the end, he improved after that Burnley game, but then now in the preseason as well, you see him struggling. So it's really the reflexes, and I think he need to really work on it. But I'm not too concerned because I saw some really good reflexes from Fraser Forster in the preseason, and Fraser Forster has really good reflexes. I was like looking at the shot, that the shot was coming from like few inches away or 1 feet away or something like that sort of length, and actually he made a very good catch. And
so let me ask you this. Let me extend the question then. Do you think at some point in this season we will see Fraser Forster have a run of first team Premier League games? Not because Hugo's injured, but because
Hugo's lagging.
Yep.
I clearly foresee that. So, but I pretty much see Foster coming in and filling in the gaps, and even on the weeks where we might be playing Champions League and Premier League, I do foresee that they would swap places. Like you might see Hugo playing in the Champions League, and then you might see Foster playing in the Premier League. Yeah, very much.
Here's where, Sean, the reason I love your question is just because I am a bit I don't know. I'm really biased when it comes to ball playing sort of kind of keepers. I think it's the future of the game. I think you're a bit kind of naive to think that you can't really have like a keeper that's not comfortable with their feet, with the way that teams sort of kind of press you nowadays. Like they press you all the way to the goalkeeper. So it sort of means then you need to have a goalkeeper that's like comfortable with the ball at his feet and is able to have a good first touch. It feels like with Hugo, I don't know if you've noticed this, Sean or Elias, but I feel like we're training him to have a good sort of like delivery. Like he'll get that touch in, he'll be able to like ping it to somebody, but it's that first touch that's always so sketchy. It's the first touch that's so sketchy every time. No matter what, even if it's a good first touch for him, it's still sketchy.
On all of the things, on all of the other metrics, right? The one thing you know about Hugo is that he was always good with his shot stopping. He was phenomenal, right? Especially point blank because he never comes out. He never came out to receive. He was never like a cross receiver. He was never good at distribution. I take your point, Jack, about his first touch is poor when it comes to like securing the ball before he then releases it. All of those things were bad. But the one thing you could always rely on him was that there was these point blank saves that he would make because he was kind of a little bit smaller as a goalkeeper. He could get down and stuff. I'm starting to see weaknesses in that area.
That's what's interesting is that I don't see weaknesses in Hugo's game for that, but the fact that you do does worry me. The fact that you do does worry me because that's where I rely my faith on Hugo is on that shot stopping ability. I feel like he still has it in his repertoire. I'd like to think he's still one of the best in the Premier League when it comes to shot stopping, but I am so nervous and sensitive about keepers that are not good with their feet.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you on that as well. I agree with you on that. Yeah.
Even the way that Conte plays, it seems like we're not like using our keeper like Guardiola does, but we seem to use our keeper to get ourselves out of pressure. We really do like to use our keeper to get ourselves out of pressure. And Hugo worries me as a keeper when we pass it back to him because I feel like against a Man City, we are going to struggle because he might have a blunder. He just might. And I am worried about that because you can't really come back from that. At the same time, though, Sean,
but you saw that free kick.
I'm not going to disagree
the free kick
with
that he
you
conceded,
about,
right?
I'm not going to disagree with you about like his shot stopping ability, but I'm keeping my faith in his shot stopping ability. I'm going to keep my faith in it. Okay. But if that were to go, I would then be very concerned because he's not good with his feet. And then if he were to lose his shot stopping ability, then that would concern me. But I think he still has it.
Okay, let me worry you a little bit more here.
I'm in here.
Well, worry us, terrify us. Let's go.
Okay, if you look at him, Hugo is definitely a good shot stopper. And I remember it was around Mourinho's time, or one of the managers described him very acrobatic, very reflexive in a sense. But a reflexive keeper or an acrobatic keeper who can do those kind of stunts, that kind of thing requires a great level of fitness. And as Hugo's age would catch up, your reflexes tend to go weaker in terms of your acrobatic abilities. So it's scientifically proven, basically. So definitely he will struggle. So in that way, if he needs to improve, then definitely he has to work extra hard in that area of his acrobatic shot stopping, and then definitely with his feet as well when the balls are being passed back to him. So I do see that we would struggle in the season with Hugo, but hopefully we had a new goalkeeping coach, I think sometime in January, or was it in February? I hope
I'm not sure.
That guy can wonder that guy can put his magic in. Yeah.
Listen, I hope I'm wrong. I'm not saying I agree with what you guys are saying. I think we all spoke about this last season about his inability to distribute the ball well in tough circumstances. He's poor at doing that. But we've always known the things he doesn't do and doesn't, and you shouldn't change the habit of a lifetime. I think that Foster's going to offer a lot of differences. Like, Foster's a big fella. He can definitely come out and claim the ball. I don't know what Foster's distribution is like. If I'm honest, I'm not too familiar. But I do worry. Like, I saw that free kick that we conceded against the K-League.
Yeah.
And I know that I think it was Pape Sarr and whoever the other guy was in the wall. It's a two-man, Sonny. And it's a two-man wall. I can't remember who it was, but like it was a 2-man wall, and they both split their heads across, but either way,
it just looked bad on all parties.
It looked bad on all parties, right? Hugo Lloris should have. He got there and he almost pulled his hands back because he thought the post was further away or further closer than where it was. And then I saw again in the first 30 seconds against Roma, he was scrambling. It looks like his confidence or he wasn't switched on. And I know it's a preseason friendly, so take it with a pinch of salt. I get all that stuff, but you should be looking at not the result of preseason friendlies, but individual performances to see how confident people are. And for me, Lloris looked a little bit shaky in the preseason.
Sean, do you feel like Conte and Elias? I want you to answer this too, but Sean, do you feel like Conte has some sort of fetish with like kind of older keepers because he had Handanovic till like Handanovic was like 38 years old, like when he inherited him, and now he's just finally, I think now is finally leaving like Inter Milan, but like he inherited like like more than old, Handanovic, and he still kept him around when people thought that Conte would say no to Handanovic. He made it clear that he wanted Handanovic. Does he have some sort of fetish for older keepers?
I mean, listen, man. Maybe I think that maybe more likely it's just a position that Conte's not like thinking about so much, right? He's thinking about his specific 3-5-2 and trying to find the wheels, like the right cogs for the positions outside. And maybe he's like a goalkeeper's a goalkeeper, so whatever. And maybe he's thinking steady heads, don't rock the ship kind of thing. And so I don't know about Handanovic. Maybe the same about Lloris, whatever. And maybe that's why they went for Foster rather than
using one
Pope.
Example, just to
but I don't know. You might be right.
Buffon, of course, at Juventus, but anybody would have taken Buffon back then. But
I don't know. But at the moment, it seems like he's more than happy with Hugo Lloris. And I'm not saying I'm not happy with Lloris. I'm just positing it as a conversation piece, maybe something we can think about as the season progresses.
But actually, overall, I would not be overall very much concerned, even if Lloris struggles, because Foster is a class goalkeeper himself. So he can easily he can easily fill in those shoes, even if Lloris struggles. And it can become sort of like a positive impact on Lloris' game that, this guy is coming in. He just came in now. He's giving me a competition. So...
And Elias, for what it's worth, I don't know if you guys remember, but again, I was listening to the game against the K-League, and in the pre-season training, when they were doing that kind of that ridiculous running up and down the pitch thing, I remember in the someone was telling me, and I saw it on the highlights, when Foster had his chance, he was bellowing, he was like screaming and shouting during the little half pitch games at his defense. And I really was encouraged by the fact that Foster's not come in there and thinking he's going to be a delicate flower. He's come straight in and he's screaming at Romero. He's screaming at Dyer. He was screaming at Davies, get in position. And so for me, he's not somebody that's coming in thinking, I'm just going to sit on the bench and pick up my paycheck. He's someone that wants to make an impact. And I think that's all for the better for Tottenham.
Yeah, so definitely Foster, he would have an impact that's definitely going to be a way, way, way higher than what Golini made last, or what the kind of role that Golini was playing last season. He's a class goalkeeper, no doubt, and it would have a good impact on Lloris' game as well. Then it would give Lloris that extra motivation to really go for it, to really strive for an extra mile, and really put in an extra effort into his game. Yeah. So overall, I don't see it as a threat.
Nice.
Well, I'm going to have to ask you, just one more question before I let you go, then Elias, will we grab a trophy and which one? I also have to ask you maybe first, how far will you go into the Champions League first? Do you want to answer that one, or are you like everybody else? You want to wait?
Both are linked. I was actually going to say that it looks very likely that we will grab one of the cups, not the league, as I just said. The reason being is the league really demands that kind of points and that sort of consistency. We are not there yet with the league, and it's very hard to predict the league at this point of time, the way the transfers are going and all that. But for a cup win, really looks more realistic. I think if you consider FA Cup, even Champions League is possible. Why I'm saying Champions League is possible, the reason being is Conte has not won a Champions League trophy as a manager, and he would be giving his all for it. So that plays a major factor, because I think Conte has won FA Cup before, right? If I'm not mistaken, he has won the Premier League. He has not won the Champions League before. So
Never won
this
the Champions
season,
League, no.
so this season he would be going for it, because he wants to add that extra element into his resume that I'm a Champions League winner. So he would be giving it his all for the Champions League. And one other thing why I'm pretty much looking forward to it, and why it looks like that Conte would be focusing on that, is the way he has made his signings, and the way he has the kind of systems that he has been working out, and the kind of things that he has been experimenting overall in the preseasons as well. He's not just focusing a lot on the Premier League with the way he has played his subs, and the way his experiments. If you are an experienced football fan, you can actually kind of realize that he's not just focusing on the Premier League or the English football. He's aiming for the big shot of the Champions League. So I'm
love it. He's gonna change. He's trying to improve his resume with Spurs using that Champions League. And then, are we grabbing a trophy, and which one, Elias?
FA Cup seems very realistic. Yeah.
There you go. Love it.
No, what a great season that would be.
Well. Yeah. Straight to the point. Everybody's gone for the FA Cup, the flavor of the week, you could say, when it comes to that transfer, or when it comes to that trophy answer. But Elias, pleasure as always, my man. Thank you for very much.
Good to meet you, Elias.
Thank you for coming on.
Good to meet you too, Sean.
Hopefully that Chelsea friend of yours didn't hear, your answers.
Come on,
Thomas
you
Tuchel. It was a real pleasure speaking with you, my man.
Yep, man.
See you soon, buddy. Take care, man.
See you soon.
Catch ya. Big up, Elias. See you soon, brother. Big up, Elias. Everybody show him a bit of love. That was a great conversation we had with him.
Great chat.
And he's a great guy. Top man. As well as if you want to join that group chat of ours, everybody, feel free to message David or I via email, and you can speak to Elias, who has some great, I think, opinions on everything football related. But I think we have a super chat actually first from Dermot, and it's a massive one, and it's also a super sticker here. And Dermot, just making sure I get it right here, and it's actually just somebody just up, lifting up a trophy right there, actually, Sean, and it's just making his, his preference clear that he thinks that Spurs are going to be lifting the trophy. For me, Dermot, when it comes to the trophy, I think it's top 3 plus a trophy. I really would take any trophy. I'm not really, a chooser. I'm not picky. I think I'd probably celebrate the Carabao as much as I'd celebrate the FA Cup, but I'm top 3 plus a trophy. That's me personally. Sean, if you were to have a trophy, or if you were to predict Spurs to get a trophy, what would it be?
Carabao Cup. Carabao Cup, I think, is the most likely. I think it's eminently the easiest to win. But what I actually predict,
too, you just win like 2 or 3 games on the bounce,
and you're there,
like in
right?
The final.
Because you're already in the Champions League, they kind of shoot you through to the 3rd round anyway, or whatever it is, and then you get a couple of lucky draws and you're almost there. For me, though, I think the trophy we probably might win is the Europa League. I think we might drop out. I hope we don't, but I think we might drop out of the Champions League in 3rd place. It depends on what we get, and then maybe we'll go on and do something special in the Europa League, and I'd be okay with that. That'd be a really cool little thing. Yeah, exactly.
I would love a Europa League. It's the hipsters cup anyway when it comes to the Euro. I love the Europa League. Love me a bit of Europa League. So Dermot, also even the super chat is so generous, Dermot, that the super chat is actually orange. The super chat's actually orange here, which is actually the color, and yellow, the colors of the Europa League. So it looks like we're going to be winning the Europa League, Dermot. Big up, brother. Really, really generous as well.
Big up, Dermotron. Sorry, it's an internal joke. He knows what I'm doing.
I think at this stage everybody knows what we mean by the Dermatron. We're moving on to KPV. KPV. How you doing?
What's up, man? I'm good.
How you doing?
Prediction evening, Mr. KPV. Are you ready with your hot and fiery predictions?
Predictions. Let's go.
Let's go. How about we give you this one? How many points are we grabbing here, Mr. KPV? You can work it out, like, Elias was earlier, point by point, 3 points there, 3 points there, what we getting? 15, 12, 13?
15. Win or 5. 15.
How are we going to win at Chelsea? Tell me how we're going to win at Chelsea then.
Well, as what's been going on with Chelsea, they lost to Arsenal. So why can't we win at the Bridge? Because the last time we won at the Bridge was our manager was manager of Chelsea and he wants revenge. So why can't we? We beat them 3-1 with that screamer from Ericsson and Dele Alli with 2. So yeah, I just want to win at Chelsea because they always seem to beat us every time we play them. They always beat us. So
I know
now
Conte would agree with you. I think he would almost rather Conte would almost rather win at Chelsea than he would rather win at West Ham, I bet.
Yeah, he would rather win at Stamford Bridge than win at West Ham because, I think that's probably the derby he'd want to win. Win at Chelsea because they've lost some of their great players. They're probably going to lose the captain, Aspilicueta, now because even though even though he signed a new contract a few months ago, as I saw, but looks like they're not going to keep him. So why not? Yeah, 15.
No one's going to Chelsea. KPV. Koundé got Kazumti went to Barca. Kimpembe went elsewhere. Rafinha went elsewhere. Nobody's going to Chelsea. KPV. Nobody's going to Chelsea, bro.
Nah, and the good thing is they missed out on Richarlison because Richarlison said he wanted Champions League football, even though they're in it. He chose us over them, and
that's right.
That's right, and. Yeah, and Thomas Tuchel's not happy with the signing. Then why are you there? They're going to lose Werner. I heard that he's going back to RB Leipzig.
Yeah.
So who's going to be a striker? They ain't got one. They loaned out Lukaku to Inter, and Havertz is up front, but he's not a striker. So who's going to score the goals? Looks like Raheem the Dream Sterling, but he's not a forward.
Raheem the Dream.
We've got probably the better squad, but I heard we could be signing 4 more players.
4 more? Is that what you heard?
Yeah, that's what I saw. We could be signing 4 more players. I saw on the one football app. We could be signing 4 more. So that would be 10 in total.
That's a lot, right? That's a lot.
Yeah. So if we start 4 more, that's 10 in total. Then how are you going to rate the window then? If that's 10 in total, then surely it's got to be 10 out of 10.
Well, it depends who the 10 are. And,
I think if we sign just 2 more KPV, it could be a 10 out of 10 window for me. I don't need even 4. That's too many names to keep track of. Too many kids to buy.
100%.
I heard we're in talks with Roma for Zaniolo. Why not? He's probably, now that Bastoni's not going to come, we'll have to go for him next summer. But Zaniolo, who played well against us on Saturday, I think will probably be a good option at centre back or midfield. I don't know where he plays, but it'll be great. 2 more. Who else are we interested in? 2 more.
I just think we need that creative midfielder and center back.
Yeah, midfielder. We need. Yeah,
Do you take Zaniolo, or would you be mad with Zaniolo? Do you want Madison?
I'll probably say Zaniolo because I don't like what Madison said about us in 2013. He was tuning Liverpool back then. But
I'll forget it, but I'll never forget.
I don't like him, but we do need a free kick specialist, but it looks like we have one in Ronaldo. Kane, no more free kicks, please. Let Sonny take, because he's been scoring them for South Korea. And so, yeah.
Why is Kane taking the free kicks, to steal Sean's question? Why is Kane taking the free kicks, though, my man? At this stage, they have to know that Kane isn't going to score, but he keeps taking them.
Yeah, I think we bought that, free kick manager or something. The guy, I don't know what his name is. Maybe he's the one that taught Kane how to take him when we beat the K-League team 6-3. And the last time he scored one was actually in 2014. That was against Aston Villa. But
8 years. 8 years since Harry Kane last scored a competitive free kick, KPV. It's mad.
8 years.
I was in my 20s the last time Harry Kane scored.
8 years ago was the time that Madison came up with that quote that you were talking about. That was 8 years ago.
Yeah, like I don't like him. I don't like what he said, but like,
KPV, what do you think about what Christian Eriksen said?
Well, what did he say?
He said even when I was back at Tottenham, even when I was playing for Tottenham, I was still talking to Manchester United managers. I'm not the quote. I'm kind of I'm not saying what he said specifically, but he said something like this. He basically said, even when I was at Tottenham, I was still talking to Manchester United managers, trying to figure out what they were doing and whether it was a good time for me to join them. How disrespectful is that?
Yeah, like before he left, he promised Daniel Levy he wasn't going to join another one. But what did he do? He lied. Just like what's his name lied as well, who I'm not allowed to mention because I know Ben's probably watching. Ben and Sim are watching, but I'm going to. Sol Campbell lied. He said, I'm playing. But you lied, kid. Welcome to the Judas Club, Eriksen. Welcome to the Judas Club.
Yeah, kid. The Club of Judas, 100%.
The man,
COJ.
Yeah, and then Dembele didn't join another club. He went to the Chinese league and retired. I love the guy. Nobody can get the ball off him. Dembele was brilliant. You saw what he could do to defenders. Nobody could take the ball off him. And yeah, Ledley King is Tottenham through and through. Dawson. Who else am I missing? Anyone else? Yeah, they're players. They're probably three, but Toby, Jan, it's got to be the best.
They avoided the Yedley Club. Yeah, sorry, not the Yedley Club. They avoided the Soul.
Yeah, like people who lie to you and say, "Oh, I'm not going to join the team who wants to win." Things. Well, you lied, kid. Two of you lied, and you wanted to win. So we still don't like you two. You two are just a disgrace. Like. We gave him a good.
It seems like you've made it clear. The KPV certification for joining the Judas Club. By the looks of things, Sean, looks like you got the confirmed answer from him. KPV has put Eriksen in that room.
Straight in that bucket. He's in the bucket.
He's in the bucket.
He's in the Judas bucket.
Yeah, 15 points, and yeah. We're going to grab a trophy. I want the Premier League and the Champions League. Two big trophies Liverpool missed out on. Yeah, I want the two big ones that matter.
Everybody's gone for the FA Cup, though. You want more than that, KPV? That's what everybody's predicted is we'll get the FA Cup. You think we'll get something more than that?
Yeah, we'll probably get something more. Like, why not win a treble? Like, Premier League, Champions League, FA Cup. Why not? Like, I know...
Which one do you think we have a better chance at for the big ones? For the big ones, for the big ones, which one do we have a better chance at?
I'd probably say Champions League because Danny Kiriakou has actually agreed before. Like, he wants the Champions League because those lot in South London have never won it. Like,
don't know about Danny Kiriakou. Danny Kiriakou talks rubbish everywhere he goes.
He wants the Champions League, like he has agreed. Like, yeah, Danny Kiriakou is a legend. Big up.
Yeah, I love Danny. Big up Danny. Big up Danny.
Yeah, I think Champions League is probably the best we have a chance at. But the group stage draw is in a couple of weeks. Like, I just don't want Bayern Munich. I know Dave does, but it looks like
who do you want in the Champions League? Who's the big name you want in Pool A? We're in Pool B. Who do you want from Pool A?
Who's in Pool A? I wouldn't mind Ajax. Ajax again. I know they weren't in our group before. We had them in the semis, but why not a bit of Ajax? I know
that'd be fun.
Their away record was better than their home record, but yeah, let's go with Ajax. Dortmund, are they in it?
Yeah, I think they're in Pool B though. I'm not sure we can get them. I think they're in Pool B.
Oh, okay.
Do you want Bayern or avoid Bayern?
Avoid Bayern, man. Come on.
What about Atletico?
Atletico Madrid, I wouldn't mind.
That'll be
Athletic
fun.
will-
That'll be a fun game, right?
Yeah, that'll be fun.
That'll be beast.
Yeah,
Can you imagine Romero going to town on Atletico and Atletico trying to go to town on him? It will be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, imagine Romero taking them out. Like, he can take people's legs out. He done it with Richarlison, but
He'll take out the manager. He'll take out the Simeone. Is it Simeone?
Yeah,
Is it
yeah,
Simeone's
Simeone.
manager?
He'll take him out.
He'll take him out.
Like, yeah, I don't know who else is in there. I think they're in B or something. But yeah, if we get one of those two, I'm going abroad to watch. I'm going with Ben and Tim. I'm going
love
to
that.
watch it. Yeah, and I think so. But yeah, like Champions League is what I want, man, because I know Chelsea won it 2 times, but they already got knocked out by Real Madrid. So, but they're not going to win it. Let's be honest. They're not going to win it again because they want to win it for 3rd time. No thanks. I know Conte's record as a knockout, he's never won it, but could this be the time to break it? Why not?
Why not?
Why not,
not?
man? Like,
Why
I-
not?
Can
that
you
seems to be
imagine?
the attitude the whole evening from you,
can you
KPV. Is why
imagine?
not?
Like,
Why not a treble? Why not
Why
a
not?
treble?
Yeah.
Why
Go
not?
all the way
something?
to the final and win it.
Yeah.
And
The only thing the only why is you got to put Ericsson in the Judas bucket, and apart from that, it's why not.
why not, man? Like, yeah, Sonny
Love
and Kane want to win it. Like, someone can help us. And I just want to wish a very happy birthday to Mr. Alfie Devine.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to wish a happy birthday.
Mr. Conte as well. Conte's was on the 30th, wasn't it, or 31st? It was yesterday or the day before. Conte's
He was
birthday.
a few days ago. Yeah, he was just
Yeah.
2 days ago.
Conte,
2 days
yeah,
ago, or even
like-
yesterday.
The boss. Yeah, he's going to help us end that trophy drought because Arsenal are going to keep laughing. But laugh all you want, kiddos. It's over. We're going to win. They can laugh all they want. But, like, yeah, I don't know. Someone put Arsenal in the top 4 on Instagram or Twitter or something. Facebook, they did. But I don't care. Like, I just don't want them in the top 4 because they've got Jesus. He's probably scored, 7 goals in pre-season. But let's be honest, they're not going to reach it. It's not going to happen. We'll finish above them for 7 straight seasons in a row. And I just don't like them. I hate Arsenal more than I hate Chelsea. So,
Love that.
yeah, the North London derby. And
Well, hopefully
Yeah.
Fat Frank fails. Hopefully Chelsea fail. Hopefully the Gooners fail. KPV, appreciate you coming on, brother. I'm loving the predictions, the
yeah,
hot and fiery
and-
predictions. You were optimistic the whole time. You know, no fiery predictions. Optimistic. All you wanted
Well,
was the
really?
best.
Yeah, and I'll
All you
see you
wanted is the
Friday.
best.
And I'll see you Friday night after Palace beat Arsenal, like they did before. So, yeah, I'll see you
Come
Friday night. And I'm going out Saturday, as you already know. So, but I'm
Yep.
going out to a concert Saturday. So,
Good man.
yeah, we're going to. And I just want to beat Southampton. Revenge. It's time. Let's
It's
smack
time.
the Saints. And yeah, and I'll see you next
Let's
week.
give Ralph a
And,
9-0 spanking in the beginning of the season. Usually he gets one mid-season. Might as well give him in the beginning of the season, you know,
Yeah,
Kyle.
yeah,
You know, show
like
him.
give him a 10-0 win. Like, let's smack him 10-0. Like,
Exactly.
we haven't scored 9 since that game against Wigan when we spanked them 9-1. Defoe got 5. I bet people must have had him in their FPL teams, triple captain, 5 goals. Like, yeah, he's the only player got 5. But Son, like, top scorer in all competitions. It's got to be Kane. Surprise package. I'm going for Kulusevski.
Love it.
Love it. Ginger from Sweden. And I'll see you
I
all
think that's
next
a good
week.
one.
Later.
We'll see you next
See you,
week.
Carl,
Big up.
mate.
See you,
Good to
boys.
see you, man.
Yeah, and
KPV.
before I go, Dyer is great. I don't know why Ellie doesn't rate him, but there's one man who loves Dyer, and that is Bobby K, who agrees. So, Ellie, I know you're watching. I know you're in the chat. Stop disrespecting, or else our friendship's going to be over. So,
Oh no, Ellie.
No.
You heard those kind words from
No.
KPV. Big
Yeah.
up,
That's harsh.
KPV.
Yeah, I
We'll
love
see
it.
you soon, brother.
See you later, guys.
See you, mate.
Peace
Gotcha.
out.
Okay, bro.
Big up. Everybody show KPV a bit of love. Honestly,
It's
my
me.
cheeks hurt.
It's
My cheeks
me.
hurt
It's
every time he
Kane.
comes on. My
Kane.
cheeks hurt. But Sean, you've given
Yeah.
us
I
3
gotta go, man.
bloody good hours of your time.
No, I love every minute of it, man.
Your channel's been pinned in the chat, but
Thanks,
just in case, anyone, pretends they didn't have, or if anyone did, pretended they have an excuse, now they don't. I put the, the link in the chat as well. Tell
Thanks,
us
buddy.
what's, going on this week, because I know they know about your channel, but maybe, if anything's going on this week, anything coming up this season, or what it may be, good time to
No, listen, my channel, I literally just, if you are a subscriber, I would recommend hitting the notification bell, because I have to deal with my work, my businesses and things, and then the second that I've got a few hours spare, I go, oh shit, there's a chance here, and I just go live. So if you are a subscriber, I'd recommend hitting the notification bell. If you're not, Spurs Talk Show, it's where you can find me. Jack, I've loved being a part of the channel this evening. I'm really glad that I've been back on, man. It's been a lot of fun, and it's been great to see everybody again. Unfortunately, I do have to go to bed because I've got to be up at 6 a.m. I've got a delivery coming round, so I've got to go to bed. But I absolutely adore you guys and everyone on the channel. Thanks for having me, and I look forward to the panel show in a couple of days' time.
Yep. All right. And we'll be seeing you very soon, Mr. Shawnee. And everybody, if you haven't already, hit that big red sub button on Sean's channel and hit that notification bell if you already were subbed, so you don't miss any of those kind of more, kind of spontaneous videos or streams, kind of like you said, and you can hear what the man has to say. But Sean, appreciate you. Had an absolute blast with you. We're going to keep plowing on, though, with this fan show. Plenty more guests to get through, so don't you worry, people. But Sean, I will be seeing you.
Cheers, Jack. Take care, mate. Love you both. See you guys.
Bye. Bye. Alrighty, there we go, everybody. We're going to keep moving on. We're going to keep plowing on and make sure that I do have the order right. And I think it is Paul. Looking forward to this. Paul, how we doing?
Hello. Hey, hello, man. How you going, Jack?
Season is fast approaching. It's prediction time, Paul. You got to get ready. And you can give me the harsh predictions. You can be the, the optimistic predictions.
Tough love, man.
Maybe start with this one, where Spurs are finishing. An easy one.
Number one. Premier League champions.
That's the first one to say that today. Everybody's gone for third, Paul. Everybody's gone for third.
I don't think people are singing the same song that we all sing. We don't sing Tottenham are a pretty good side. We might have a run in Champions League. We sing Tottenham are the greatest team the world has ever seen. Tottenham are the greatest team the world has ever seen. Tottenham are the greatest team the world has ever seen. And the Spurs go marching on. Dun-dun.
Come on,
glory,
Paul.
Glory, Tottenham. There we go.
Number one, there it is. Easy answer
Number
for
one.
him. Easy answer. Who will we be challenging? Is it a Liverpool? Is it a Man City?
Look, it's got to be one of them, isn't it? I keep.
Who are you more afraid of? Maybe let's say. Maybe a better question. Who are you more afraid of, Man City or Liverpool?
I think Man City. Although we do beat Man City all the time, but I think they're just going to be more consistent playing other teams than Liverpool. Liverpool don't seem to have strengthened to me. They've taken a bit of a step backwards, Yeah,
they have taken a bit of a step backwards, and it seems like they're going to be relying a lot on Salah going into this season. With losing Mane, so they might not be as strong as some might think. I kind of like that prediction there. I'm seeing
chinks in Klopp's armor a little bit. He was, you see him like a couple of years ago, and he's all happy and smiling and man of the people and blah, blah, blah. And now he's getting rattled, and I like that.
Paul, as well, we were saying earlier, Karen Klopp is, someone we're used to seeing complaining, but now we're seeing Karen Tuchel, over at Chelsea, the two, Karen Germans. Do you feel like Chelsea might fall off? They might not be as competitive as they usually are?
Well, they have, yeah, they're going to go, I've said this before, they're going to go back to being the bang average London club that they were in the 80s and 90s. They haven't got
slowly back into that.
They haven't got the bankroll. So now they're in American hedge fund land where it's going to have to be run on a profit and all this sort of shit and shareholders and
not the bankroll
money managers. Yeah. So, I mean, look, they can't sign shit. Like, was it Sean or KPV was saying? They tried so, and I've been, you see headlines, Chelsea signed Koundé. No, they don't. Barcelona fucking got them. You know, it's brilliant.
Love that. Absolutely love that. Great predictions there. Honestly, you're absolutely on fire, my man. Maybe you might as well give you an easy one here. Spurs top goal scorer in the Prem. That's kind of the big one because it was Sonny, despite not being given the penalties. Who do you think is going to take it?
Harry Kane. Harry Kane. Any day. I mean, did you see? I saw the pre-season games and like his shots. It doesn't even matter if the goalkeeper knows where that guy is going to shoot the ball. They can't get to it in time. He is dynamite. And, you know, he's going to be starting the season all cylinders blazing, you know, unlike last season where, I mean, the whole club was in a disarray beginning of last season and he was out of sorts and the club didn't know what it was doing. But this year, I think he's going to, you know, 30 goals for Harry Kane.
30 goals
in
all
the
comps or just in
no,
comps,
just in the Premier League. I reckon he might give Clive Allen a run for his money. He might get the 50 goals in all competitions.
I wish Dave was on right now, Paul. I wish Dave was on right now. Gosh, he'd be getting goosebumps right now listening to this. He'd be loving this. Paul, oh God, this is gorgeous to hear. When it comes to, you know, the Champions League though, you know, do you see, you know, any sort of player for us, you know, kind of popping off, you know, maybe not Harry Kane, could be Harry Kane. Is he going to dominate the Champions League, or is Sonny going to be, you know, our talisman there?
Well, look, I think Harry Kane will be the number one.
Breed the Champions League, you know, it's kind of more kind of clutch goals. I feel like, you know, and that sort of kind of competition.
Yeah, I think Harry Kane is the number one, but I mean, it's not like our number 2, 3, and 4 are going to be shit. You know, they're going to be banging in goals left, right, and centre. You know, you got
Kulusevski, Richarlison,
yeah, Richarlison. I mean, take your pick. There's so many. There's so many options up front. It's magnificent.
Well, let's keep moving on then, Paul. Surprise package or player up the season. Longley has been a very kind of common answer, but who do you think is going to be surprising people this season? It could be a player that didn't even move to Spurs. Like it could be like a Bentancur might just show the player that he really is. Maybe he just blows up or something. Who knows?
I think Bentancur has already played. You know, he's not going to surprise me by playing well. I'm going to go back to Jed Spence. Jed Spence, he's not getting enough love, I don't think. And I think, look, I saw Jed Spence play. He played against us a few years ago and was brilliant. Yeah. The times I saw him last season were against Leicester and Arsenal, and then in the playoffs for Nottingham Forest. And the guy was fantastic. I think he's ready to go. I think he's going to be the new Chrissy Waddle. I think he's fantastic. So I'm not going to be surprised.
When are we going to start seeing a lot of them, do you think? Because he didn't really play in preseason very much. So what do you think? Like maybe a month or two in?
What do I know, man? I mean, I don't know.
I'm pretending like you're the energy I'm getting from you, though, Paul. It's almost like you're the hitman inside the dressing room. You know, you're giving me all that energy. It seems like you're in the know right now. I'm loving it.
No, I reckon I reckon they should get KPV into the dressing room. He fired the guys up, man.
You should get both of you in there.
Yeah, bloody hell, man.
This has been a great question tonight. How many points are we grabbing here?
15. Come on, man.
You're so efficient. Right? He's so prepared. He's so prepared.
15. Look, right, you got Southampton, win. Chelsea, bang average, win. Wolves, shit, win. Nottingham Forest, win. West. I mean, is it unreasonable to say 15 points? I hear everyone going,
no, it's
not.
Oh,
well, we're scared of Chelsea. Fuck Chelsea. They're shit. They're shit.
They're going back. They're no bankroll anymore. They don't have the bankroll.
They haven't got the money. They haven't got the money, you know, and all that, you know, and we'll see, you know, the quality of Chelsea fans. They're either Tory toffs or bother boys. You know, there's no fabric behind Chelsea. They're just an invented club. They're almost like a franchise. So I'm not scared of them at all. Look, out of that lot, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Nottingham Forest put up a fight.
Are you a bit worried, like a lot of low block teams, after Chelsea?
Well, we did struggle against Roma, didn't we? Which was, that was a bit of a boring old performance. But it's pre-season.
That was the worst pre-season game I've seen.
Oh, dude, man! It's like, after we did all right against.
Not bad for the highlight guy.
Yeah, the Korean game and the Sevilla game, there was glimmers there. Roma, I don't know. Low block teams. When we play a low block team, we've got enough attackers if we can't get the ball in the back of the net, then what I'd like to do is just see our players hit the ball as hard as we can into their faces and just weaken them up a bit and then score, Stop floundering around the box. Oh, we don't know where. Just go for it. Bang them,
That's exactly, and we saw some pretty harsh tackles in the Premier League or in the preseason from Bentancur, from Romero and whatnot, and there were a few scuffles as well, this preseason, which is for the first time too. It almost looks like we have more bodyguards, I said before, Paul, than usual. Richarlison, Bentancur, Højbjerg, Romero. It's like Kane and Son. They're almost in the back, when it comes to getting in the scuffles.
Yeah, we've lost the softness. Like I'd say a couple of years ago, we were quite a soft team, not shit or anything, but just not physical. And now we've got physicality all over the pitch, and you can see the guys sticking up for each other. If when Son was getting hassled a bit, you'd see other players stepping into the fray and saying, hands off, or we'll sort you out.
Love it,
which is
absolutely.
good.
This is a unique question, but who's that third top goal scorer? Because I know you said Kane and Son are the obvious ones, but is it Kulusevski? Is it Richarlison that might blow up this season?
I suppose I'd like to see Richarlison do it. Just because
I want it to be Richarlison too.
Because he's a bit of a mystery to me. I didn't really see him play that much last season. We paid a lot of money for him.
The doubter's wrong if he got that third top goal scorer. I feel like
if he bangs in 15, 20 along with Kulusevski. I mean, Kulusevski's brilliant. Richarlison's got to, work his way into the team, or, we've got 5 substitutions, so he'll probably be playing a lot of minutes anyway, even if he's just super sub sort of stuff, So I'd like to see him come good. I like the cut of his jib. He seems like a good guy to have around in the dressing room, like Lucas Moura. I think Lucas is a good guy to have around the team. He seems to, have some sort of spirit about him. I know on the pitch sometimes he runs into a bit of a blind alley from time to time, but sometimes you just need those guys for that, that intangible spirit, and I think he's one of them. So I'm looking forward to seeing him.
What I find kind of crazy is Kulusevski for me has honestly been one of the most incredible sort of finishers that we've ever brought into this club, for some time, but they still don't even stand close to Son and Kane when it comes to the finishing ability. Like, we don't even think about that. Like, we kind of think Kulusevski, is just some average player, when it comes to, compared to them. But Kulusevski, his finishing, I think, is ridiculous, Paul, in certain stages, but you still don't even compare it to Kane and Son. Those are the players that we're used to when it comes to finishing.
Yeah, I mean Kane and Son. What do you say about them? I mean,
they're ruthless. They're mercenaries. They're paid assassins. It feels like even this preseason, some of the finishes that Kane had, I was like, geez, he's ready to play tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like those two. If they can see a square foot of the goal, that's where they'll put the ball. It doesn't matter where they are; they'll just get it in. They just create goals out of nothing. Just crazy skill they've got, and they are, like you say, they're absolutely ruthless. And like when they came on in the second half against the Korean team, bang bang, 2 each, easy, no problem.
Well, we're going to keep going through these, kind of questions then, Paul, but how far are we going into the Champions League? I think I just heard recently that Conte, he wants to add to that CV. He's tired of being told that he's not good in the Champions League and he wants to go far in it. Do you subscribe to that, or do you think he wants to go for the league?
There are these people that are saying this to him, but I mean, look, I think
he wants to improve the CV, Paul. He wants that CV to look even nicer, on the template. There's nothing wrong with that.
I know he wants to win everything, but I don't know if he, I don't know. I don't know the mind of Conte. I think so. Look, I think we could even win the Champions League. I mean, in my mind, in my ideal world of things, this year we'll win the Premier League, and then the next year we'll win the Champions League, because that's how you do the European Cup properly. You go in as champions and you win it. Then it's beyond dispute. So, but I mean, it's possible we could win it. I mean, people are saying, I hear people saying we might win the Cup or the FA Cup or the League Cup. What's the difference between that and the Champions League? Once you get through the group stages, it's you probably face two teams
It's
that
just
are
as
decent.
hard.
Yeah,
It's just as hard at a certain stage. Yeah, to be fair.
yeah. So we could
Even
do well.
also
I mean,
though, like in the League Cups, though, you come up against Man City and Liverpool at one
that's
stage
right.
too, and you would almost rather face them in the final of a Champions League than you would, face them in the quarterfinal or a semifinal of a League Cup.
That's right.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah, look, it's going to be exciting to see, isn't it? A bit of Wednesday night football.
Something the other lot might not, remember. It seems like they're starting to forget, what that, tastes like or what that looks like, Wednesday night football.
Well, AFTV, are they going to start? They're going to have to start like broadcasting from Wormwood Scrubs this year if they get any more of their presenters banged up.
I don't even know if they'll even be sending people out. Not even worth it. Just too much. Travel. Too much cost. For how little really offers to them.
Well, if they wander too far, then that little bracelet they've got on their ankles is going to start beeping, and the authorities will come and round them up again.
Paul, against Roma, we kind of had, a bit of trouble, creating, mostly because Jose is just, such a pain in the ass. But as well as because, we really couldn't create anything through the middle. It kind of even felt like that game was crying out, for a creative midfielder. Do you feel like Spurs will sign a creative midfielder? Madison, just today, Brendan Rodgers, his own manager, said his left leg is worth 45 million. It just feels like, we might not get Madison. Do you feel like we'll sign a creative midfielder? Do you want us to sign a creative midfielder?
I mean, look, if he just had someone's left leg, that's not going to play football very well, is it? I mean, what's he on about, I don't know. Look, when I look at our midfield now, like last season, it was worrying, especially before we signed Bentancur. As soon as we had an injury to, when Skip went out and we'd have to play Winks, then we wouldn't get results. Whereas now, I think the core of the midfield, if you've got Bentancur and Basuma, I think that's pretty good and solid. And you've got options with Højbjerg and Skip.
So I feel like Basuma is a better creator than people want to think.
I think so.
Paul. Yeah,
I think so, and he's a good boss in midfield. He's very, very physically dominant as well. So I think that's what we were really lacking last year. That presence. I think he's got that, and I think when you've got a guy that just bosses the midfield, the creativity kind of flows from that anyway. So I'm not too concerned about a creative midfielder. I haven't seen enough of Madison to know if he's good. Like I watched when there was a bit of buzz around him, I watched some like highlight reels, and okay. I mean, whatever. I'm quite happy with what we've got, really.
I like that, because do you feel like a center back is more needed? Because Dave, has been going blue in the face about needing another center back. He feels like maybe a creative midfielder if we have the chance, but he seems to be just steadfast on a center back. Would you agree with that? Yeah,
I think so. Because I think Longley actually looked pretty switched on. It's when you've got that, when we have to rely on that Dyer Sanchez, then we're, it's like they get in each other's way, or there's no communication. The ball comes in, they're looking at each other, and then someone comes in and scores. So I think Dave's right there. I think we do need a centre back. Longley is a start. We probably need another one.
Do you feel like Dyer was showing his old habits? I don't know how much of preseason you were able to catch, but it just felt like Sanchez and Dyer, they were kind of just showing their old habits yet again, which is why David was so concerned.
It's not good enough. That's what it comes down to. It's just not good enough. I've heard David talk. Yeah, we do. Well, I mean, we score shitloads of goals, absolutely loads of goals, but we let goals in too much. You need a guy there, and just on Lloris as well. I like keepers when they just stay in their box and save shots. I don't like if a keeper like Lloris is when you try and make a goalkeeper part of the outfield, like a playmaker, and taking players on and passing the ball. I don't like that, and I don't think Hugo needs to do that. I think Hugo is a great shot stopper. He stops loads of goals. What more do you need? Don't make him play like a bloody defender. You know,
So
if
you
he's
have
got
confidence, for Hugo going into the season. You think he's still a world class, kind of shot stopper, like he was in the past.
yeah, so long as he plays like a goalkeeper and he doesn't try and get too fancy.
Yeah, doesn't overcomplicate it. Yeah.
No. I think Hugo's great.
Hugo's great. I like that confidence.
Fraser Foster, I mean, he looks all right as well. So I mean, it's better than having to rely on Galini like we've had to do. It's every transfer every player we brought in has been an upgrade. So whatever we did last season, in theory, you think we do better. I mean, obviously, other teams have built and expanded a bit as well, especially Man City, I think, with, was it Haaland? I think he's going to be a fucking nightmare. I think that guy's going to be so good this year. Not as good as Harry Kane, but I think he's going to be pretty good. So I'm confident about this year.
Is Harry Kane winning the Golden Boot for you, Paul?
Absolutely. There's no doubt. There's no doubt.
Is he winning the double then again? Is he win? What I forget what why am I forgetting? Is it the Golden Shoe? What is it for? The assist. What is it for? I forget what they give it for. Is he going to get the most assists as well?
I don't give a shit about assists,
award.
To be honest, man. It's goal, assist. I know.
He did it that other year under Jose. Could he do it under Conte? Because under Jose, he got both.
Yeah, why not? I think. I don't really care about assists. Like I say, it's goals. It's the golden boot. The golden. You didn't even know what the award is. What is the silver sock or something?
Yeah,
assist.
Clearly the silver sock, the golden sock.
We used to call assists like creating a goal or just playing football or doing a job, and now people want a medal for passing the ball to the guy who scores. Get stuff,
I'll take a medal for most improved, on the Irish Hotspur this season, Paul. So we'll take a medal for anything these days. But
yeah, fuck it, why not? Eh? Well, we've already got one trophy this season. We got that trophy against Rangers, so
Exactly. Before I let you go, Ellie is saying, I was born and bred in Tottenham, and I want to see our players on the trophy bus down the high road and seeing Kane and Son, and maybe Dyer too, for Kyle's sake, with a trophy or two. Big up, Ellie. Hopefully so.
Hey, just while Ellie's there, I watched Dermatron 2000 and her. They did a rise and fall of Tottenham, 1981 to 1991. I loved it because that was when I was watching them. That was the team I kind of grew up with. So it was a great walk down memory lane. Thanks, Ellie. Thanks, Dermot. That was wonderful.
Exactly. His channel, Dermot's channel, is just perfect for that sort of thing. So I'm glad that you enjoyed that. That's good to hear. And Ellie, hopefully we'll have a few parade buses. Hopefully London, will be shut down, a few separate times because Spurs are, running down, the lane with a few trophies, on top of the bus. Big up, Ellie. Really appreciate it. But Paul, I do have to ask you before I let you go. And I feel like you've answered this maybe 1,000 times, but you're going to have to answer it 1,000 times more. Confirm to me, how many trophies are we actually getting this season?
Well, I don't want to. I'm not going to be greedy, Jack. Just one. We'll get the Premier League.
One? Okay, love it. The Premier League. I love that. That's actually that's snazzy. That's snazzy. That's snazzy.
This is the time to dream. I mean, everyone could make predictions, and then some other shit will happen.
What they're for, to have fun.
So you might as well, instead of predicting it all seriously, just say, well, what do you want to happen? Well, I predict then that Tottenham will be the Premier League champions, Arsenal will be relegated, and brilliant. Yeah, Premier League, man. Premier League.
I love that. If you were to take any trophy, just one trophy home, he wants the Premier League. That is a glorious trophy to take home. And everybody, I would just say, just get the stencil in, get the measurements ready, get the suits ready, because that's what we're going to be grabbing, is that Premier League trophy. But Paul, absolute pleasure, my man. Anything that I didn't ask you or anything that, you felt like you wanted to say before I let you go?
Oh, no, man. I think we've done it all, haven't we?
I think we've done it all. I'm just making sure because I absolutely had a pleasure with you. I had an absolute blast.
Look, it all starts at Southampton. And look, I'll be realistic here for a second, because we've brought so many new players in. And I think they've been really training hard. We're probably going to be the fittest off the blocks. But there's a lot of new players. And we saw last season when, we had a player injured and we had to bring one in, it would take maybe 2 or 3 games before we'd start firing again. So realistically, I wouldn't be disappointed if maybe the first 2 or 3 games we are a little bit wobbly and then we start going. So it could go that way. But I'm just so excited for the new season, man. I'm raring to go. It's going to be lovely seeing the boys go out there. Conte is,
beautiful jersey.
When you think of great Premier League sides or teams that win the Premier League, none of them win it without having a great manager. You can go back through every year as far back as you want to go, all back to Bill Nicholson, Arthur Rowe, whatever. You have to have a great manager. And Tottenham have got the man. We have got the manager at the moment. So there's no reason why the sky can't be the limit at Tottenham. We've got the money, we've got the ground, we've got the fans. They're coming out, they're singing, they're vocal, they're getting behind the boys. They've made Tottenham Hotspur Stadium a fucking fortress that other teams are shitting themselves to come and play there. So let's go for it, Come on, you Spurs.
No, you put tears in my eyes, Paul. This is absolutely glorious. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Paul. The fists are pumping, Paul.
Yes.
Love
If
to
we
see
win,
it. He's getting psyched.
if we win the Premier League, I'll get THFC tattooed on my old chap. So when I'm excited to meet a lady, it will say Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. On that note, I'll say goodnight to you.
We'll say goodnight and
Cheers,
good morning
man.
to you, Paul. Enjoy your day, my man. Appreciate you coming on. Everybody, love this guy in the comments. Everybody, big up Paul in the comments. Absolute legend, everybody. That was a blast. Kind of like KPV. My cheeks are hurting, a bit after that one. And Ellie, thank you so much for the super chat as well. But we still have a few more guests to get to. So many people want to come on and have their say. So we're going to keep moving on. We have Dan THFC, who did fantastic last time out. Dan, good to see you, my man. How we doing?
Good to see you too. Good to see you too. I'm doing good right now.
It's prediction time this evening, Dan. So, where do you want to start? We were just, chatting about trophies. I've usually started everybody off here. Would you like me to start you off here? Where is Spurs finishing this season?
A bit of a disclaimer, guys. I know you've had Paul. I know you've had KVP. I'm going to be like that little bit of, all right, lights, calm down. We're not going to win the league. I'm going to be that, I'm not going to be that optimistic because I don't think we're going to win the league. Personally, I don't think we're there yet. I think
that's okay.
I think Man City are way too far off us, and Liverpool are a little bit ahead of us as well. I think we will win a trophy this season, though. I think we will win a cup. I can see us winning the League Cup or the FA Cup. I would rather the FA Cup. If I had to pick one that I think we'd win, I think we'd win the FA Cup over the Carabao Cup.
Yeah, FA Cup or Carabao seems more realistic for me too, as well. The Carabao too, I think someone mentioned this before. I think it was Sean who said you sort of get like an advanced placement in the Carabao. Like you only really have to win like 2 or 3 games, 4 games really to get to the final anyways. So it feels like the Carabao, if anything, is sort of the easiest of them. The FA Cup starts to get kind of difficult at a certain stage, especially if you are still in European football. But I would probably say the FA Cup or the Carabao might be the easiest of them. And then you seem like did you go for 3rd or 4th finish? I'm sorry, I might have interrupted you.
No, I would say we're going to finish 3rd. As much as everybody's slating City right now because they lost the Community Shield final, I think people need to sit back and realize that this is the history of Manchester City. Over the years, they've had a terrible start to their seasons, and then they pick it up around Christmas. So there's no reason to be saying City are not going to win the league. I think City will win the league. And if anything, Liverpool, I don't even think will be in a title race. I said this last time, and I'll continue saying that because even if they won the Community Shield, I think it all goes down to City not starting off their season as well. And I think even City fans, you guys know my father supports City. And I've chatted to him about why Manchester City start the season off so poorly. And he says usually they need some time to like get some minutes into the game, start playing football regularly, get understanding on what Pep Guardiola wants. And then near Christmas time, they start playing well again. So I think we will finish 3rd. I think we'll be Man City 1st. Well, they'll completely batter everybody else, if I'm being completely honest. I think they will get to 100 points this season as well with Haaland. I don't see them having any fails. and Liverpool second, and Tottenham third. But I think it will be a lot closer between us and Liverpool than anybody really thinks.
Yeah, I agree. I think they will in some way probably close that 20-point gap. Do I really see us closing it entirely? No, like that just seems, really insurmountable, but who knows, with the energy that we had earlier, anything is possible. But I agree with you. I think that's, pretty, at least how I see it sort of kind of unfolding. When it comes to Spurs' sort of goal scorers, are you kind of with everybody else? Kane is, going to be the top goal scorer, or you think Sonny, could, get it again?
I think Kane will get the most goals because he's already started well with us, and he's already got a full preseason under Conte. Last time he even scored a lot of goals for a normal striker, and that was without like playing half of the season. And you could tell that's not Harry Kane. His mind was off it and everything. So I think this season, a full season under Conte, full preseason under Conte, and he looks like when you could tell from a mile away when Harry Kane is focused and when Harry Kane is motivated. And from the first minute he stepped on against the K-League All-Stars, you could tell this guy was motivated. And I honestly think a bold prediction from me, but I think Kane will be in the top 5 of the Ballon d'Or charts next season.
That would be insane, especially for a Spurs player. Is that just going to be because Spurs will do well enough in challenging for various cups, titles, etc., that he'll be considered? Because I feel like that's been kind of the missing factor is he gets the numbers, but we're never really challenging for anything, so that's why he doesn't really get considered.
Another thing I'd like to state is when I say Ballon d'Or, I'm not really meaning the trophy, because honestly, that Ballon d'Or trophy is like
it's already rigged.
To me.
Yeah, it's already rigged.
It's not that it's already rigged, but I literally do not care about voted awards. When an award is chosen someone's opinion, I really don't care about it. What I mean by he'll be in the top 5 of the Ballon d'Or is he'll be up there with the top 5 players in the world next season. What I personally think. And also Harry Kane's going to be in the spotlight of the Champions League. The last few years, last season where he got the Golden Boot and the Best Playmaker award, he wasn't even in the Champions League. He didn't even get a notice in the Ballon d'Or awards. And nobody was even talking about him being one of the best players in the world. I think what was missing that season was the spotlight of the Champions League. And now that he has that, now that he has a manager like Conte, now he has his team that they're only going up at the moment. I think there's no reason to think that he won't be up there with the best players in the world next season. I think there will be even an argument to say he will be the best player in the world next season.
Dave would absolutely love that. He would be, absolutely dancing in his chair if he heard that right now. Surprise package, for next season for you, Dan. Is it going to be Longley, Perisic? Could it be someone like, that's already been in the squad for some time that might prove people wrong? Where do you see this?
I'm glad everybody's adjusting to what I said. When we signed Longley, everybody was negative about it. Everybody was negative about it. And I don't know if you remember, Jack, but I came on and I was like, Longley, class signing. He will only get better under Conte. His ball playing ability is fantastic. The only thing he needs to fix is his mentality. And under Conte, I'm sure that won't be an issue. And I said that. People started talking to me as I forgot who it was that said that people started comparing him with Maguire. And they didn't, because I watch him, like I watch Barcelona quite a lot, and I know this guy's a baller. So as much as it might feel a bit repetitive that I'm saying Longley as well as everybody else, I do think he will be a surprise package, and I think he might even start against Southampton over Ben Davies. That's been a bit of an argument on Twitter at the moment, but I think he's got the quality on the ball. I think he's got fantastic awareness, and the only thing he has to fix is his mentality and his decision-making when he's defending inside the box.
Yeah, I would agree. But I feel like, Longley, I think the way he might end up being that sort of surprise package is that he might end up sort of displacing or sort of, maybe challenging Ben Davies more than people thought. Is that how he'll be the surprise package, as people might rate him higher than Ben Davies by the end of the season?
I don't think at the moment most people. I think right now the main opinion from Spurs fans is that he should start over Ben Davies. I'm not sure if that's because he's
already proved.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's not 100% yet, because there's some people saying the only reason they're saying that is because Ben Davies is coming back with a knock. He's not 100%. They'd rather bring him on and see how he is, and then in the next game, if he's fine, we'll start him again. But I think personally for me at the moment, I rate him higher than Ben Davies. And I think by the end of the season, he will be up there with some of the best center backs in the Premier League. I'm not saying the best. I'm saying top 10, around Romero's level. I think he'll be next season. Because I really rate him. I rate him very, very highly.
I like that. I like that. When it comes to, I like that surprise package answer. When it comes to, the first 5 games of the season, how many points are we grabbing here, Dan? Do you feel like 15, like Paul said, which you could make a very good case for? I think someone said 10 at one stage. Where do you fall?
The thing is with this season that's so great. The thing about this season that's so great is that there's no team I'm actually scared of. Like last season or the season before, when we'd face like a team like Liverpool and Manchester City, I'd be like crabbing myself. And like I would honestly be terrified. But now there's like no team. Like let's go by game. Southampton, we should win. Chelsea right now, they're being in terrible form.
We want to win and we think we should win.
Yeah. We're gonna win. I think, in my opinion, we're gonna win at Chelsea as well. Wolves, I think we're gonna win. Nottingham Forest, I think we should win. They're literally just coming up in the Premier League. West Ham, I think, will win. So it might seem deluded to say 15 points, but I think if you look by the team, I think the only thing stopping
us from getting 3rd place, 2nd place team. That's what we should.
In my opinion, the only thing that's stopping us from getting 15 points is ourselves.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, the only thing that's stopping us is ourselves, because if we are looking at, ourselves as a 3rd place, 2nd place sort of contender, I think you look at all those games, you should probably be thinking 15 points. I don't know if we're getting 2nd or 3rd place. If, we're getting 10 or 12 or 11 or you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really seem like, we'd be a sort of 3rd place or 2nd place contender if we're only rolling out of there with like 10 points, after those 5 games. Because we're going to have much harder fixture schedules than that. And that fixture schedule, while it may look difficult to some, maybe it's not even that too hard. It's not even hard. Like, I feel like we should actually come out of there, with as much points as possible. I actually agree with you. Like that mentality there, Dan. When it comes to, kind of the creative midfielder, situation, it feels like, Madison, isn't really, for sale, because Brendan Rodgers just today said that his, left leg is worth 45 million alone. Do you feel like Madison is not really for sale? Because Newcastle are trying to bid for him, but Brendan Rodgers even kind of, just said, no, he's not, he's not leaving this, this summer by the looks of things.
That could just be a business tactics to up the price, I guess.
Maybe.
Because Leicester usually are lenient with the prices. You just have to put a high price and they'll accept it.
True.
I mean, everybody knows where my stance is on an attacking midfielder. Who would be my dream attacking midfielder, which would be James Ward-Prowse. But I'd like Madison a lot, and if we could get him for a reasonable price, I wouldn't be against it. As I've always said, if the option did come around to sign Madison, there would be no reason for us not to. It's just, I don't think it's going to be easy to sign him, especially now that Newcastle are going to go in for him.
We might have to pay a lot of money.
Yeah, if the price is really the problem, I think we could be missing out on that one. After the Roma game, I thought Zaniolo was quite average, and I don't know. I can't really judge him off one game, but it could be just a showing of what he's like. But I don't know about the attacking midfielder. We'd have to look for different options. Starting now, I think we should start looking for different options.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just on the factor that it just doesn't seem like he is available, and the fact that Brendan Rodgers doesn't seem to be letting him go for cheap. And do we really want to pay more than 60-70 million for a guy that will only play maybe 30-40%? It's just, I don't know. It just doesn't really seem too logical, if you ask me. But will we sign another center back in your eyes? Joe Rodon and Tanganga likely leaving the club. Do you anticipate us to sign another center back?
Well, Joe Rodon's already left. It's been official that he's left. Tanganga, I think right now the deal with Milan has fallen apart. But in terms of a center back, I think it would be the ideal situation to sign a center back, but I don't think we should be rushing it, right? I think we could be patient and we could get a bigger reward in waiting till next season and getting Bastoni than just rushing getting an average center back now. Throughout the season, we're going to be complaining about his quality. Oh, no, he's a crap center back. And we've already got, as I've said, Lenglet on a loan. So it's not like we've not signed a single center back. We have. So I honestly say at this point, I'd see goalkeeper as a bigger problem than center back.
I feel like center back is a huge issue, for us, just because, the fact that, Dyer has looked a bit shaky. Sanchez, has looked a bit shaky. They don't really seem as really reliable, players maybe for the whole course of the season. We might just need someone else, back there in order to challenge them, in order to, kind of keep them, game ready. Because if you ask me, Dyer doesn't seem to have enough competition back there in the back line.
I would have loved for us to go in for Kim Min-jae. I really rate him highly. But
I wish we
apparently
could,
he's
but I
already
think
signed.
it's a bit too late there. He's
Yeah,
gone to
he's
Napoli.
already signed. Yeah, he's already signed for Napoli, so that one's not going to happen. It's very hard in the modern day to find a center back who's great in a back three, can play on the ball, he's great aerially, and it's so many like ticks that we have to check off. And I think we found the ticks with Bastoni. So that's why I just think we should be a little bit more patient and wait till next season and sign Bastoni.
Definitely. I think we might, bring in a center back just regardless, in order to challenge for, to challenge Dyer. And then we will still bring in a Bastoni or Gavardio the following summer. But Dan, I need to get your trophy predictions. So are we grabbing 1 trophy, 2 trophies, just 1, none? What's your predictions, my man?
Yeah, as I said earlier on the show, I think it's just going to be the Carabao Cup.
I agree. Well, there it is. And then Dan, tell me about, your channel. You suggested James Ward-Prowse, it's your creative midfield option. Is that something that we'll be finding over there?
Well, I love to wax lyrical about this guy. His free kicks, just something else. And he's a great midfielder. People just like to call him a free kick merchant. I debate about him over there on my channel. But yeah, I'm starting to do a bit of different content now. I'm actually doing these videos on... I'm going to try and do one for every one of the new signings, where I dig deep and I research into the signings. I did one on Jed Spence recently, 5 things you might not know about Jed Spence, and I'm planning on doing one for the other 5 signings. And I do a right now it's a Sunday podcast, but when summer ends, it's going to be a Monday podcast again. And I do pre-match, I do my match reaction for the goals, and I do a post-match. That's all the content you can find on my channel. If you like what I have to say, please check me out.
Well, there you are, everybody. Check out Dan THFC, a young Spurs fan who has done exceptional on these fan shows. So please, everybody, show him a bit of love. Hit that big red sub button over on his channel. Really would mean the world to him, I know. And he's also putting up a lot of content, as you can tell. Had plenty of things to plug, so I'm pretty sure you'll find plenty of things over there. But Dan, as always, really appreciate you coming on, my man. Really good combo.
Come on, you Spurs, and get Harry Kane off free kicks.
Great petition. Alrighty, Dan. See you soon, my man. Great combo I had with Dan there, everybody. Show him a bit of love. We're going to bring on Dermot next from THFC Till I Die. Might be the last guest of the evening. If not, because Amir, I'm kind of looking for you in the background. If you are there, my man, I can bring you on too. Potentially at the same time if you want. Dermot, would you rather go,
I don't mind if Amir wants to come on as well. Yeah, that's fine for me.
Maybe we could do S3, maybe we could do S3, something, to finish off with. Amir, long time no see. Good to see you, brother.
How are we, gentlemen?
How was, did you get to see some of the team? Did you get to see that Roma game?
I did indeed. Everything was fantastic apart from the match itself. You know what I mean? Everything was great. The atmosphere, the stadium, seeing the players. It's just Jose we got Jose'd. He ruined the match. You'd think you come to a pre-season and play football. Just let them play. But no.
It was probably the most boring game I had seen in my life, apart from even preseason games, and that's all thanks to Jose. We can thank him for that, Amir. You're absolutely right. But I bet it was still a pleasure though, to see, the players in person, Conte in person, etc., going around the pitch.
I don't even know what to say. It really wasn't good, Jack. It
was that bad of a display. It really, put a sour taste in your mouth, seems like.
I don't know why in a pre-season friendly you would play a low block and not let your players express themselves a little bit and see what it's about. It was a stinker. And we didn't have a shot on target. We didn't have a shot on target. I mean, come on, let's be serious.
Yeah, I guess for the people that were actually there in person, it didn't feel like, it was really, worth the hype and, worth, all the spectacle because, despite, those big names and big managers, it wasn't really an interesting game, which was definitely frustrating. Good point.
100%, 100%. And this is the thing, right? At the same time, so the day after there was PSG against Nantes, and PSG put in a performance. Messi scored. They beat him like 4-0, I think. So it's just a shame that our boys couldn't go out there and show their thing. And I blame, it's hard to blame the boys because they did have a go, and I think the heat did affect them a little bit as well.
Yeah. It definitely looked like it did for sure. But it's prediction night, everybody. It is prediction time. So we're going to be getting your predictions from both of you. And you're welcome to disagree on these predictions. Don't you worry. But we are going to be starting off here, as we always have, where will Spurs finish this season? Dermot, I'm going to bring you in first. Thank you for coming on, brother. Thank you for your patience as well. Dermot, where will Spurs finish this season?
Well, it's been 61 years since we last won the league. And we always win something when there's a 1 in it. I just have a funny feeling this could be our year. We can win the league this year. So I'm going with Paul. I'm going to win the league, number 1.
You're in Paul's camp. Love that. Love
yeah,
to see
it's
that.
just that it was 61 years since we last won the league in 61. And we always win something when there's a 1 in it. It's just something with Spurs, usually the 1 of the year, or there's a 1 in it somewhere. And I just got this funny feeling we're going to do it this year. So I'm going for the league.
Gone for a first place finish there, Mary. Can you top that? No, you can't. So are you going to match him with the first place finish? Or are you going to go for second or third, fourth? Where are we finishing?
I'm gonna go for something even nuttier. I'm gonna take it up a notch. I think we're gonna do a double. Now I can't tell you
again,
what.
had made more than one trophy in that answer. Love
I think we're doing the double. I think we're doing a double. I can't tell you what 2 trophies though. It could be 2 cups. You know what I mean? And maybe not the league because I'm just this City team with Haaland as well now added. I think they're going to be very difficult to beat in points over 38 games. It's going to be very, very difficult.
It's a marathon, the Premier League. It's not a sprint.
Exactly.
It is a marathon, but Man City always come good. I think someone said in the chat earlier in December, and there's a World Cup this year. So they're going to be sort of knocked out of their usual stride. They have I know we've got a few players going to the World Cup. I think they've got some big players going to the World Cup, like Haaland and that. If any of them get injured, that could derail their season. I agree with Amir. I mean, the double is on. I've said it all the way long. We're going to do the double, and I'm just now convinced we're going to do the league and cup double this year.
I knew you wanted the double, Dermot. I bet you were mad. I bet you were mad when Amir, said the double because I knew you wanted to answer
not really.
the double too.
Not really. Amir said this to me in the past. We both agree on it. We both say the same things, but I just think we're going to do the league and cup double this year. We're going to match the 61 side.
Is it easier, Amir, to progress far in, like the FA Cup, or is it easier to progress far in the Champions League? Because with the Champions League, you might be able to avoid the likes of a Man City or, a Liverpool, where, in, the League Cups, you're going to face one of them.
It's a tricky one. I think to get out of the groups, you'd have to say that's easier than winning an FA Cup. But to win the Champions League is harder than winning both the other cups, by far.
That's true. To go all the way in the Champions League is harder.
What I want to see, Jack, I want to see 120 million% on that pitch every single match. I want to see us giving everything for the team, for the fans, for Conte, and that will hopefully take us into the latter stages of the cups. And once we're there, once we're at that pinnacle, we're in the semi-finals, we can get it into the finals. That's where we're being tested. And that's where we've fallen so often recently. If in the last decade, how many finals have we lost? You know what I mean? So I want that focus, that mentality, everything to be set. on a winning mentality, bringing home them trophies, and seeing everyone down at that lane for a nice old parade and a jolly up with all the Spurs fans. You know, that's what
Elliot
I'm
was
looking
saying.
to do. That's what I'm looking
You want
to
to
do.
see the bus. You want to see the bus making more than one trip. It looks.
That's
like,
what I want to see next season. That's next summer, Jack. That's what I want to see. I want to see everyone out there. It's as simple as that. Nothing else. Nothing else will satisfy me as a Spurs fan. Nothing. You couldn't say, if someone said to me, "Oh, we'll come second and get to a Champions League final," that's not good enough. That's not good enough for me. It has to be silverware. It's as simple as that.
Well, it seems like, with your title, sort of kind of pushes that, you guys have sort of gone for here. William Kelly saying Conte is a major factor. And with this World Cup in mind, we are going to win the title. I put 1,000 on it. In Conte, I trust. There's no more in Conte, I trust answer than the one William Kelly just gave right there. If anybody says in Conte, I trust, William Kelly could say, are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure I trust Conte more than anybody else. But do you guys believe that much in us winning the title? Could you put, it doesn't need to be a grand, but, would you put a major bet on us maybe, winning the title? If you were a betting man, you don't need to be, but Dermot, if you were a betting man, would you put
I'd definitely put €50 on us winning the league, 50 or 100 euro. I really would.
There you go.
I just think, as I said, it's 61 years, and I'm a bit superstitious. I just think with a one in it, I just think Conte, the players we're getting, Man City, World Cup, I just think it's all going to fall in our. It's going to, all the jigsaw's just going to come together, and we're going to win the league.
Amir, would you put, yeah, sorry, Dermot. Yeah, you were still going.
I just think we're going to do it. I just think it's our year. We need, even if we don't, as fans, we have to be at that higher level. We have to be looking at the very top. There's no point going into a season, we're going to finish third and we might win a cup. As Bill Nick says, at Spurs, we aim high. Even in failure, the echoes of that, we aim higher than that. We've got to think the Bill Nick way, which is aim high.
Yeah, absolutely. Amir, would you put, some of your own coin, on Spurs, winning the league? Is that how confident you are?
You know what? I used to whack down a little cheeky bet every now and again, but I stopped with all of that. So I wouldn't be putting down anything myself. But back in the day, I'll probably whack a sneaky.
But if you were to put yourself in that mindset, is that how confident
sneaky
you
couple
are?
hundred? Yeah, a sneaky couple hundred just in case. Because Conte, that second season in Conte, that's when he wins titles.
You feel like a dark horse then. You feel like a dark horse, in the league.
It's just this City. I'm not really worried about the other teams as much as I am. Obviously, Liverpool are going to be good, but it's City. It's City who I'm really worried about, to be honest with you. But football is football, and it's a long.
Yeah.
Happen. Could be injuries here. There could be dressing room squabbles there. There could be manager, sackings over there. It's all game. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting season. One of the things that I think is going to be quite noticeable is that the sides in the middle of the table, I think, have gotten a lot stronger, and I think they're going to be very much
trickier.
pushing to get into that top six.
They're slippier, they're trickier than what they used to be. I think those teams,
a lot
back
more.
in the day, even the top six is a lot tougher than it used to be. Like it feels like 4, 5, and 6 are a lot closer to each other than they used to be in the past. And even 7 and 8, are never even that bad at teams either. For the most part. So I know what you mean by that, actually. Amir, and it feels like William Kelly, Spurs fans are. If they're going for the title, if they think we're, have a chance of the title, it feels like Spurs fans are thinking themselves as the dark horses, kind of mentality where it's like, why not? Why not, us, be one of the contenders? Like we feel that confident that sure, we're probably not the first, name on, the list, to be, competing for the title, but you can't count us out, seems to be, sort of a common, kind of, mentality of Spurs fans, which I kind of like, from you two, as well as Paul. It seems like you guys are, saying it's not definitive that we're going to be competing for it, but you can't count us out. It seems like it's what your guys' mentality is.
Definitely not. Definitely not. You can't be counting out the mighty Spurs, and especially with the additions we've made, and especially times 10 by having Conte. Honestly, this guy, he's a winner. He's a winner. So I heard a birdie in my ear told me that they didn't even have a chance to go to Jerusalem and go to the Temple Mount and to the Western Wall and to go, because Conte wanted them training the whole time and ready for the match and back home. So imagine, they came all the way out to Israel and they couldn't see the holy sites, unfortunately. But hopefully they can come back again and do that all, another time. But that just shows you where Conte's work rate is at. It's serious.
He's gone on to say, I love that, Amir. But Dermot, he's gone on to say that this will be the greatest underdog story in the history of the Premier League. Just to maybe, vouch, for William Kelly here. Leicester City, the year they won it, was that year when it felt like every other big team was rebuilding. They brought in all those big managers. Those big managers were like trying to figure out their team. The Premier League was like a bit chaotic at that time period, which then gave the opportunity, while it being a slim opportunity, the opportunity for kind of an outside shout to win the Premier League. Would Spurs' chance of winning the Premier League this season, could that be seen as more of a shock? Or more of an underdog story? It seems hard to make it out to be, but
I don't think it'd be. I think it'd be a shock. I don't think it'd be as big as a shock as Leicester winning it, because nobody really thought Leicester would win it. They thought they would fall away at some stage. I think with
some
us,
people thought they'd get relegated that season.
Yeah, I mean I think there were 500 to 1 to win the league that season.
Yeah.
So it'd be a shock, all right. It would shock the Premier League, but not as much as the Leicester one. But we're on our way back, and Spurs belong at the top, and we need to be at the top of the table. We're not going up there for one season. We're going to end up dominating the league for the next 3 or 4 years. It's going to be us up there. We're Conte in charge, and we'll be dominating every year. And we could win 2 or 3 league championships with Conte in charge. He could become my most successful manager ever in the history of Tottenham Hotspur. When he
leaves.
That.
Absolutely love that. Not the greatest underdog story for me, William Kelly, but even Leslie Crawford, just to back you up as well, said Leicester did have the benefit of only having to play 1 game a week, whereas Spurs, have Champions League football, they're competing for other trophies, have all this other stuff going on. If they were to, compete for that title and actually win that title, it certainly should be respected and probably put up there as an underdog story in some manner. But we're a huge football club, William Kelly. It's not an underdog story. We deserve to be challenging for those titles, William. We deserve to be. I know Dermot would be saying that, brother, but really appreciate you, William. Really appreciate you. More kind of prediction question for you lads. Just making sure I'm getting, in the right place here. That's right. Surprise package of the season for you, Amir. Who's going to be that surprise player of the season? Is it going to be someone that's been in this team the whole time, like a Højbjerg, or like I don't know, maybe even a Moon Boots? Maybe Moon Boots, proves David wrong. He's shaking his head.
No.
Or is it going to be Longley? Who's the surprise package?
No, not even Longley. I think it's not even going to be a surprise, to be honest with you, when I say this person's name. But I think it's going to be. I think he's going to be key to everything we're doing down that side. I think he's a phenomenal player, phenomenal addition to the squad. Been in some top games, won top things. He's an absolute legend. I think he's going to be the one that I would really love to surprise me and be my surprise package instead of him, because he's not a surprise, would be Spence. Because he looks to me like a tricky customer. He looks like he's got a little bit in him. He looks like he can dribble past a few players. He can whip in a mean ball. He can score goals. He can shoot from long distance. So I'm hoping, really, really hoping that Spence will show us what he can do this season and come into the team and kind of make that his position. Show the other guys that, I'm You know, that's my position. So
Love that.
That's what I would like.
Perisic is, while not maybe the most, like shocking, sort of kind of decision, for a surprise package, it is a logical one because he's going to probably, the surprise package of Perisic might be, I think, Amir, that he'll get the same numbers that he did with Inter Milan, that he did with Spurs. If he replicated those sort of numbers and then brought that over to Tottenham, I think that would be kind of a surprise because then Spurs fans would be like, holy shit, like, this guy is 33 years old, but he's playing like, he's 28 or 27, like someone said before, on the stream. Dermot, surprise package?
I'm actually going to go for Spence because I've been bigging him up since he signed for us. I thought he was brilliant at Nottingham Forest last season. Watched a lot of him last year, and I was speaking to somebody the other night, and he actually said something which is true. You watch this lad go. If Conte lets him off the leash, we've got the next Kyle Walker on our hands. He is that good, and I think he will be the surprise thing of the season. I just want to do another quote I found about signing players, and it's another Bill Nick quote, and he goes, "Anybody coming to Spurs, whether he's a big signer or just a ground staff boy, must be dedicated to the game and to the club. He must never be satisfied with his last performance, and he must hate losing." And Conte has got that into the players now.
Yeah.
He's brought players in that hate losing, and that will rub off on the rest of the team. And especially the young player like Jed Spence coming in. I mean, what an opportunity for him, and he will hit that ground running. I guarantee he'll be the Premier League Young Player of the Year by the end of next season. This season coming.
Love that. That's a bold prediction. I love that. By the end of next season. So he'll, have a season to settle in, then he'll hit it by storm, the following season. Love that. And also that's a great quote, just shows that, like you said, if not, even if he wasn't a Conte signing, he's a Conte-like player. Ellie saying, big up Dermot and Amir, great fellas with great views. Big up Ellie. Do appreciate it. I put the link for THFC.
Big up my sister Ellie. Big up.
Put the link for THFC till I die, Ellie. Don't you worry, and do appreciate you watching along and kind of supporting the Irish Hotspur, especially with these two brilliant as well as perfect final guests that we do have here. We're going to keep giving you guys these predictions. I know you're probably getting tired, but I have plenty more for you guys. Southampton, Chelsea, the 5 games to start off the season. How many points are we grabbing? Amir, I'm going to start with you again here. How many points? Welcome to work it out. No need to rush into it.
It's tricky. It's very, very. There's some tricky games there. There's some very tricky games. I mean, look, you'd expect us at home to really deal with Southampton and Wolves and beat those guys. Okay, so that's 6 points in the bag. Then you're looking at Chelsea, Forest away, West Ham away. From those 3 games, if you got 7 points, let's say, I think you'd have to be delighted. You have to
back us to get the rest of them. The rest of the 30 points.
Yeah.
If we got 7.
Yeah. You'd have to be delighted. I think with 13 points, obviously you could say I want it all and I want all 15, but I think realistically, if we were to draw against Forest or West Ham or something like that, and hopefully smash Chelsea away, that would be a very decent start. I think 13 points.
Love that.
Very decent start.
13 points it is. I think that's, a lot of, common predictions. Even the hottest Spurs agreed with you there. Dermot, 13, all 15, 12, 10?
I think they're winnable games. I think Chelsea is going to be the toughest one. But I think we might nick a win there, actually. 1-0 win. Southampton at home, Wolves at home, Nottingham Forest away. I think we'll beat them. They're 3 points easy. West Ham's the one that worries me. We lost there last season. We always don't do seem well when we go to the London Stadium. And do you know what? I would agree with Amir, but I'm not. I'm sorry, Amir. I'm actually going to go for 15. I just think we will win next.
So is William Kelly here. He says 15 points easy, Dermot. Could you make the case for easy? 15 points easy, like Chelsea, smack them aside. The rest of the teams would just smack them aside. 15 points easy.
I think so. Chelsea are in disarray at the moment, so I think they're going to be easy. West Ham, they're going to be bouncing around with Barney the dinosaur and catching their bubbles, so they're going to be too busy doing that to actually play football. So we'll knock a few past them. Do you know what? I just think I keep going back to it, Jack, but I just think all the omens match us to actually match this 61 side. I just think we will. I just think we're going to have a great start to the season. And actually, I think we'll be unbeaten when the World Cup comes. I think I'm that confident. I think Conte
unbeaten till the World Cup. William Kelly, he says unbeaten. I love it. That would be spectacular. I'll take 1,000 1-1s, even if we'll get till the 1-1 draws till we get to the World Cup that way. But Dermot, what a prediction there, honestly. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. William Kelly, there you are. Not only 15 points, but unbeaten till the World Cup. But he also says you don't deserve anything in life, Jack. You earn it. Yeah, absolutely spot on, William. I don't know what else to say to that. Seems like you keep giving me these super chats. I don't know what to say to, William. You're leaving me speechless after each one, brother. But I do appreciate it. Amir, Dermot, anything to say to William? 15 points easy. He's saying, could you make a case for 15 points easy, Amir?
Do you know what? I would love to, but you'd have to add in a creative midfielder and a centre back for me to say that. I think that's.
How about we bring in a centre back? Could we get away with 15 points easy?
If we got in a centre back, is that going to make the difference? I don't know 100%, to be honest with you. I'd love it. Positivity. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna get 15 points. Yeah, let's go for it, man. Who cares? You know what I mean? We're getting it.
Might as well, he's already put the bet in, anyways, Amir. So you might as well, just show William Kelly,
We're getting it. And you know what? And I'm loving the life lessons as well that he's dishing out here with these super chats. You don't deserve anything in life.
What do you even say to this?
He's too right as well. William.
It's like Conte threw in a super chat, with this one, William Kelly. You don't even know what to say to this. It's like
he's reading out the Conte handbook.
Put in this one in.
You look at the great sides of the 80s and 90s. You look at the great Liverpool sides, the Man United sides under Paisley and Fagan and Dalglish, and Man United under Ferguson. All them managers had them players leading for the club, leading for the team, and that's what Conte is doing with this squad. He's got them bleeding for the badge, laid their body on the line. And that's why the likes of Sanchez and Dyer, they are good players, but they don't deserve to be in the starting 11. And I think when Amir's saying about centre back, I think you've got Longley and you've got Davis there. You've got three good Romero. You have three good centre backs there, and have Sanchez and Dyer as backups. I just think if you do that on Saturday, then get one more centre back in, I think we'll be flying. I think we'll have the meanest defence in the Premier League this season.
Definitely. How far are we going in the Champions League, lads? Dermot, how far are we going in the Champions League? Getting past the group stage?
Yeah. I mean, I'll go back to when we reached the final. I mean, we lost the first 3 games, got out the group stage, and we had luck on our side. And I sort of agree with Sean. We could either go out of the group stage and win the Europa League, but I think we'll reach the quarterfinals. I think at very minimum, maybe even the semi-final. I just think
semis. I would love to make a semis just to. That would be that. Semis though probably crushes. Just to then not make it to the final. I don't know. I think I'd rather be in the finals or the quarterfinals. I think I'd rather just get knocked out in the quarters. Because once you make it to the semis, you just want to make it no matter what, I would say. Oh, that's tough. Great answer, Dermot. Amir, how far are we going in the Champions League?
You know what? Yeah, definitely. I can definitely see us getting through to the quarterfinals. And then after that, it's just a question of on the day. And to
It's a
be
lot of
honest,
luck. We saw that with Madrid. Yeah,
it is, and on the day we can beat anyone, and I have confidence in that. We've seen that in the past, you know, with our performances, and I honestly think that on the day we can beat anyone. Bring them on, whoever it is. I'd love to get someone like PSG and smash them. I would love it. I would just love it.
I would love to
There's
kill the
someone that I
giant.
want. There's someone I really want, you know.
Knock down a giant. Yeah.
I can't stand them. I'd love it. And you know, the Champions League is just a bogey tournament. They just they
Man
can't.
City or PSG, I would love to knock out. I agree.
Yeah.
I want to run back on Bayern Munich. We owe them one as well.
We owe them one. We do owe them one. They're very good, though. They are a very good side.
They'd be one to be a bit more afraid of, I would say.
Yeah,
Versus the PSG.
yeah.
PSG, I'm with Amir here. Maybe a bit more confidence there. Will we grab a trophy? I can tell by your answers. It seems like we will, lads. But will we grab more than one? Two. Amir,
Two.
which ones?
Two. The double. Like I said,
You're not sure?
I'm not sure which two. I'm just not sure which combination, but I've just got a feeling we're doing something special. And Spurs have got a history of doing doubles. And I've just got a feeling Conte, that's what Conte's aiming for, you know. He's looking to go deep into competitions and putting us in the position where we're in those semi-finals and finals, and we've got the chance to be in it. And to do that, we need to be consistent in the Premier League, but we also need to know how to bring in the right players for the early cup games to, you know, introduce some of these newer players to the squad and to play in and to get in game time. So it's a matter of squad management as well, which I think Conte is going to manage, you know, magnificently as he's done so far.
Love that. Absolutely. Dermot, you know, how many are we grabbing? We're grabbing the double like Amir?
Yeah, we are. I keep saying it. 61 years since we did our last double back in 60-61. Do you know what? I just think we're going to do the same again this season. I just got this feeling that we're going to match that double side and actually put that to rest, because that's been over us for 61 years. And I think it's about time that we laid that great team to rest and let them just rest and let the new double side take on the mantle.
Love that.
And we have the best manager since Bill Nick and Conte. Conte's our version of Bill Nicholson. That's the only way I can describe Antonio Conte. He is our Bill Nicholson. And Harry Kane's our Jimmy Greaves. Romero's our Danny Blanchflower. Even Bentancur's our Dave Mackay. You've got Kuvaliski, who's probably our Jack White of that 60 side. You've got the Charlton, who's our Bobby Smith of that 60 side. You know, all them players will fill them shoes, and we will become the next double side. The first team in 61 years for us to do the double, and we will do it, no problem.
Love that. Love that. Double is on, according to both of these lads. Amir, tell me about your channel, Open Peace Podcast. It's in the chat, everybody. Please hit that sub button. A fellow Spurs fan, show him the support. Amir, tell us about your channel, brother.
Definitely. All the support, you know, that we get, honestly, it's so well appreciated here at the Open Peace Podcast. We get Israelis and Palestinians together to talk about issues that are going on here on the land. You know, it's all about peace, reconciliation, talking about, you know, actual events that are happening, how the situation can be bettered. So yeah, you know, anyone that subscribes honestly and has a listen and likes what they're hearing and comments, it's honestly, it means the world to me and my team. And yeah, please check it out. And, you know, speaking of Israel, you know, the lads from We Are Tottenham have been out here, so keep a sharp eye out on some of the Tottenham channels for some content coming from the Holy Land. Yeah, there's going to be a few nice things out there. Daigle knows what I'm talking about, so going to see some nice things. So yeah, definitely check it out.
Show Amir the support he deserves, everybody. Fellow Spurs fan, fellow member of the Harris Army, hit that big red sub button and it'll make his day. Definitely. He really does deserve the support over there. Dermot, THFC till I die. Tell us what's coming up. Big season ahead of us.
season. We're back on tomorrow night at 10. We're doing the Jurgen Klinsmann player special profile on the career of Jurgen Klinsmann, our great German who come back to help us against relegation. Then we're back on Thursday with the pre-show for the season coming up, and then we're going to do watch-alongs. We're going to do post-match shows, and over there I've got the great Ellie, the queen of the Harris Army. I've got the Godfather in Philip Brady, and I've got Izan, who's our little stats man, and then we've also got Mark Cousins as well over there. So, to me, we're up to 538, so we've really bounced on, and that's down. Ellie, you are being a superstar. She is our queen of social media, and so which I don't even know what TikTok is. That shows my age. I'm old. And you can find us in all them places. But tomorrow night, Jurgen Klinsmann at 10 is doing the play profile, so we're looking forward to that. But please, everyone, like and subscribe here and get these guys to 8,000.
Everybody, get TT or THFC till I die. Get them up. Please show them the support they deserve. Jurgen Klinsmann stream tomorrow. Plenty of things coming up on the channel as per usual. They have big support behind them with Izhan, with Ellie, Philip, Dermot, plenty of people that you know from this channel. So please show them the support. But that'll be all for tonight, everybody. Really do appreciate you all tuning in. It's been an absolute blast, absolute marathon stream, I must say. Dave, like we said, his internet has been sort of cut off. So it might be me for the next 2 days. Hopefully he'll be back by Wednesday, everybody. But really do appreciate you all tuning in. As always, everybody, come on, you Spurs. In Conte we trust, and we will.
Come on, you Spurs.
Sorry, lads. Just Jurgen Klinsmann. Jurgen Klinsmann was my hero, says William Kelly. I mean, one of the most beautiful, kind of hairlines, I must say, of any Spurs strikers. Better hair than Harry Kane, I would say. But, just maybe quickly, Dermot, Jurgen Klinsmann, William Kelly's hero.
Oh, what a player. I saw him I saw him in pre-season at Watford when he played there, made one of his debuts for Spurs. I saw him a few times that season. What a player. I loved him. Absolutely loved him. I mean, when Alan Sugar put him and Pescu from the World Cup '94, it was like our Aussie moment, a Ricky moment. We were thinking, we've just bought Jurgen Klinsmann. Germany's top goal scorer.
Ridiculous signing.
It was brilliant. Ozzy was manager. We had the famous five. It was just everyone attack and nobody defend. It was a great year to watch Spurs, though we nearly did get relegated, but it was good fun when it lasted.
Ridiculous signing. Signing, William Kelly. It'd be like signing Sergei Milinkovic-Savic or something. I feel like, this winning, this window, just something out of this world. But big up, William Kelly. Appreciate support, everybody. But like I said before, come on, you Spurs. In Conte we trust, and we will be seeing you.